Congressman Kitover, or future Congressman Kitover, there's going to be a room on Tuesday in the Brain Trust House, and I spoke to Alan, who is hosting it. He's going to be talking about taxation. I recommended that you attend, and he indicated that he had a bad experience with you previously, and I shared with him that I will show up. I'll be bringing the future congressman, and both behave ourselves, and we're going to talk about taxes with Alan in the Brain Trust.
Great.
Tuesday.
He's very, very sensitive about vaccines, and I promise you, I won't bring up vaccines once. Strictly taxation.
Maybe what we can do is participate in the conversation, and if you're feeling ornery towards the end, maybe take a parting shot.
Hey, Mojo, were you a little upset that Brent left? I think you were.
Brent? Nah, he'll be back. He'll be back.
You'll get him next time, right?
Brent is one of those interesting people. I've never seen someone. You'd have to go to boxing, like when Mickey Ward and Arturo Gatti, they'd have these wars, right? But at least those guys had some wins on their record. Imagine a guy that takes a pummeling like that, but has never landed a punch and never won a fight. That's Brent. And so there's something about his resilience that I actually admire, if I'm being honest.
No, but there was Astro. Which one would you think is more resilient, Astro or
Well, Brent's got just a lot longer tenure here. So yeah, Brent's been doing this for years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of new to this. But Astro, he had a little fight. He had a little fight. You had to send him to the queue quite a few times.
Yeah, well, I tend to send people to goo if they don't shut the fuck up. You can disagree with me. You can tell me that you think my idea is stupid, all that kind of jazz. I'll probably have a response for it, but I'll let you get your licks in. Like the one thing that I do allow is for people to get their punches in. It's not my fault that he doesn't land them.
No, but you were giving him. You were like. You giving it to him, and he just hung in there, and he stayed in there with you. I think you got to invite him back, Mojo.
Hey, Dr. Mojo, I'd like to ask you a question.
Go for it.
This is in regards to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism? Do you think that all the terrorism we have seen in the past 25 years has been authentic? Or do you think that perhaps the CIA and others in the U.S. government faked terrorism?
I don't think they fake terrorism, but I think it's one of those things similar to having awareness of the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941. I don't know how you classify it, but if you know that something's happening and you allow it to happen because it creates a good narrative for you, it's not exactly that you did it or that you orchestrated it even, but there is some guilt associated with allowing these things to take place.
Well, I'm only asking because our glorious president, Donald Trump, has clearly identified that fake news is real and that MSNBC, CNN, and all the others just spam us with clickbait titles, which is all just a bunch of fluff. So I'm just wondering, and with the NDAA being at $1 trillion a year, is $1 trillion a year still needed to fight the war on terror?
As far as the expenditures that we have, if we were legitimately looking for terrorists with the intent of taking them off the playing field, I would support that. In fact, I would trade all the Social Security dollars. I would trade all of the Medicare dollars. I'd trade a lot of dollars to be able to do that. The problem that I see is that we can know that these guys are in play. What's up with when we hear that the CIA is tracking a terrorist cell, and then we're listening because we're looking at why not just we spot them, we take them out. I think we need a much more zero tolerance policy on this stuff. Like if we could identify them and we know then just remove them from the field of battle.
Well, let me ask a follow-up. If we were to slash the NDAA by 300 billion a year and bring that annual expenditure down to a mere 700 billion a year, and we were to look at the priorities in the military in terms of lethal force that are used to defend the freedom and the security of this country, would you imagine that $300 billion worth of a jobs program, as they usually call it in a lot of federal agencies, when you ask questions, they say, oh, that's a jobs program. So I'm just wondering, do you think that possibly at $1 trillion a year, we can't identify $300 billion worth of a jobs program that is used to defend the security and freedom of this country?
Let me answer that for a second. Do you know, when I found out that the Iranian nuclear strike was in the process for over 20 years, they were devising how they were going to do something that couldn't be done. Do you know how much money that costs? And do you know how you have to set aside money to do it? And that's just one project. Who knows what they have going? That costs money. You could throw around, you could say 200 billion to go for jobs. You could say that. But this is an expensive planet we live on. And terrorism is an expensive fight that must be fought. And I'm sure glad they spent 20 years, I don't know how many billions, to knock out Iranians' nuclear weapons. So, you throw money, you could spit out any amount you want. You gotta itemize, look, I'm from the old accounting school, show me the income, show me the expenses, show me. You just can't throw out a $200 billion job program. And who's gonna be against a $200 billion job program? But if that $200 billion job program costs millions of lives because we didn't think right, no, it's not worth it.
Just a real quick question. There's an actor that your voice reminds me of. Who is that actor? Because it's just, I can't figure it out.
Christopher Walken.
Not at all. Jules, please.
Well, I have a New York accent.
Ray Romano.
No, it's not Ray Romano.
Tamak, I hate to interrupt. I gotta ask Jules a question because he's a former IRS, I believe, International Revenue Officer. Jules, why don't you explain to the wonderful people in this room what it was like as an IRS officer, and what was it like just filling out a simple sheet to figure out whether you could take a plane or had to take a car?
Well, when I went overseas, I couldn't take a car. So I don't know what your question is.
I'm just making a joke about determining whether it's more affordable to fly by car or by plane because they make it so complicated as an employee at the IRS. It's it's a waste of everybody's time. That's part of the jobs program I'm talking about. I'm just saying, Jules, you worked at the IRS and the annual budget there is $60 billion a year. They bring in $5 trillion a year. That's a 0.08 ROI or a 0.86 ROI. Does the Treasury even spend too much money doing what they do, Jules? Is there no automation, no optimization? Is there no cost savings possible?
I think there are cost savings, but you can't. You don't know you're talking about the military. You don't know what is being spent. Like were you surprised to hear the 20 years in the making? What was that Iranian nuclear bomb program? I was surprised as hell. I didn't have that crap in the IRS. I had to fill out travel vouchers when I traveled. I wasn't allowed to, and people looked it over and said, what the hell, what the hell's that? Can I tell you a funny story about that? Real quick.
I got it.
Real quick.
No, Alan Arkin. Alan, a lot of other people don't know this. Alan Arkin.
Wow, I don't know. He had a lot of different voices.
Alan Arkin, I'm Gary Glenross. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, maybe I sound like him. I'm not. My throat's a little raspy. But here's a funny story on travel vouchers. They were very strict on travel vouchers. So one of my friends went to London. I think he was with me that time, and he comes back, he fills out his travel voucher. The manager says, look at this, look at this travel voucher. I can't approve of this. For example, you have a hat. What's this? You put a hat? You bought a hat. So he said, yeah, I was walking in the streets in London. There was a heavy wind, blew my hat. It went under a bus and destroyed the hat. So he goes, I'm not accepting this travel voucher. Do it over. I will not accept it. So he does it over, gives him the travel voucher. It's the same exact amount, but no hat. So the manager goes, how could it be the same amount? Where's the hat? He goes, you find it. Sure, we thought that was pretty.
Well, I mean, do you have any criticism of the IRS, any whistleblower statements about egregious spending or activity against citizens of this country?
Nobody was out to get citizens. Look, no one was out to get citizens. As a matter of fact, the first year or so, I was in office audit, where you get people making $7,000 back then, and their household expenses was $15,000. So, you know, I had leniency on them. I had leniency on people who were driving cabs and didn't report all their tips like, you know, people don't do. But my leniency changed as I grew up, I went up the line, and for most of my career, I was an international examiner in the financial service area, where big dollars were spent.
Imperial Hubbers, I mean, I know Michael
dollars
Scheuer.
and tax schemes
I've been reading that non-intervention too for a long time.
concocted. You know, and that's where I really enjoyed my job. We're not out to, the IRS wasn't out to get the little person. The IRS was to make sure that the laws that the rich people made was followed, and usually it wasn't.
Okay, so I want to jump in real quick. The reason you were asked that was tying it back to the title. John is just bringing up the point that sometimes the U.S. does things that we spend money and don't solve problems as they pertain to terrorism. In fact, he's alluding to the possibility that maybe we might even like some of the terrorism that takes place because it creates a need for budgets to be spent and a jobs program, quote unquote. So let's get back to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism?
Well, you're talking about the military-industrial complex.
Well, yeah. Well, that's one thing. I want to just holistically think about how can we solve this problem. Can we agree that we have a terrorism problem globally?
Yes.
So what are we gonna do to fucking solve it? I have some ideas.
I think that.
But I feel.
Are you just saying?
Hold on. If I share my thought, you guys will think I'm crazy. I might even get clipped. So I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, save it to the end.
I think that, so, speak on this, particularly of issues with the option B, which is online Muslim immigration. The reason I say that is because of the fact that it disassociates us with countries that are majority Muslim and could be our greatest chances of ending Islamic terrorism.
Moderators, put me in the queue, please.
Okay, you're in the queue. You're right behind the next person that might want to speak. Okay, let's go.
Jules, were you going to say something?
Well, since somebody's speaking, you can't do it on the cheap. That's number one. You can't. Terrorism is something, they want you to spend a lot of money to fight them. It's like whack-a-mole. They're popping up all over the place. So, Roger, you can't do it on the cheap.
What about this? Here's a thought. I'm going to throw a fucking thought at you, okay? Okay? You ready? We give, instead of the $1 trillion that we spend half that giving it to Israel, okay? And again, you know how I feel about foreign aid, so bear with me on this thought. We give the money to Israel. We tell them to gather all the intel, and then they're going to train the troops. We're going to build an army, and the army is going to be built off of the people that we detain that have entered this country illegally. And then what we do is we tell them, look, we're going to ship you over to Iran. You're going to do a land war to go ahead and defeat the IRGC, and once the victory is completed, you will have U.S. citizenship. What do you guys think?
No good.
Oh, man, you hate Mexicans that much?
Wait, who gets the citizenship?
The Mexicans get the citizenship. We detain all of the illegal aliens, and then we put them aboard a Navy ship. We train them for war. We send them over to Iran, and Israel will do all the intelligence gathering, the war planning, and then the troops on the ground will be would-be U.S. citizens that'll go and fight the war. They'll be from places like Panama and Nicaragua and Mexico and places like that.
Well, I think you're describing the Bay of Pigs invasion almost to the T.
Yeah, but this is the Bay of the other pigs.
It's like send some pigs to the other pigs' bay, like transatlantic pig sending.
Our big problem is fighting terrorism. Number one, isn't cheap. And number two, maybe even more important, it is not so constitutional, if you know what I mean. We have to break some eggs, to make the omelet. And that's probably a bigger problem than the money. We could think of it.
Especially with the cost of eggs these days, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right. It goes up all the time, yes.
Can I just say
So we
that
got a big problem.
borrowing and spending more to fight terrorism with the ridiculous hope to think that you can actually end it would be the dumbest thing we as Americans can do. If we don't reprioritize our current spend and drastically cut spending, we won't kill two birds with one stone. And we have to start taking a multi-approach action to solve the fiscal crisis and ending the security crisis, which is always an illusion. There is an illusion of security. And spending more money and borrowing more money does not bring you the security that you think it does.
You not only brought up a great point, you linked the two, and they are linked. You're right. We are so much in the hole financially that we can't prioritize our spending.
Do you think it would help if we just educated the world? Because most of these terrorist groups are Islamic fundamentalists, right? What if we just did dropped leaflets and educated the population of all these Muslim countries that the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile? Do you think that might help?
No. Nope.
I think that might help with our prisons, basically, because who get attracted to Islam if we just, if they found out that Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old, that might make them reconsider.
They have kindergarten classes that talk about killing Americans and killing Jews and killing other religions. You got to stop that culture. You gotta allow for Islam to exist, but not the extreme Islam. If we take any extreme culture, which preaches they're the correct, only their culture should exist. It's not, we're going to have conflict and war. I don't know if we can do this, but we have to stop the extreme culture. How do you go into other countries and make it illegal to teach hate of other religions, women, or whatever? You can't.
Wait, hold on. But hold on. You got to slow it down. Before they write the textbooks of killing people, they bought into this idea that the perfect man was this guy that married a 6-year-old and fucked a 9-year-old. I think what we have to do is we have to say, look, pedophilia bad, and ergo Prophet Muhammad bad, ergo Islam bad. And again, no disrespect intended to any of the people that had been, subjected to this cult. I have a lot of empathy for you if you happen to be a cult member. We can deprogram you once we end Islam.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't think.
Wait, let's hear from Frank. Frank, I don't think has had a chance to speak. He has a pink ticket. Frank, go ahead. Hit me with all the wisdom you got.
Yeah, thank you. I think as long as the world demands terrorists, So when the demand is there, supply will be created. Doesn't matter how you behave. So the root problem is
This is
how
called
do we stop
Clubhouse.
the world to demand
This
for
is how can we end
business?
terrorism?
That is the question.
Well, okay. I know this is going to sound extreme, especially from somebody that doesn't like initiating force on nonviolent people, but wouldn't it be easier if we just kind of said, hey, if you're living in a place that's really sandy and you worship a prophet that fucks kids, like, what if we just glassed the whole fucking thing? What if we just said, you know what? Fuck the norms. We're just going to pack up the bombers, move the subs, and just fucking nuke the shit out of the entire fucking region. I'm not saying I'm advocating for that. That sounds genocidal. I'm just throwing it out there as a thought experiment. That covers my ass from getting clipped. Go ahead.
I'll take that religion.
Okay, but do you believe that a religion that tells you to go to a land because God promised you 2,000 years ago is also like...
Oh, if you're talking... well, hold on. Are you talking about the Jews?
Like, you know, like extremism, like Christian extremism, and like
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I gotta... Phoenix, I hear where your question is coming from. Let me just say this. I think that when you like have a derivative interpretation of other text. For example, this idea that Abrahamic religions. Let me get this one point across to you guys. And no offense to my Christian
Congressman John Kitover
or
of the
even
16th District of
members
Illinois.
that are part of Islam. I want to just make the Bible, right, outside of the first 5 books that make up the Torah, you have created fan fiction.
Section 1 of the United States Constitution, read by
not exactly
candidate Congressman John Kitover.
It's just kind of
No
like say, hey,
state
that's a cool
enter
idea. That's
into any treaty,
organized people. Let's write our own book. And then you guys just started adding
arming
expanded
and disciplining
universe for Star
Article
Wars. It's just
2,
you know, yeah, you can make money off of it, but you're not
United
making it art.
States 5. Each house
well, I mean, it's
shall
like
be
if
the
someone
judge.
from Brooklyn, and
Fine.
is traveling there and then going and taking someone else's home because if he don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it because it is mentioned in his book that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. What about that?
Well, yeah, no, Phoenix, you're bringing up a good point here because, look, who the fuck are we to argue with God? Like you said yourself, God promised it to a chosen group of people, and you know who that chosen group of people is not? These fucking phony-ass motherfuckers that came up with the name Palestinians. What the fuck is a Palestinian? It's like, it's Palestine is like Narnia. It does not exist. You would agree with that, right, Phoenix?
No, it seems like what you said about that, like they say, they say.
Phoenix, home. And so if that's the logic, then as an East African, because I'm Ethiopian, I would appreciate all you Arabs and Berbers to leave North Africa, because you weren't there either first. So leave Africa.
Dude,
Yeah, so I don't think that Arabs are in Africa because God
Phoenix,
like 2,000
no, Phoenix, hold on, Phoenix, hold on. I want you to respond to what the woman just said. I know that the delicate sounds of a woman's voice is probably something that you're not used to hearing, but I want
that's a stereotype, like
yeah, I know, but I want you to respond to what she said. Without going on your own little soapbox, can you respond to what she said? Because what I thought, I heard her say something brilliant. We call that in America a mic drop.
Yeah, I was responding while you interrupted me. Like, can you control yourself so I can respond to her? So yeah, she mentioned that Arabs are in Africa, and I don't think that is motivated because God promised them Africa 2,000 years ago.
It doesn't matter the motivation. Why are you in North Africa? I need you to leave. I need all you Berbers, Amaziz, whatever. You're not African. You shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, so
that
applies to.
Lebanon, Syria,
Does that apply to like Native Americans?
I think it doesn't apply to anybody, Phoenix. It doesn't apply to anybody. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't apply to
A
anybody.
lot of people watching the live stream. Amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't
This is
apply
called
to
Clown
anybody,
House,
but
aka
if
Clubhouse.
religion teaches
Subscribe
that
now.
it's going to apply
Thanks for
to
joining me on this
2000
YouTube
years
live
ago,
stream.
isn't that
There's only
like
6 people here. What the fuck? I thought it's.
Marxism and, like religious kind
The
of
religion doesn't
extremism?
teach that. The religion doesn't teach that. Okay,
So you go to a certain place and
Who's
consider
smoking
like
hot?
Jerusalem to be the kind of holy city, but
She's
it's a
smoking
religious
hot.
thing, right?
It's a cultural thing, but certainly the religion doesn't teach that they should obtain Israel by force or something like that.
Yeah, I think that even Palestinians are cultural about their land, and there are Palestinians who are atheists. There's Palestinians who are Christians. There are Palestinians who are
that is
Hold on one second, Jason. Let two rules of the road here. We're gonna let people finish what they're saying. Try to make 1 point, maybe 2 at the most, and then once you're done, then somebody will respond. I think this will work better if we let people say what they have to say, even if we disagree with them. Phoenix is probably going to have opinions that are less popular with this stage, but even more reason to give him space and give him grace, and then we can respond to him in whichever way we see fit. Just don't interrupt. The interrupting is the problem.
Yeah, relax, chill. Don't like freak out.
So Phoenix, you were in the middle of saying something. I think Roger wanted you to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, Phoenix, I was saying all of that to say, please finish uninterrupted. Jason, you heathen.
So the criticism is that there is a certain religious stuff going on with Muslims not being able to like there is the bad intentions towards the others, right? And that yeah, I agree with you that you should not actually, people should not mix politics with religion, right? But the thing is that there is a man that went into, the Middle East, he's from Brooklyn, and he went there because a religious text told him that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. Is something that motivated by religious kind of, wit reading.
Sure, that's motivated by religion. And I think 2 wrongs don't make a right, so maybe we could discuss whether this guy...
But Jason, three rights make a left, though.
So we could discuss whether this guy did a wrong by going there. I don't think he did. But it wouldn't change the fact that when you look at various communities all over the world, there are some sub-communities of Islam that have a real hard time following the law in their chosen countries. Okay? Not all of them. In fact, many of them are quite law-abiding. You see earlier waves of immigration in France, for example, were quite successful. But we do see in various parts of the world some very troubling stuff in connection with the Islamic society. And sometimes in their own countries too, Islamic people have a lot of trouble with extremism. The greatest victims of Islamic terror are Muslim people in Muslim countries. So I don't know that we could say all we want about this guy from Brooklyn, but it doesn't change the fact that there is legit criticism and legitimate concern regarding Islam. We can also talk about this guy from Brooklyn, but one of these is not going to pay for or solve the problem of the other.
I totally agree, but
To be honest, this is just a fake conversation and argument because they don't want a two-state solution. They want a one-state solution, so it doesn't even matter. These are
Just here for the comments. I don't know your number. Did you text me?
Can I think terrorism as a whole is one of the worst things our nation has had to deal with in the last 40 years.
Is that Rich? Yeah, it's Rich.
I'd like to mention this too. Regarding of immigration,
You want
immigration has been
the link
throughout the
to the
world
Clown House?
good
It's in the muff.
for the economic of the whole world. Therefore, I don't think you have a right to say Arabs into Africa because
It's good. It's good for Africa. So Africans have to share the land and deal with y'all, but no one else should.
Y'all done. MG, we're all from Africa. My ancestors.
Oh, you want me to add you to the group
My
chat?
people.
That's not the point. The point is
70,000 years ago.
Continuous conversation. They want a one-state solution. That's the whole point. They want a one-state solution. They're not interested in having an honest conversation and finding a solution. Because, because of Islam. They just want they want a caliphate.
Well, some Muslims don't. Okay, I don't think that Saudi Arabia wants a caliphate.
They don't already have a caliphate?
A lot of these countries do not want a caliphate. They want some variation of constitutional monarchy or democratic republic or various other things.
Actually,
so
yeah. Actually, Islamism was created as something to stop what was called Arabic nationalism, which was a little bit communist and socialist in its nature, right? And it was there was this struggle between communism and capitalism, which is that's why is someone here masturbating?
Yeah, Johnny Boy, mute your mic or get kicked from the stage.
My bad, dude. My bad. I was eating nachos. Sorry.
Nacho cheese!
My bad, guys. I'm sorry. I've got you now. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I feel like this is a good segue, Phoenix, because I don't want you to center yourself, but Phoenix, in 3 sentences or less, tell us how you would end terrorism.
Good question, John.
So I think that we end privilege kind of mentality and a certain status quo that make a certain people privileged and a certain people not privileged, and there's this kind of equal rights for everyone, and the well-being of everyone is be considered, not just a small minority to have well-being as a priority, and other people are going to have well-being as secondary. That's a good start.
Are you talking about America or in Islamic countries like in Syria?
No, I'm talking about capitalism and capitalistic materialism and that.
So you're talking about America? I'm talking about America.
No, about the worldwide. So Islamic countries are capitalist also.
Oh, they are. They are. Okay. All right. Got me.
Yeah, I think socialism is really good. So.
Hold on. Let me clear my ears out. Did you say, I just want to make sure I wasn't in the Matrix, did you say that I think socialism is really good?
Yeah, I think socialism, equal rights for everyone, there is no privilege, kind of,
The hell you say? Hold on. Listen. You're free to practice whatever fucking religion or be in whatever cult. But when you come into my space, you son of a bitch, talking about socialism if it's a good thing. Good for who? Good for who? The people that you've stolen from? Huh?
No, it's good for the world that all people have well-being, to be taking consideration of the well-being of everyone, not just to exploit others just for.
Wait, hold on. Let me explain something. You shut up, you son of a bitch. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
You control your
No, you shut your mouth. You shut your fucking stinking goat fucking mouth. You shut your fucking socialist mouth, you commie. Shut your fucking mouth. Listen to me. I like what Friedrich Hayek says about socialists. If socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. Carry on.
Well, Phoenix, you're quite a contrarian, aren't you? You work in a bookshop in Mecca, and you are a confirmed LGBTQ. So I'm just wondering, how do you?
Wait, he lives or works in Mecca?
Yeah, he works in a bookshop and he's gay. He's a gay man living in Mecca.
I think we should wait till an Islamic holiday and all the Muslims are in Mecca doing that little fucking weird thing where they're like in a slow motion fucking punk rock pit. And I think what we should do is we should drop the mother of all bombs on Mecca. What do you guys say?
Oh, okay, that's what I call terrorism then.
Too soon? Too soon?
Yeah,
I mean,
remember one of the objections to the mosque being built at Ground Zero was saying that, that Muslims can build a mosque near Ground Zero when we can build a synagogue in Mecca.
great point. And why? And
You hate by speaking like that. I don't know why you're doing that. Every action has a reaction, but you're creating hate. I don't know why.
well, why don't you think it's okay that Ben Gvir can't pray in Jerusalem wherever he wants? Why do Muslims in Jerusalem get special treatment? Why can't Jews pray where Muslims pray?
I don't mind, personally.
Yeah, you don't mind.
Just bring attention to the fucking poll. Hold on. Hey, everyone stop. Everyone mute yourself. Listen, there's a poll up above. It's not a trick question. Somehow some people are getting it wrong, but how many zeros are in 37 trillion? Well, let John Kitover talk to you about what the 37 trillion might represent.
Listen, the IRS that Jules and I used to work for brings in $5 trillion a year. We spend $7 trillion. In 2050, if you ask Grok, at $50 trillion in debt at 2050, we will be paying $4 trillion a year on the national interest, which is about an 8% APY. Your Congress, your senators have had back cards, and they keep borrowing on your behalf. And what are you getting for it? You're getting shitty medical service. You're getting immigrants pouring in through the gaps. Your children's future has been mortgaged. We have the biggest mortgage on the biggest clown house you've ever heard, and we're spending $1 trillion a year in national interest. And when I ask people on Clown House, what is 100 times 1,000, they can't even do that simple mathematical equation. Even though.
Hold on, let's put this to the test. Phoenix, what's 100 times 1,000?
100,000. Well, this has.
Man, wow, the phone a friend was powerful.
Okay, wait, Phoenix. Phoenix, what is 900 times 1,000?
Okay, so I missed the mathematics class. I think mathematics is boring. Poetry is better.
Got it. So, as we have proven again that Clown House is actually an ESL training app, and you're all just wasting your time centering Phoenix.
And Phoenix wants to divvy up the money when he can't
I
count
love
to begin with.
Congressman. I think he's a decent person.
Hey, Phoenix, I got a question for you. How many zeros are in 37 trillion?
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's in the title. I gave you that one. But how many is it?
I don't know because I believe in socialism.
Wait, you don't know? That makes sense. You believe in socialism, so you can't do math. Perfect.
No, I don't think that there should be trillionaires.
No, Mojo, he just likes being social. That's what he thinks socialism.
No, I don't.
Hold on, Phoenix. No, hold on. Jesus Christ, if the first time I tell you to fucking hold up, if you just muted yourself, mute you goddamn mic, I wouldn't have to repeat myself. I just want to say that on the bright side of this poll, nobody believes that there's only 10 zeros in 37 trillion. So there is that. Nobody selected 10.
Mojo, can I ask another very simple but yet important question?
I hope you do.
If we wanted to take the national debt from $37 trillion to $30 trillion in 2 years, can anyone explain that simple math to me?
It's not that simple because the answer would be 3.5 trillion per year plus interest. And if you're trying to calculate the interest on that, the interest on the 37 trillion is about a trillion a year. So in over 2 years, if you wanted to pay it down, you would be closer to 4.5 trillion per year in order to pay it down 7 trillion. Thank you.
So let me ask one more question for anybody in the room. If we were to double the tax rate in America and take us from an average of, say, 40% to 80%, how much would we collect in income tax? Thank you.
Not enough.
Amazing.
Not enough. Not
Well,
enough.
if we take in 5 trillion and we double the tax rate collection to twofold, that would be how much? 10 trillion a year.
Yeah, but are you saying that's
You're going to cut the operating cost, and then you're going to have the expectation that the top 5% are willing to take that and not park their money overseas or leave the U.S. in full.
Brad's right. Hey, good. Brad's in the room. He's right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I heard that U.S. national debt, the reason it exists because there's a demand out there, a lot of money out there that they like to park the money to the secure place. Therefore, the U.S. created bonds and debt in order to sell those bonds for the people to invest on the secure haven. That's the reason that exists.
I'm just saying, if we were to raise the tax rate to 10 trillion, but yet we still spent 7 trillion, and we only netted 3 trillion, and we were to take that off the deficit, off the total, we would still be at 34 trillion. So what I'm trying to point out is that short-term, long-term, we're already at a critical level of debt. And if we can't cut Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, national defense, if we don't stop borrowing and spending, we are all a bunch of what?
You're right. You're right.
Broke hope.
Tax increases in tax is not going to cut the deficit. Just remember that. He only pays the interest. By the way, since we're talking about this, that fucking Powell should lower the interest rate. He's playing politics, and you know he's hurting every one of us in this room right now. He's killing us, and Trump is right, and I hope Trump fights his ass.
Well, home inventory is through the roof. There's more sellers now than ever before, but there's no buyers because nobody wants to pay triple what they were paying in 2021. You'd be a sucker to get a mortgage at 6-7% based on how other people bought their homes at 2%, 2.5%.
Well, I think when the world became more safe place to invest elsewhere than U.S., that's the time the interest rate would go low. When the interest rate goes low, then people they will sell the bonds and invest somewhere else. But until that demand is there is the reason the interest rate will stay high because people they are interested to purchase those bonds.
Well, I hate to ask maybe a controversial question, but how much did the United States spend on the COVID-19 response since 2020?
The question should be, why did the United States spend the money and not make China spend the money? That's the question.
Well, another question to ask would be, why did the U.S. pay for gain-of-function research in a lab in Wuhan, China, to create a virus in the first place?
And since we're asking the question, why is Fauci walking around a free man? Great question, Mark.
He wasn't prosecuting it.
I got a film coming out October 19th. It's called Last Dragon, and if you answer the $1 trillion question, Mojo will have you come to wherever he's at and party at the theater, and Mojo can tell you more about that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm waiting for the details on the specifics for which theater it's going to be in. I'm guessing it'll be the big AMC in downtown Seattle. But on the premiere dates, I will make sure that we have all the film enthusiasts out there, and we are going to be selling merchandise. We're hoping that we can get the Last Dragon himself, Timok, to come and sign autographs.
Mojo, you don't need to sell anything. It just party and have a good time, and don't invite any losers. Well, invite everybody. Invite everybody. October 19th, The Last Dragon re-releases into AMC theaters. Get your tickets. Get the reminder on the app, and then.
Do you think we could have a show enough costume party there? You think that would be fun?
But they did, if you go to my Instagram, you'll see. Well, and forget about all that. They have Southern University to the marching band playing the Glow. All these huge band, like the 100 musicians playing the Glow, right? The Glow. And I thought of having 50 show-nuffs show up in the marching, and when they do it again, What do you think of that?
I love that. By the way, that's a great idea. I want to see that video because there is a junior high school that typically wins the top band throughout the state. That's not too far from where I live, and I can go and talk to the music teacher there.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. You'll see.
Yeah.
YouTube. If you put the Last Dragon Glow marching band, yeah, I'm gonna just send it to you.
This is amazing. It's amazing. Welcome, El Normo.
Good evening.
Norm, off the top of your head, how many zeros in 37 trillion?
I'm going to say 12.
That's a good guess, my friend. You're better than some of the people here that are answering this question.
Is it true? Am I right?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's exactly 12.
There you go.
That's the SAT test.
Especially man,
I put it in the chat right there if you want to take a look at the marching band playing this one. I don't have them in the streets yet. They're in the scans right now.
I love it. Has anybody here not seen The Last Dragon? Anybody? Any Luddites here that just didn't see this? By the way, Timok, I was looking at films that you, in 1985 when it was released, that Last Dragon outperformed in terms of domestic box office. It wasn't quite up there with like Beverly Hills Cop or whatever. What was the other one that came out?
Maybe I did tell you. They didn't promote the film because they had this whole thing about, it's more of a black thing, and it was diverse, but they weren't promoting across the country, so it went to number 2 in the country and dropped out.
Well, I would highly encourage people, even without the promotion, go look at how it did in comparison to some of the movies that you've grown up on that you love and think of as classics. It actually did perform pretty well. I think it was like 27, 31, for the year. I mean, there's a lot of films that you did more money.
32 or 33 million at that time, and it was a $10 million or $12 million budget at that time. And they skipped somebody. The producers stole some money.
And you have to imagine that when it got to video, the secondary market, it did very well, because I know that's where I was consuming it regularly.
It's amazing. Enough about me. Back to the boring conversation.
I saw the adult version of it. I don't know if I saw the original.
Can I just ask another important question to the room? Who here believes that the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective? And if so, why do we keep hearing stories about myocarditis, heart attacks, as well as turbo cancers?
Are you suggesting, John, that the cure was worse than the disease?
Yes. Was the vaccine worse than the virus itself? Was our emergency coordinated response from the Pentagon, known as Operation Warp Speed, which pumped in hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars in funding, were we our own worst enemy in this particular situation? Anyone?
Yes, we were. We didn't follow the science. We panicked. I remember standing 4 feet in back of somebody in a store, and I got yelled at for not standing 5 feet with my mask on like an idiot. You're right. By the way, because we handle this so poorly, as you said, Congressman, we can expect something in the future that the banking
I
will
hear
be
ya.
handled just as poorly.
I don't know if I got
You know
the
what I mean?
anthrax vaccine. I'm
That's
pretty
what
sure they
scares
vaccinated the army
But why do you think that they
in
did this,
Georgia.
Edmund?
I'm sorry, what was your question, Ann?
Why do you think they did this?
Well, I saw a document from the Bush administration that this plandemic, scamdemic was always in the works because prior to the innovation of big tech platforms, there was this thing called Big Pharma. And guess where all your taxpayer dollars have been going for the past 30 years? To Big Pharma and big health insurance companies. So, what I'm saying is, this most definitely was one of those conspiracy theories that wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was your government and the Pentagon and Pfizer and Moderna and J&J and Bill Gates and the media orchestrating one giant group think of stupidity. And then people went to their local fire department community center and got vaccinated as if it was free candy for a baby.
And you're expressing that.
Yeah, when my mom told me that she decided to go get this free shot, I'm like, how stupid could you be that you're going to get a government administered shot? None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the Federal Reserve and our ability to borrow. The first act is called the HEROES Act in March of 2020. Go look at the congressional record and look how the spending's associated with ramping up production, creating a $100 billion corporation out of thin air to make this vaccine. Do you know how many Indian manufacturers came out of the woodworks and manufactured this patented vaccine? This is a multi-year project. There's a lot of information in this, but this vaccine has caused turbo cancers and myocarditis. Doctors are speaking out. It's all on X, but you'll never hear it actually put into the spoken word on MSNBC. Will make Rachel Maddow screams about Trump and Pritzker screams about redistricting in Texas. This is all just swept conveniently under the rug. There will be no repercussions. Pfizer's been given immunity, and Senator Kennedy recently pulled funding for mRNA. So there's, it's a war against a multi-trillion-dollar cartel, just in the same way that there's a banking cartel, there is a pharmaceutical cartel, and they want your taxpayer dollars. And they need your taxpayer dollars because they are offering you products that you would never buy and go and take out a loan to purchase unless your federal government decided on your behalf to give your future to a big pharma corporation for your health. Does this sound like healthcare to you?
Let me add insult to injury, Congressman. I was not in the pharmaceutical group, but they get tax breaks up the ass. On top, with all the money they're making and all the deals they have going, they get unbelievable tax breaks. So not only are they killing us, we're paying for them to kill us. That's how bad it is. You are right.
Do you think that we'll ever be able to seek justice for any of our family members that have
No, I have friends who are really sick and the doctors say it was from the shots. I have friends who died, and it was from the shots. We will never seek justice. No. How are we going to seek justice?
You can get justice in the social media court of justice. That's about it, and unfortunately, you can't hire a lawyer and get any compensation.
Right, there's no compensation. I have a friend who has so many things happen to her. She's in the midst of losing her eyesight now, skin diseases, everything, all from the shot. And every lawyer says we can't touch it.
You sure she doesn't have AIDS?
She doesn't have AIDS.
I didn't know it was a shot.
All the doctors say it's from the shots.
It absolutely amazes me that some people don't believe in the simple concept of cause and effect. So autism rates are through the roof. Through the roof. I wonder, are 59, 89 injections for a newborn baby necessary for a 3-year-old baby? It's insane what we're doing to ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves nonstop, and we're borrowing to do it. This is the sickest and the dumbest situation, I think, and nobody can see it. It's right there, right in front of you. It's called cause and effect.
I disagree.
Which part do you disagree?
Hold on a sec. He disagrees with cause and effect.
Well, I mean, it's like
I believe that the vaccine can be harmful. I believe that it can cause many of the things we're talking about. But I also think that it probably saved lives. It saved my life, even though I don't take anymore. I mean, I was an asthmatic. I got really bad cases of COVID, even with the vaccine. And well, I should say I got really bad cases. It attenuated the pathogen to a degree that I was able to survive it. So in some cases, it saved lives.
Okay, but the amount of people that lives were saved versus the adverse reaction. I mean, I know you're not Grok, Dr. Jordan, but let's call a spade a spade. This isn't a vitamin booster to help you. You're infecting people with spike proteins and causing genetic disorders in human bodies. Next thing you know, Zuckerberg and his wife open an anti-inflammation $100 billion nonprofit. They're connected, Dr. Jordan. We're poisoning ourselves. We're not protecting ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves.
Let me ask a question. Can everyone see the poll up above? Because I only have 6 people that
Dr.
have
Jordan went to jail.
responded to it. So if you guys need to refresh your the poll feature, you guys might need to refresh your app if you can't see it. But if you see it, go ahead and respond to one of those things, because we'd like to get some votes in here to figure out what you guys think. Was the vaccine worse? Was the disease worse? Are you unsure?
Mojo, because you got these beautiful women here on stage, you got to get some help to promote this right here.
Listen, sometimes I prefer a smaller room, especially when we got the lovely ladies here. We don't need a sausage party in here. We can share the room if you'd like, but it is ladies' night, so I will be modding all the pretty ladies. And if you're a lady and you don't get modded, maybe I don't think you're pretty.
I don't want to bust your odds, Roger, but what do you mean worse? Cost-wise, health-wise, future-wise,
Christ.
I know.
How many characters you want me to write in this fucking thing?
Well, okay. Well, you can explain it now. I mean, little kids didn't go to school for, 2 years? I mean, that fucked them up. I'll catch you in a little bit.
Is it a net, which was worse? Net, the vaccine or the disease?
Okay, you got me. I'll vote.
You mean you were holding up your vote because you were being pedantic? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I didn't see it up on top. Like you said, go look on top. Okay, there we go. Got my vote.
There we go. We got 14 votes. 15 votes. This room doesn't close until I get 1,000 votes. I'll keep this room going all week. I'll keep it going all week. Fuck it.
You said 1,000?
Yeah, 1,000. Yeah.
Bro, you do just 985 more votes.
Wow, Tony. John, do you want to ask me your question? We have a qualifying question for people here. John, do you want to ask him the basic qualifying question?
Yes, what is 500 times 1,000?
Oh my God.
500 times 1,000 is 500,000.
All right. He can stay. Man, you may be smarter than a 5th grader.
Mojo, could we vote twice like in real elections?
Only if you're dead.
Okay, that's good. When you came in, that was a quick answer. So quick, Mojo. You were so quick. I love this guy.
Dr. Jordan, there is something called a placebo effect there. So it could be that that was it.
Well, but in my own field, when I was infectious disease biologist, I understood we always use the model.
When you're eating, Dr. Jordan?
Sorry. We always use the model control erratic
prevent, control, eradicate, right? And then we use a medical model which is based on vaccinology. So we don't know that, like, if you don't vaccinate a population and you allow a pathogen to mutate, we could all be dead. So yes, there are negatives. There are certainly negatives, but I'm not so sure that we didn't end up saving saving all of civilization, because that's a little dramatic. But the point is that,
Well, that is a little dramatic considering the fact that I had COVID, and when I had COVID, I got some cold chills. I've had common colds that impacted me worse. Certainly bronchitis is worse. The flu knocks me out. I'm not saying that people might not have been impacted in a more severe way than I was, but I have to tell you, I think it was oversold. When I got it, I was freaking the fuck out. I was like ordering ivermectin. I was like, man, this, and the cold chills, that's all that hit me.
I'll respond when I'm done eating the bacon.
What do you have, Dr. Jordan? You don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm on that same road we were on, Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah.
But I'm having an organic Southwest style chicken wrap from Trader Joe's. If you had one, I eat one of those every fucking day.
Yeah, I do. I guess that's
You're gonna have to back channel me that, because I'm glad you're not eating at the place we went to, because I would feel a little weird about that. I feel like you're cheating.
No, I'm in my car because I gotta go to an event.
He's in my car. I used to go to Trader Joe's in Hollywood right there off of Vine to get that sandwich home for break from school and shit.
Hey Tony, remember when we used to argue about stupid shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You answered a math question. Now you're part of the in crowd.
I'm pretty smart.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but you're part of the in crowd now.
Let me read to the room what I wrote to Grok, and I added A.G. Huff. Many of you know him from this app, and Augustus, because he was a whistleblower who clearly showed that Peter Strzok and Fauci were funding Wuhan. He wrote a book about it. But this is what I asked Grok. Hey Grok, so you are 100% sure that the COVID-19 vaccines are and were safe and effective? Please explain why turbo cancers have been associated with the vaccines, but why you don't believe there's a connection. Grok wrote back, I'm not 100% sure of anything in science, but evidence from the CDC, FDA, and study shows COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective, reducing severe illness. 33% VE against ED visits in 2025. Turbo cancer is a myth. Claims stem from misinformation, anecdotal reports, and observational data like a Japanese study showing 2022 mortality rises, but it doesn't prove causation. Factors like pandemic delays and screening explain increases. No rigorous evidence links vaccines to cancer in any way whatsoever. Then, PhD Dr. Andrew Huff wrote, Grok, that is false. Have you analyzed the DMED data, which clearly showed a dramatic increase in neoplasms among mRNA vaccinated members of the military? Grok wrote back, the DMED data initially appeared to show spikes in neoplasms and other conditions in 2021, but this was due to underreported baselines for 2016 to 2020 from a database error. Official DoD corrections confirm no vaccine-related increase. Rates remain stable or decline. Claims of dramatic rises are based on uncorrected, flawed data. Andrew Huff wrote back, awesome question. For the record, I am in your camp, it seems, on this issue. So, to me, you can just go off of this artificial data. It's like Chicago, the mayor releasing the crime statistics, or the FBI and the MSNBC releasing crime statistics. Crime is down, down, down. Really? And you think vaccine cancers and myocarditis are non-existent or less than 1 in 100,000? Give me a break. Grow the fuck up.
He just choked on his chicken sandwich.
I have a question for the group. I just heard not too long ago the term long COVID. Anybody hear of it? Is it true, or anybody know anything about it? Long COVID.
Yes, it's true.
T-Mac, you said you first. What? Talk to me.
Yeah, it's pronounced time up. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think there are people that have had that long COVID.
yeah, anytime your immune system is compromised, you're not firing, it's not, you're not firing, your body's not being fired, minerals, these kind of things, when you're healthy, you deal with fatigue. And I think that's one of the symptoms of long COVID is fatigue.
So is that caused by COVID?
That's what some people are saying that. I mean, I'm not a doctor. Some people are saying that. I'm sure not John can read you about all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, hi MG. Hi everybody. How are you guys? Wow, not great. Guys, I went to, oh wait, someone's calling me, hold on.
So let me ask a follow-up question to this very dramatic vaccine conversation. Who here would go to Walgreens right now and get another COVID-19 vaccine injection to protect them from future variants of the COVID-19 virus?
I would not.
What else?
When I was working on film sets, the thing was they said we had to have the shots. You know what I did? I made my own pass. I was not getting a shot.
You may have committed a felony, young man. You should be careful. The CDC police are going to send a secret squad to your house and have you arrested and vaccinated.
I might have, but luckily this girl talked to me. She said, "Don't do it. Check her inbox." I was like, "Oh shit, I can go to work now." Yeah, I don't like taking shots. Definitely putting shit in my body that I don't know what the outcome might be. I'm good.
Who here thinks that getting an annual flu shot is also a great idea?
Nobody.
I don't know.
I get it. But I was gonna say that the people who are worried about putting things in their body are probably also not very healthy. They have no idea what they're putting in their body.
I do eat a lot of fruit and water and no pork. I try to eat healthy a lot of times.
I've never had a flu shot.
Are you eating organic? Are you eating fruit labeled organic, or what are you eating?
I won't go that far. But I don't get sick because of the way I eat. But to me, you was about to say what again?
Yeah, but you don't know you don't know how much in terms of glycophosphates that you're consuming. So I'm just making.
No, I know you. I hear you. 100%.
Wait, can I ask a follow-up question? Who here thinks that getting a measles vaccine a shot this year is important?
These are good questions, Congressman John. Maybe Mojo wants to do a poll later and some of those questions.
It's a good question because measles resurfaced in America. I had measles when I was young, so I'm not getting any shot.
I only got one shot that I was in control of. I mean, that was not in control of, and that was the one with the chicken pox growing up.
You don't get measles boosters throughout life, so
Right.
Okay, I got another follow-up question on another exciting vaccine option for you. Who here thinks that getting a Hep C vaccine injection this year might be a great idea?
No, that's something different.
I'm not hep to it.
Yeah, but John, the issue is, you're bringing up all these things, and which are valid, but you have to give them an option. What's the option to not do other things? I don't take any of these vaccines, and so what's the kind of options that you're giving?
Well, I think Dr. Jordan's belches there might be indicative that I'm wondering here if anybody is interested in getting the government to pay for your Ozempic injections this year.
Well, here's the interesting thing, though, right? Like, excuse me for the belching.
It's
The
belching vaccination, by the way.
I mean, when we talk about these pathogens make it sound people make it sound like, you know, parasites, bacteria, viruses are all like these closely related things. The diversity among the pathogens are far greater than vertebrate species, right? So like the notion of the notion of immunizing people against these pathogens depends on the platform, the type of pathogen. It's so complicated. It's like comparing. It's the difference between comparing like cars and boats to a Mercedes and a BMW. I mean, the degree of diversity is so rich that combating it with these vaccines, you can't compare one vaccine to the next. Is what I'm trying to get at. I need to focus on driving here. Roger knows that.
No, that's a really that's a really good point. But I'll just say this: I took the shingles shot. If anybody ever seen anybody with shingles, you're gonna take the fucking shot. Let me tell you, that is wicked.
I'm gonna tell you this. Ever since I went to LA, I've not took too many shots. I turned to one of you guys drinking fresh juice and acai bowls and shit like that, and working out 5 days out the week. So it's like I don't even do shots no more.
Yeah, but again, you could be the most physically fit person in the world. It's like suggesting that you're the most physically fit person in the world, but you carry it. You are a carrier of a chronic disease gene, right? And no matter how healthy you are, you may express that you may end up getting that disease, right? Because you carry it. So look at an infectious disease in the same way.
I get you.
It's interesting when doctors tell people with things like fourth stage cancer that they only have 6 months to live. They die pretty quickly. And when they fight that, they don't die quickly if they go about it they have to find other ways to heal themselves. But it's just interesting the power that a doctor has.
Oh, psychology. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
Yeah, and it's not just belief. This is the facts. The power of people. I'm into meditation, and there's this proof on doing certain meditations on how it keeps the immune system high. So there's that.
But each immune system is within its limitations. You have certain genes for that. Would you agree with that?
I'm not a scientist. I know some scientists that would be able to answer that fully. I'd highly recommend some of you guys that are interested in health this way to read Dr. Joe Dispenza's book called "You Are the Placebo."
I'm gonna definitely look into it. I can tell you this: ever since I came back to Houston, I'm always been on the urge of eating chicken wings in the strip club. I'm almost going backwards. Let me go back forward.
Chicken wings in a strip club. That sounds like a good time.
If I may, I'd like
Mojo looks like he eats chicken with that outfit he's wearing. He'd need a lot of napkins and chicken wings in a strip club.
I can see that.
The vaccine was absolutely safe, effective, and in compliance of all the safety and efficacy standards. All this sinister propaganda that the vaccine was not safe or effective is completely baseless and has no.
Was it necessary? Was it necessary?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Nas.
I have some dead friends that disagree with you. I got to speak for them.
Well,
Nas, maybe.
Listen, there is no safe drug ever. Water that you drink every day has a high safe.
You need to say safe.
Yes, yes, it is. You have look in medicine. We have criteria to determine what is safe and what is not. Safety is not 100%. There is no 100% safety for anything. There is no 100% safety for the water you drink. The water you drink can kill you.
Well, let me ask you a question. A quick question.
Go ahead.
If I took I took one shot, and I got COVID soon afterwards. You know, a few weeks afterwards.
That's normal, and there's nothing wrong with that. You have to understand the purpose of the vaccine. The purpose of the vaccine is not to prevent people from getting infected. The purpose is three things. Number one, to reduce the rate of infection. Number two, to make you...
Which it did do, which is no proof it reduced the rate of infection.
Yes, it did. You don't have the whole data. Look at the entire data. I'm a scientist by training, and that's an area of specialty. So, yes, it did.
This is your area of specialty? Okay, let me ask you a question, Naz. What are the top 3 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace?
Well, what do you mean the top vaccine?
In terms of revenue.
For COVID or in general?
In general.
No, that's a correct question. Of course, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca produce the largest vaccines for COVID. Messenger RNA is used for so many different things, and long before COVID. Originally, it was used actually to help us understand how the protein mutate, and then we can understand it more accurately for cancer treatment. That was the main purpose. If we don't have these techniques and you try to build a vaccine today, it would take you a minimum of 2 to 3 years, and it would be at best able to vaccinate less than 5% of the US population. Messenger RNA technology is beyond belief. It's far advanced and far more efficient. Is it perfect? No, there is no such thing as perfect medicine. There is nothing perfect.
Nas, how many COVID shots have you taken?
I've taken 6. And by the way,
Wow.
Yes, I took all of them, and I've never got it.
You're never. Are you at the healthiest point of your life? Like, how healthy do you feel from taking all the vaccines?
Healthy.
Wow, that's amazing news.
You just said it doesn't affect whether you get it or not. I did not say that. That last statement's meaningless. You never got it.
What do you mean?
You said, say that. You said the shot.
I did not say such a thing. When I am trying to...
Time back. Am I crazy? Time back.
Okay, it reduces the rate of infection, and it helps you to resist more. It's not 100% guaranteed. Again, this is a notion. It's false notion. There is nothing on earth 100% guaranteed.
We get it now. Please stop repeating yourself. We've heard it. All right, I've asked Grok the following question. What are the top 10 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace, and how much do they generate a year? No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what I asked Grok. It says, based on 2024 data from company reports and the World Health Organization, number 1, Gardasil by Merck for HPV. It generates $8.6 billion a year for HPV. Prevnar by Pfizer generates $6.4 billion a year for PCV. Comirnaty, which is by Pfizer, treats COVID, which does $5.4 billion a year. Next, we have at number 4, Shingrix, which is GlaxoSmithKline, which treats shingles at $4.3 billion a year. Number 5, Spikevax by Moderna for COVID, $3 billion a year. Number 6, DTaP combos, Sanofi, $3 billion a year. Number 7, influenza vaccines by Sanofi generates $2.8 billion a year. Number 8, ProQuad MMR Veravax by Merck, $2.5 billion. Number 9, Beyfortus Sanofi RSV at $1.8 billion. We're almost there. Number 10, Meningitis Group Sanofi, $1.4 billion. These top 10 vaccines generate annually $70 billion a year in marketplace revenue.
And he's arguing why it was positive.
Hold on 1 second. Let them look at the surgeries. Spinal surgeries. How much money do they make, John?
Thanks for saying that, because I just had spinal surgery.
Right.
Well, listen, I'm just praying for everybody's health, wealth, and love here. I'm merely trying to draw attention to reckless spending and maybe bad outcomes for vaccines.
Okay, that's
And people like Nas who make all or nothing statements like the COVID-19 vaccine is 100% safe and effective. Never trust anybody who makes all or nothing statements. That's what a Sith Lord does. And don't forget, this is an ESL training platform.
We'll never trust anyone who talks over people just to drown them out.
Well, go ahead, Moose. Do you think the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective?
I'm not informed enough to speak on it, but I did get them, so have at it, man. Put me on the meat wagon. Have at it. I'm one of the dopes. I'm one of the sheep. I'm one of the pandemic.
Now, did you get COVID? Moose?
I did.
How many vaccines did you take?
Not too many. I'm not crazy. I only took 27.
Yeah, alright. That should, your left leg's gonna fall off by tomorrow, but that's okay.
Alright, well, hey, I've been actually working on a new dance technique that involves a lot of hopping. Perfect.
And don't forget, if you don't get vaxxed this coming Thanksgiving, you could kill your grandparents if you don't get vaxxed. So be sure everybody gets vaxxed again.
And the turkey, too.
You know, my favorite part about the vaccine was when we went to restaurants where we had to put the mask on, but then we sat down and we could take the mask off, and then when you leave, you have to put the mask back on. It was the most intelligent virus I've ever seen. It's just amazing how it knows if you're, walking in or out of the restaurant or if you're sitting down. That was probably my favorite part.
Yeah, it's virus with the brain. You're right. I wish that scientists would come back. I wanted to ask him about the masks, how effective the masks were. If he still thinks they are effective or were effective. I mean, we would do, everybody knows we would do. Like I said to Congressman before, these pharmaceutical companies got away with murder. They created the tax laws for them. They were paying like next to nothing, and that still wasn't good enough. They wanted to pay nothing. It was ridiculous. And for Fauci to be the highest paid government employer in the country, what can I say? Get his ass for perjury.
Just follow the money, follow the money.
Yeah, well, that was my job. That was my job, you're right. Follow the money.
You know what I miss? I miss the 6 feet apart. I actually genuinely miss that.
I miss that too. I mentioned before you were on, I was on a line, I was like 4 feet away from somebody with my mask on at the beginning stages. And I got yelled at by the security guard, for not being 6 feet. So I took a step back, and everybody had to take step backs when I took a step back. It was like being in 3rd grade again.
What I don't understand is if this was a conspiracy of some sort, why didn't they do an actual back-end tracking? Or did they? Because passing out a 3x5 card with your vaccination name and dates, to me, I faked my card. My friend printed me something up from a PDF he had, and that's what I used to go into the bars and the sporting events, wherever the Nazi Gestapo employees said, "Show me your papers." I just showed him my fake little paper. So that's what I can't understand. Why didn't they do a real vaccine lockdown?
Well, you say it was a conspiracy. I think it was more from ignorance. Like, government sometimes feels, Congressman, you're going to agree with this, government sometimes feels like they have to do something. It might be wrong, it might be not scientifically based, it might be just to shut people up, but they feel they have to do something. All right, now, everybody, nobody's going to school anymore until we clear it. Oh, nobody's going to stand, no touching, no shaking hands, no, I wrote a funny bit, I think it was funny, on Facebook, dating for COVID patients. I got a good reviews on that. One person had it, one person didn't have it.
They both tested negative. You know, it was just a whole combination of things. Dating on via the computer first. It was ridiculous, as was the disease. Nobody knew anything. That's what I think. I don't think it was a conspiracy. I think nobody knew anything.
Well, what about the mass communication effort on behalf of mainstream media, who are all sponsored by Pfizer, that encouraged everyone to get vaccinated by herd psychology? You don't think that we were all manipulated into getting vaccinated through mass communication spandrels?
Yes, I do. You're right. But I think it's for lack of knowledge. You know, there was no knowledge to back that up. So, and you know, the media.
So here's the question for you, John, because you can't simultaneously hold two positions that the government is completely incompetent and they're capable of this level of conspiracy. It's one or the other. So do you think that they're like highly sophisticated and this is a conspiracy, or do you think that they are incompetent like I do?
No, I think they're incompetent, but I put some things in the chat earlier from A.G. Huff on what he was replying to with people's comments. I just think, you know, follow the money. And if you can see where all the Congress people are voting for HEROES Act and the CARES Act, these are multi-trillion-dollar omnibus bills passed in the middle of the night that funded Operation Warp Speed and exploded profits amongst hospital chains, creating a catastrophic chain of events where the medical industrial complex started billing everything to COVID. If you died, you know, from a car accident, it was COVID. You were labeled a COVID victim. So there was just a lot of fraud going on. And every time the government prints up trillions of dollars through omnibus bills, it creates a double jeopardy of fraud. The PPP loans, $1 trillion there, $800 billion in fraud loans. A lot of the clubhouse gangbangers on this app should be in jail for PPP loan fraud, but they've never been arrested because it was rampant. There's not enough enforcement to go after the low-hanging fruit.
You know, you were right. I had a friend who died of a heart attack, and they listed it on his chart as COVID. He had COVID, had a heart attack, so of course it was COVID. Hey, Marshall, how you doing, Marshall?
Hey, you know what you said about the whole fraud, about the fraud and stuff like that? They actually are going after everybody that did it. They actually removed the what's the thing called when a crime is too far out, they can't charge you for it. I can't think of the name right now. But
Immunity? No, he's not thinking of immunity. You're thinking of national limitations.
yeah, they removed that for the PPP, and yeah, so whoever had the PPP fraud and stuff like that, more likely are going to get in trouble for it.
Marshall, you came in the room. How many COVID shots did you take, and how many times did you get COVID?
I was told by my doctor to take it twice, and then the third one I did not take, and I've had COVID one time.
Do you feel that it protected you from getting sicker from the COVID-19 virus from Wuhan?
I feel like I'm not a doctor, not qualified to make that, which is why I asked my doctor. I didn't go to fucking medical school, so.
You mean you can't answer a simple question like whether or not you feel that it protected you?
I don't substitute my own view of what it is for what medical.
So you rely on a doctor's opinion and not your own opinion about how you feel.
I rely on having my issues with my doctor settled my way. And that's how I want to settle them. You don't have the right to tell me I can't settle them that way.
Do you think it's okay for the government to give Pfizer immunity to protect and give them vaccines?
I have the right to either listen to my doctor or not listen to my doctor. And guess what I chose? Listen to my fucking doctor, because I've had an autoimmune disease and I was in the group that could have gotten sick easily. You don't have to fucking like that, but the mere idea that I would trust medical expertise and that you would laugh at is stupid. It would be like you getting told you had stage 4 cancer and laughing at the doctor because you thought they made money off of the fucking diagnosis and cure. Right? Like, you just, it's not like, you have a right to do things your way, I have a right to do things my way, and that's the way I did them.
I agree. I'm just asking some sensitive questions. I know they're sensitive questions, but we have to ask the hard questions.
Yeah, Marshall, questions, Edwin.
You want me to substitute what I think about a medical procedure for somebody who fucking went to medical school and has been my doctor for a decade? I'm obviously not going to choose myself because I don't have that kind of medical expertise. It's not that fucking hard.
Marshall, I agree with what you said. The only thing is, and I take your point of view, I didn't think the medical field knew enough about COVID at the time. So I certainly respect your opinion, and I asked doctors too, and some said they weren't sure, you know.
Well, I didn't want it to be forced on anybody else, but the fact that I consulted with my doctor about something good for me is not something that you should hear that.
No.
How's your
And even when he told you what to do, it was still your decision, right?
Yep.
So, how's your doctor's health, Marshall?
Very good. He just had a kid. Oh no, he just had a second kid.
That's a good thing. There's a lot of doctors that give recommendations that their health sucks.
No, he is very healthy.
Is it because, you know, a doctor with poor health can give recommendations, right? I mean, where are you going on that?
What did you say to the Jews?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying a lot of doctors have poor health, but they give recommendations. And a lot of doctors really suck to begin with, so that's another story.
Well, but they went to medical school, Jules. Of course they're ethical, honest, and moral people. They went to medical school.
I know. Say and you owe me $500. To get your tongue, say and you owe me $500. I know.
Marshall.
They're a doctor.
Well, they make $40 billion around the million, $40 billion in, as far as spinal surgery, $40 billion in the whole world, right? Next year it will be going up to $75 billion. $75 billion around the world.
And they think, I know doctors, a lot of them think they're holier and shit, you know? It's hard to find. I mean, you can find a good, competent doctor, but a down-to-earth doctor, you know, I don't know. And I'm in New York, where I think the best of them, but some I like, some it's like everything else. Some you like, some you don't like.
Well, the vaccine payout sheets are out there. What Pfizer, Moderna, J&J would pay health practitioners based on the number of people they got vaccinated and what their bonuses were. It's all in the paperwork.
All right, it's not about vaccine. Listen, I think it's important though to first learn about health for yourself. You know, I think we put too much on looking to other people and then doctors on being responsible for your health. You know, I think you should.
With Tamac, the vaccines were 100% safe and effective, and they protected you from getting the virus.
You're gonna make them all leave this room.
I'm just asking a difficult question based on the title of the room.
Don't get obnoxious with Tamac.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, Tamac, what you're saying is right. But you have certain.
But Tamac doesn't want to talk about the vaccines anymore.
Tamac, that's like me telling you, learn your own taxes before you come in and ask me to file a tax return for you.
No, that's not a good analogy at all. That's not a good
It's really not a good analogy.
You can tell with your own body if you're not well, if you pay attention. Tax is a whole different thing.
Well, there's certain things. I'm not a doctor. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is right. You know what you're saying? And you're right. You have to understand your body to give that knowledge to the doctor, and he takes the ball.
Do you realize nurses are...
Let Tamac talk. I'm asking Tamac a question.
So, say it again.
I said it. I think you're saying you have to understand your body as much as you could because it's your body, and give that knowledge to the doctor who has medical knowledge to be able to carry the ball.
That doctor, if you trust that doctor, right?
Yes.
I think you should
first, get to know yourself and your body, not just your body. Get to know yourself.
But what about the doctors? Do they get to know their patients? When you're in a hospice dying, and a doctor comes up to you and says, have you gotten your annual flu and COVID-19 vaccine? And you're dying in a hospice. Does that make sense for a doctor to ask you if you need a vaccine while you're dying in hospice? Because that's what they do. You've never had enough.
I think we got the message, John.
Yeah. I think you're pretty pissed off with we're all pissed off with segments of society. But you have a gripe about everyone.
Well, everything is tied to the annual budget, is it not?
Don't be not a Yankees fan, because we could scream and kick them down the road too. But you can bitch about everything. You're right. The budget.
I think the Astros would beat them on that,
Well, I'm trying to get justice for people like Ann.
Yeah, I get John a break. Yeah, because he's trying to give information that people like not really have. So maybe that. Yeah.
Well, Ann asked earlier about justice for COVID-19 vaccine victims. I'm just merely trying to get Ann a little social audio equity justice.
That's the only kind of justice she's going to get, unfortunately.
See, instead of being shouted down, I should be applauded for asking the difficult questions that guys like Marshall Rankin get very emotionally upset about.
When you personalize it, I like you. I'm on your side in a lot of cases, a lot of things we spoke. But, when you personalize it, people get pissed off. I disagree with Marshall on so many issues. But when we personalize it, it doesn't work out well.
Well, he says an autoimmune deficiency system, as William Wallace in the chat pointed out. If you have an autoimmune deficiency system, you are one of the groups of people who should not have gotten the vaccine. So I don't understand where he comes from on anything.
Well, his doctor told him because you have an autoimmune deficiency problem, you should take the vaccination.
No, that's the exact opposite of what they were saying.
Well, we know that now, don't we? We know that
No,
now.
not now, then. Marshall, in my opinion, is a nincompoop. And everybody loves to say he's the greatest, but I think he's a schmuck.
I disagree with Marshall on a lot of issues. I'm not going to call him a nincompoop. I'm not going to call him a schmuck unless he was on stage here. No. But, he has his own viewpoint. Hey, look, this was a time of unknown when COVID hit. I'll give you an example of my situation. You'll tell me I'm crazy. I didn't believe in the vaccination, okay? Right from the beginning, I was skeptical. I would say maybe the last plane back from Tel Aviv where there was no COVID. I landed, and my son and his family were coming back from LA the next day. My son got sick on the plane. Everybody was getting sick, and within 2 days, COVID broke out. Now, I got a number of grandchildren that I want to see, and I didn't want to take the vaccination. I held off. I didn't have COVID. I held off. His whole family, my son's whole family, got COVID to a certain degree, mostly mild because they're kids. My son got it really, really bad. And there's going to be questions about it. Look up this, look up that. So nobody knew what the hell was going on. When it came time, several months later, I wanted to see my grandkids. And he was afraid. He didn't know. He's a scientific guy in the first place. He has a material science engineering degree. But he's smart. And he just wanted to know. He was afraid for me and my wife to see our grandchildren. What's wrong with that? This is the beginning stages. Nobody knew anything. He didn't go to a hospital. Everybody was quarantined anyhow. But when things started easing off, I took one of the shots.
vaccine shots, I wanted to see my grandchildren. Now, you could criticize me for that. That's the only shot I took, and that was the only reason I took the shot. So if you want to criticize me for that,
Well, you're describing the psychology of why people decided to take an experimental, mass-marketed needle injection.
That's right. That's right.
But it had no positive health outcomes. It doesn't stop infection. It doesn't stop transmission. It only makes you sick.
If I knew that then, I wouldn't have taken it. The idea was I didn't want to get sick. I didn't trust the vaccination. I thought a layer of protection. You know how it went. I was one of the skeptical ones, but I.
So you were willing to sacrifice your personal liberty for a little bit of health security.
I wanted to see my grandchildren, who I'm living for. No other reason I'm living for.
I'm not trying to dig into you. I'm merely trying to bring out the truths which people easily forget about the mass COVID-19 vaccine response.
Nobody knew the truths at the beginning. If you remember, we were all quarantined. I mean, come on. Nobody go down and get the mail without seeing another person in the elevator. It was wild.
Well, nobody knew the truth, but people were suspicious. Why is everybody going to rush out and get the same injection?
I was too. I didn't find out later that it altered your DNA and, it had really fucked up things about it. I think Fauci should be tried, convicted, and I'd like a first row seat with some popcorn if that ever happened. But, that bothered me too. Yeah. To be, now, the rest of our lives, everybody here, everybody's gone from here, but Mojo's still here, Pockets, Serendipity, all you guys are still here. We're going to live the rest of our lives. We're not going to trust the government on any health issues in the future. And there's a lot of health issues that can pop up here and there. And why should we trust? We saw what happened. It was unbelievable how if you remember, people from China were flying in, and Nancy Pelosi was going to festivals in San Francisco and New York, Chinatown festivals, showing that there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and Trump was labeled a racist for preventing the Chinese from coming in. It was the first accusation. He's a racist.
That's right. He was a racist because the unknown Chinese flu that came from China, he was trying to prevent people from getting. Whatever Trump does, Trump derangement syndrome takes over, and the opposite is what they think. If Trump said there's no God, they would be demanding everybody worship tomorrow. Worship a God tomorrow. It's just, we live in an insane world. And, like Marshall looks up to his doctor for medical decisions. We will look up to people for certain decisions in life. I mentioned tax, stuff you have to do, real estate, buying a car. You can't trust anybody anymore. We live in a day and age. I got maybe 14 phony phone calls today about selling property, about I want money, and that's on the phone. That's not on Facebook, which I get 100 of those a day. Chinese women who want to meet me, all over the world. We're in a world. I just pity the kids. They're not going to grow up like I grew up, watching Mickey Mantle play baseball, going to Yankee Stadium when I was 12 years old on the train from Brooklyn to the Bronx with no problems. No train service.
Jules, if everything is a scam, then you should take everything, with a grain of salt. And let's go back to the poll. 48% out of 25 votes believed that the vaccine was worse. 28% believe the disease was worse, and 24% of people, which is about a quarter, are still unsure what was worse, getting the vaccine or getting the disease.
Give me those numbers again, because I didn't look at them.
48% of respondents out of 25 votes believed that the vaccine was worse than the disease itself, and that 28% believed that getting the COVID 19 virus was worse than getting the vaccine. And 25% are still unsure of whether or not it was worse to get the vaccine or the disease.
Wow. That says a lot right there. That says a lot. Now, who the hell's going to take a vaccine that, it won't make you better, you still can get it, it's going to fuck up your DNA, you know, it's just so stupid. And I wonder what the question would have been, if the question would have been for children. That's what bothered me too. They knew that children had very little risk of having any damage, whether if they got COVID, little cold, whatever, and they still demanded children get the vaccine. You know, you don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to understand what that meant. You know, every time I talk on Clubhouse, my nose gets stuffy. Is there a vaccine I can take for this? Parkins, are you just listening or are you there? Come on, Parkins, say something.
I'm listening.
Okay. So I'm talking to Congressman, nobody else is butting in. Say something.
Well, I think, this whole, healthcare shipment is fucking scam, dude. Like, I work in Medicare, I help seniors find doctors, and, I help navigate their insurance. Dude, it's just, it's fucking, it's a scam. Like, it's all a scam, I don't believe in, the vaccinations we're given the second we're born. The second we come out the womb, they're jabbing us with, I don't even know to this day what I was jabbed with, the second I was born. So it's just, I don't know. I feel like we're just getting things from the start. And, you can either change your life now or, stick in that path, but, I don't know.
Right. We were jabbed as soon as we were born. But I think, I don't know, I think the jabs then were more, how can I say, more viable, or, now the trust of getting jabbed now is so much, is such a problem. Maybe you're right. Maybe they were just experimenting with us back then. Who knows? You're in a tough, you work in healthcare, the healthcare business. It is you must be very suspicious about everything. Go ahead, you want to say something?
I work in the numbers game of healthcare, which is so fucked up. There's a sales part of healthcare, which is so weird. Like you literally go out and market, and it's just, I don't know. To me, there's like a whole other side of healthcare, the marketing business side, the real money making side. It's sick. It's just sick.
Yeah, but that's it is. Are they trying to? I'm a tax guy, that. So are they trying to avoid paying taxes too? Okay.
Oh no. A lot of like places were doing kickbacks to like insurance agents, right? So they were paying insurance agents.
That's illegal.
Yeah, so and there were doctors that were illegally, docking procedures that never happened, shit like that. There's a lot of shit that's out there. That's just so,
it's all over the place. Nico, just a second, Nico. I brought my car in today. It's if you pay cash, it's this. If you don't pay cash, it's that. You know what that means. You don't want to pay taxes. Nobody wants to pay taxes. Remember Crazy Eddie? His brother who opened the store. I don't know if you remember Crazy Eddie. they had the biggest record store on Park Row in the city, and him and his brother, and they had that ad, you can't believe our prices, they're crazy, prices are so low, can't be beat. You know why they were so low? I just found out he did time, because they didn't pay their taxes. They were able to undercut, other businesses. So that's like our national pastime, is don't pay your taxes. So when people talk about not having the IRS, I think the IRS serves a purpose, and at least makes you pay some of your taxes, or we catch some of that. I know it's not a thing that you want to say, but I think it's
Jules, do you know what the
necessary.
effective tax rate before the invention of the IRS was?
Zero, wasn't it?
Zero. So, problem, cause, solution. We are our own problem. We've created a taxation system that only funds 5 out of 7 trillion a year in spending. We are taxing ourselves too much already as is, and we are spending way more than we can sustain.
Hold up, yo, I need to mod somebody, so I want to do this, but I want to add. So, this time mod that will distribute it.
Mod Jules is a former federal officer of the Treasury Department.
Yeah,
I can't tell sarcasm.
Just where this conversation is rapidly coming to a close anyways, but
Yeah.
I asked Grok how much was dispersed in the PPP loan program. It's close to 100 or close to $1 trillion, and they estimate 64 billion of that is fraud. They've only recouped about 3 billion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So $60 billion got skimmed by the government because they decided to create a new loan package. 60 billion. Boop, bye.
Yeah, well,
so
not paying your taxes is one thing. I told you I was an international examiner in financial service. I caught huge sums of money in the biggest financial service area, and it was not illegal. They were just
arming
with the
and
code.
disciplining
They were
the militia.
corporations. I can't go into it. I could. It wasn't right. They had to pay a lot back. But they made the law.
I just
Something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, John, so you're running as a candidate for Congress. I mean, I think it's interesting, though. One of the things that's the thing I never understand about MAGA, I mean, I'm not talking, it's not racist, or not, but in general.
Necro, your problem is framing people as MAGA is some kind of all or nothing position statement. I wear this red hat mostly because I want people to get upset just by me wearing it. I'm not some MAGA. I'm a Republican American who believes in fiscal prudence and not borrowing and spending. That doesn't make me MAGA. Finish question.
Yeah, so my question is, the thing that I know that they all share in common is the fact that they think that, Trump, a billionaire, a guy who thinks his life is worth, he got $1 million loan from his father, that he understands what they're going through in life. And his largest donors were people like Elon Musk, who has more wealth than, maybe, definitely well beyond 1 billion lifetimes. That's really the thing about MAGA that to me it's been difficult for me to relate to, is how they can trust on a guy, how they could ever trust a billionaire to have their best interests.
So hold it. So you're saying we should never vote for a guy like Mandela, whose parents have a compound in Uganda, own half of Uganda, have billions and billions of dollars. That you won't object to, right? That's okay.
When did Montana come into the discussion?
Well, you're talking about
Wait, Jules.
Trump.
Jules, let's ask young Necro here a very simple question that solves what you're asking. Necro, how do we lower the annual deficit and how do we lower the national debt?
Yes, that's the ultimate question.
Well, I'm not a person. I mean, I think this is something.
Well, you either raise revenue or you cut spending. Which one's it going to be?
So, well, I think the Republican Party, even Donald Trump has no solution to lowering the debt. So I don't think this is an issue that is, that you can frame as one side is guilty of all of them. In fact, the Democrats.
Tell me what Biden's solution was.
The Democrats at least don't lie about the fact that they will vote that they will.
They don't lie.
They don't lie. They don't lie.
About lowering the debt, yes.
They don't talk about lowering the debt, Necro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Matter of fact,
the Republicans
yes, they
lie.
do. Yes, they do. They talk about raising the debt. By the way, I think it's a bipartisan. Well, I think it's a bipartisan fucking. Okay, I agree with part of what you say, but the Democrats, they spend money like there's no. You see that list of shit that Dogecoin, that they're spending money for Ugandan transsexual classes. It's just so ridiculous. But Congressman, I agree with you. It's taxes won't do anything. I believe in lowering the taxes, lowering the debt, and you're right.
I believe in lowering income taxes for everybody making less than $1 million. I think that those people deserve a break. I think that I'm not in favor of, in general, I'm not in favor of income taxes, mostly because it affects people who are working the greatest usually. The richest people in the country, meanwhile, most of their taxes are done through stock, which tend to be much lower.
Necro.
The rich pay most of the taxes. Rich pay almost all the taxes in this country.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
And they still.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
They steal from the poor. You got to lose that mentality.
Necro.
They don't steal.
They want to steal from the poor. They want to take.
You can't steal from the poor. Have nothing. How can you steal from the poor?
They want to take away Social Security. They want to take away Medicare.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Necro, let me ask you a question, Necro. What's more important, raising the taxes on the rich or cutting the spending?
I think that, cutting useless spending, but on spending that's, efficient, I think that it's good. But yeah, getting rid of wasteful spending, like all the endless wars, I think that's better.
Hey, Necro, the poor pay no taxes. Almost half the households in this country pay no taxes, income taxes. You know that.
Well, then, what we should do is get rid of the burdensome compliance for the bottom 50% who don't pay anything anyways, but yet they still got to pay $150 to file annually, even though they get a, guess what happens though, Jules? They get a tax rebate.
You get a rebate, yes.
So actually, the IRS for the bottom 50% is actually just an annual stimulus check.
That's right, exactly. Necro, do you believe in capitalism?
I mean, do I sound like a socialist to you?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing I never understand is that to me is the idea that simply is that you are against, people, a select few make more money having so much power that means that you hate, you hate having a system of wealth, essentially. I mean, because believe it or not, my views are actually that of Thomas Jefferson, which, is particularly hated corporatism, said that, which is essentially what I am, basically, is that...
What would Thomas Jefferson say then, today, right now, if he witnessed what was happening with a $2 trillion annual deficit and a $37 trillion national debt?
He would blame a lot of I mean, that's why I asked in the chat, did socialism cause the wars? Because the invasion of Iraq, you can't really blame socialism for that.
I blame socialism for being a sucky, sucky economic society. I'm a capitalist.
Okay.
I think this country is a capitalist country. We've done so much positive for the world, and we will continue to do so much positive for the world. But what stops it is other countries that have socialist governments that they have no freedom. They have, I mean, you can go to medical school. Where are you going to go? To medical school in Israel, medical school in the United States. There's very few communist, socialist medical schools.
Read by candidate Congressman.
The freedom to do what you have to do.
Congressman of the 16th.
Negro, where do you live, Negro? What country? No, you sound like you're American.
Okay, that's fair. I was like, which person from another country would be voting Thomas Jefferson to you?
No, you sound like an American. So you tell me what country, what form of government do you think is more fair to more people? More people in America make a fortune. So more fair to more people. Tell me a country you think economically is more fair to more people.
Than the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of countries that have better social safety nets than the United States. Now, there's a lot of factors that go into that. You have, such as immigration. They have more stricter immigration, which is something I agree should be.
No. I said economically. Economically, you like socialism, yet you're in the United States. What socialist country provides more and better equality, opportunity to their people than America? What country? Pick the country. Pick a commie country.
Yeah, so for example, Norway, they have a system in which, even prisoners, convicted murderers, have a better shot at life when they get out of prison.
So I asked you to pick a country in the world, and the first country, the only country you picked, was a country that gives its prisoners certain rights.
Yeah, you have people who are the lowest in society, they get better opportunity when they leave prison.
Oh my God, that's the best you could do.
Wait, Jules, before you go any further, I want to alert you to the fact that Necro is a racist and he believes that Israel is an apartheid genocidal country.
Well, it's his belief.
Alright, that one's for you, Rich.
I'm against that, of course, you know that.
FYI, Necro, I had people texting me into the show to tell you that.
Okay. And they probably very likely think that, they probably think that, settlements rock. I mean,
You don't think settlement developments are a positive thing for people? I mean, living in modern day housing with security, that doesn't sound like a good thing to you.
For the people who are inhabitants in the
No, not Jews, and all the Arab countries.
I like Jew. Essentially, if you speak out against war crimes, then that makes you anti-Semite.
Don't speak out against war crimes. Or Hamas did.
I mean, it's something that I would like to see, like Netanyahu do, but he's, of course...
Negro.
He knew exactly what to ask.
Under a hospital, a war crime? Is storing weapons under a mosque a war crime? Is using human kids as shields a war crime?
Yeah. I have a question. Can we get back to the interrogation of what country would be best? Which country did you say you would prefer, Echo?
He said Norway.
Yeah, Norway. Which one did these
I gotta take a photo of just
Norway.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
I have a question for you. What do you think the average income is in Norway in comparison to the United States?
I don't know.
Average income. It's the average income is 60,300 in Norway. Average income in the United States is 77,500. So more than $17,000 more. And then when you adjust for taxation, any idea of the purchasing power that you have after taxes?
I would have to look into that.
Yeah. So my question is like, how you when you're saying that something is better than another country, what what are you basing it on?
Yeah. So specifically, the question was about which one is better for its poorest people, and I think that it's clear, and that's why I gave the example is that prisoners in Norway have better opportunity, convicted murderers, people who like everybody thinks shouldn't have any chance of opportunity.
But why would your standard of measuring the success or the judiciousness of a country be based on the way that murderers fare?
Because they're just like people who are on the lowest of society.
They're the people that killed people.
Yeah, so I mean, they're the people you would expect to get the worst, and yet they seem to get pretty good opportunity in Norway.
Necker, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Well, he supports Hamas, so.
Hold on. So let's talk about Norway. They have a minimum income guarantee, right? So you probably like that.
I mean, it does sound appealing, but I haven't looked into it. I mean, like I said, I put up earlier that there are a lot of dynamics of Norway that we don't have in the United States. Like, for example, having a strict immigration policy, which is something I think in America should have stricter immigration policy.
Why do you think Norway, despite the fact that they don't have like high income earners, on average, they earn less than us. Why do you think they're able to afford things like free healthcare, education, childcare? That many of the people either own property or they receive housing assistance from the government. Why do you think that is? Like, what do you think is a factor that allows for a country like Norway to be able to budget accordingly to be able to make those decisions? What do you think is the leading reason why they can do that?
Yeah, so they do have better education, and they also have better, in general, overall, they have much better, in general.
You really want to get them, huh, Rich?
Okay, but you realize why they can afford these things, right? You're not answering that. Why can they afford those things?
Well,
come on.
I honestly don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, it's an obvious thing because a lot of these countries that have these socialist economic systems that are providing things that you think are really bitchin' to have, they only can have those things because they don't spend money on their own military. In fact, they live under the security umbrella of NATO, more specifically the security umbrella of the United States. So if you're going to have a grievance, the reason why they have those things is because U.S. taxpayers pay for the security assurances, so Norway can spend their money on those things.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, is also a fair point. It's one of the things I think Trump was right about these nations, essentially them the United States paying much more into their military than other countries. Basically, that it's not like fair that they can expect us to do it. Everything.
Illinois District 16.
So again, now that you break that down. Like imagine if we were to just say, hey, no more security assurance. You got to fund your own military. Some of those services would disappear. Would you still want to be in Norway?
I mean, like I said, I mean, I wasn't saying that I didn't say specifically that I wanted to be in Norway as about a specific issue in Norway, but I mean, overall, I'm not certain right now whether I would move to Norway. Looking at it right now.
Norway would be part of Russia then, and you wouldn't like that, right?
No, it wouldn't be something I would like. So,
Jules, there's a very Necro. Hold on, Jules. There's a very easy way to settle the matter with Necro. You just ask him, Necro, if you were king of the world, what would you do? What would your priorities be for your people?
Education. Ending crime.
How would you do that?
Well, I mean, am I a politician now?
Well, yeah, you're king of the world. How do you end crime? What would you do to criminals?
I mean, I would impose harsh sentences on hard crime. I would
But then treat them nice in prisons, right? That's what you say.
I mean, I would disconnect them from if they're a danger to society. I would keep them restrained to keep them from being able to hurt other people. If that means
in New York recently, to the last week, some guy stabbed a few people to death, and he had 47 arrests. Not all were violent crimes, some were jumping turnstiles, but there were plenty of violent crimes within the 47 arrests. Do you think that person should be allowed on the streets?
Sorry, what did he do again?
He stabbed 2 people to death, and he had 47 previous arrests, some violent crimes. Should that person be on the streets?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not looking at the case, I can't really make a judgment about their mental health, but I mean, just like hearing them, I don't think they should be allowed.
Well, you're right. He had mental health issues, probably drug addiction too. But Necro, I'll vote for you for mayor of New York with your communist beliefs if you have strict prison sentences for all these people. I mean, we have so much crowd running around.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I would agree is, like, in states like California, they've capped the amount of time that you have to remain on the sex offender registry. I think that's wrong. I think that if you rape a child, then you should always have to live with that.
I knew Epstein would come into the pictures. Alright, I guess,
well, and that's the thing, like, to me, is like, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Trump is losing all of his, based on this issue, because they base their entire on, I mean, it baffled me that they would choose Trump when they talked about all this thing with Epstein, but when Trump is probably one of the most associated people with Epstein, the only other person I can put who has hired would be Bill Clinton. Well, I just said the only person who I can think of would be Bill Clinton.
So he's not even a close second. He had a fight with Epstein a long time ago, and you and all the Trump derangement syndrome people are screaming for the Epstein tapes. They want videos of Trump getting a blowjob by a little girl. I know it would give you a high like you never had in your life. Yeah. Let's admit it. It would make you thrilled. Well, it would thrill you. What is all these
thrill the Americans?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I could say it.
Why is it wrong time with the American people?
I didn't say right or wrong. I could say right or wrong. You want the the Epstein tapes out because you're looking to get Trump. If they have a video of Trump with a little girl, my God, you guys will go be in ecstasy, right? It'll be the best thing in the world because you make Trump.
No, Jules, he's a necrophiliac. He's not a pedophile. Necro would prefer to see Trump with a dead carcass in the middle of a graveyard. That was what gets Necro's feather tickled.
Now you're gonna make him sleep really happy tonight. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know.
You know, try to use your words, Necro. I mean, you're a necrophiliac, right?
Yeah, maybe. Do you have pedophiles in Norway?
Necro, you know, your response to what you would do for your people if you were king, it's not, you know, a really great leadership position. I'm just so confused. Like, are you, you know, what's it called?
You disagree with people being educated. You disagree with crime. You know,
there's no universities in America. Universities in America are standard for the world. It was until they hit to the victorize. Maybe now you like it even better. But our colleges, they come from China, they come from Russia, they come from every part of the world to go to university in America. So don't tell me how to go with
I find it really interesting that MAGA seems to complain that, like, you know, with the swift judgments that are made about, you know, racism, but that is what they are doing by associating with communism, with, you know, everything that Democrats do on, you know, that's what's assumed about me. You know, it never gets old to the double standard.
Do you really think there's something called MAGA, or is it really just not the Republican Party, Dr. Necro?
I think MAGA extends beyond the Republican Party. I think it's one of the reasons why Trump got independent support was because, you know, people are just really sick of the establishment.
You know what MAGA stands for, right?
Well, I understand people, you know, it's, you know, populist. Yeah, I understand it's a populist movement that's about, you know, trying to
America,
make America that wants to put America first. Essentially, I get it. You know, one of the reasons why
it's great again.
It's one of the reasons why I think why the Democrats are losing voters is because of the fact that, you know, they
We're going to end this live stream in a little bit. Exercise.
So essentially, America First is automatically more appealing to, you know, the average person. You know, that's why to me, my
Quick chat update for you, Necro. Rich says that you sound like Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, so I would like to see Rudy Giuliani be as critical as I am of Trump.
But
I don't think he sounds like.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Rich. Why do you think he sounds like Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because you're a young man, but you sound like an old man.
I've heard people say that I sound like Craig T. Nelson. That's something I don't understand.
Necro, let me ask you a final question. When was the last time you did 10 pull-ups?
I actually just did it yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's great news.
Are you in college, Necro?
Yes.
No, I don't want to. You don't want to tell me what state you live in.
I live on the East Coast.
On the East Coast.
Yes.
Have you given up dating trannies?
No, come on. Did you, I know you support Hamas. Did you march with you know what?
I don't support Hamas.
You don't support Israel.
I support Israel's right to, to have its own state and defend its own people. I am not okay with
War crimes?
Yeah.
Hamas committed war crimes.
Yeah, so Israel has the right to do 10 times the damage that was committed on October 7th.
Tenfold?
Tenfold. What's the amount you're allowed? Is there an amount you're allowed? I mean,
Proportionate, Jules. Proportionate warfare. You kill us. You kill 2,000 of ours. We only kill 2,000 of yours. Proportional war.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, are you critical of the state of Israel, the fact that they have held thousands, 7,000 people in detention, and refusing to due process? I mean, pride was something.
Great question. My position on that is that Israel shouldn't hold those people. They should kill them. The Hamas terrorists, and they use for exchange of hostages. So they dribble out 2 hostages and get 1,000 soldiers back to kill more Jews. That's my position. Yes, they should be killed. Because what about the hostages?
So then why should Hamas respect, the state of Israel when Israel kills Palestinians?
They know.
You're saying they should respect the state of Israel when Israel kills.
No, I'm not saying they should respect it. I'm not saying
you don't want them to kill Israelis, and yet you're justifying why Israel should have the right to kill Palestinians who have not been convicted of a crime.
Right, because killing Israelis haven't been convicted of the crime. They went to a music concert, a rock concert. That was no crime. The existence of Israel is a crime to them. And the ones that are in prison did commit crimes, and that's how they got in prison. There are plenty of Palestinians that work in Israel before the war. Israel opened up the gates to let them work in Israel. There are plenty of Palestinians or Muslims that live in Israel, have rights in the Knesset. Israel is the most democratic country in the Mideast. Israel exists mainly because there used to be a Jewish community in Syria. Not anymore. There used to be a Jewish community in Iran and Iraq and all over the Mideast. Not anymore. And when I say Jews, I mean Jews and Christians. They're dwindling down to nothing. Only one country takes people of all races, all religions, all colors, all sexuality, and that's Israel.
Except for the Palestinians, they kill them.
No, they don't kill Palestinians. They kill Hamas soldiers.
12,000 children have been killed lying at Israel's feet ever since October 7th.
They've been used as human shields by the
Oh yeah, it's their fault.
Yes.
It's your fault if you got hit by the police officer who could have dodged, him getting his baton.
Yeah, yes, it's their fault. It's their fault.
Oh my gosh.
My gosh. Who attacked who on October 7th or whatever? Who attacked
how many people? I don't know. October 7th.
People committed crimes.
Yeah, but who created the crisis in Palestine? Who shuts off their electricity?
Israel left Palestine. Remember, there was a time when Israel had settlements in Israelis had settlements in Palestine. They left. The soldiers of Israel dragged those people who had the right and owned property in Palestine, and they took them out of Israel. It was to say Israel wanted peace. You know the expression in that crowd. If Israel dropped all their weapons, they'd be mutilated.
In your view,
if Hamas dropped all their weapons, they'd have a state.
To you, a Palestinian has zero value. Palestinian child.
No.
Everybody should know.
Hamas is killing them. Is it a war crime to use human children as shields? Is that a war crime?
To kill children, period.
Not by accident. If you stay in a populated area in schools, is it a war crime to use weapons on the school, on the mosques, on the hospitals? Yes. And that's what they did. They built tunnels. They didn't want a prosperous
So
nation.
have you spoken against the idea of, for how many universities have plumbed into the ground?
The only thing I have against the IDF is they put themselves in danger of not firing because there's populated areas.
Yeah,
They put
not
themselves
killing,
in danger.
not killing
I
children.
know they try not to kill children, yes. And what, you tell me what country, what war ever broke out where one side has to feed the other side? You tell me what war ever broke out.
War in existence.
Tell
I
me
mean,
what,
that's what it means to win a war.
we fed the Germans, we fed Japan during World War II. Come on.
Yeah, that's totally what it is. Israel is a complete, is completely.
Necro, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem?
Yeah, so have you ever been to Iran?
I'm asking you. I've been a couple times. I'm just asking you. Have you been?
Your question is, the way you feel about me as
Did you ever go to Israel? Did you ever go to Israel, Necro?
Yeah, I'm not answering your question.
Well, because you can't. You can't say yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what.
Do I not have a choice to answer it? To whether I will answer it?
You don't have to answer. How about this question?
Okay.
If I had 3 tickets, round trip tickets, one was to Israel, you could take that. One was to Syria, and one was to Iran. Which one would you take? You have to pick one.
Yeah, it depends. Me, if I'm Palestinian, would I be okay?
And if you heterosexual, it's 2 tickets each for you and your girlfriend to go visit.
Yeah, like I said, if I was Palestinian, the answer would not be.
No, you're not Palestinian. You're you. You're you. I'm giving you 2 tickets. Whatever you are. You have a girlfriend or wife or whatever, probably a girlfriend or boyfriend. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm giving you 2 tickets to go to either.
It doesn't matter to me what you are, Necro.
Damascus, Syria, or Tehran, or any place in Iran. Where would you go?
Yeah.
2-week vacation. Where would you go?
Yeah, where would I go? I mean, it's easy to ask me as a white guy, whether
Where are you gonna go? Answer the fucking
as
question.
a white guy, I'm gonna go to Tel Aviv.
Okay. You're gonna take your girlfriend to Tel Aviv for vacation for 2 weeks to the oppressive Jewish nation. Okay. And you know why you picked Tel Aviv, right?
Because I, as a white guy, have nothing to be concerned about.
And he answers the questions, Mojo, you listening to this?
He's on the phone.
Yeah.
This is something that me and Mojo disagree on. Overall, like I said, I understand.
I don't know how your mind got twisted. I really don't know how your mind got twisted.
Well,
you sound like a nice guy.
Do you think the majority of Americans, think that, they agree that, Israel's actions against Palestine, that they're on board with it? Because
I think almost all of the Americans think that Hamas started the war. That's what I think.
Hi, Necro. Great. Hold on, Necro. Great news. My YouTube chat audience is saying that they're going to fully fund your trip to the West Bank if you want to go.
I mean,
We could call it a clubhouse field trip for you.
I mean, really, so, you're willing to put a fundraiser together to let me go to the West
Yeah,
Bank?
they're going to buy your plane ticket, your bus ticket, your hotel accommodations, and all your meals. Plus, you can get $100 petty cash to buy whatever you want at the West Bank gift shop.
Will Israel allow me there if I offer food to people?
I don't think Israel has anything to do with your clown house YouTube funded trip.
They arrested people for offering food to people in Gaza.
Well, I don't know, but I'm very excited that my YouTube chat audience has super chatted me $5,000 to send you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank. Okay, are you available in September?
Yeah, like I said,
let's
would they,
hold on for a
I would
second.
like to know. I would like to know if they would be willing
Hold
to do
on
it,
for a
and
second.
knowing that I'm going to give
Elizabeth,
them food.
I invited Elizabeth up. You wanted to speak, Elizabeth. You
That
got the
crowd's so
floor. Go
ridiculous.
ahead.
Isn't it funny?
Thank you, cousin. I'm really perplexed. I haven't heard everything, so I'm not going to speak upon anything like I've heard everything that's going on right now. But I have a lot of questions. Like, I'm really confounded by what I hear. So, what is actually, and I hope that's actually the right person to direct
Marshall's
this
back.
to. What is your solution for Israel and Palestine? You do know, like so many things, there's no P in the lexicon of Arabic. And it's an imaginary people group that was described by CCP and Arafat. He was fucking sorry, I'm really trying to keep it together.
Oh, you modded Marshall.
Like, where do you get your breathing?
Jules modded Marshall at Trader.
Where do you get your information? I think, yeah, that's my best question. Where do you get your information?
Marshall's gonna kick her from the room. I just promise you. He never fails.
As like UNRWA?
Sorry, what?
It'll be the exit we need. It always is.
The United Human Rights Watch, Refugee Relief Agency, or some shit like that.
Human Rights Watch.
100%. Like, where are you getting your information? Because it's really painful, and I want to be. Excuse me, I do apologize. I want to be very patient. I want to be very calculated, and I want to make sure that I give you the floor to really express your thoughts and opinions and where you're coming from. It's really difficult, and I'm saying that because I have like a hair trigger reaction to certain words. It's not your fault. I just want to know. Like,
Chipotle monster.
I just answered your question.
Elizabeth, how long have you heard of the conversation?
Maybe 10, 15, 12 minutes.
We've been going longer than that. Marshall, by the way, I made you moderator because I don't want you to.
Oh, thanks, Jules.
Okay.
Like, this is something I understand that's made odds with Mojo and I think Marshall maybe, but yeah, what's made odds.
It's because you support terrorists.
Yeah, that's
Bingo.
Support. Yeah, Marshall.
Bingo.
Do I support terrorists?
No, I don't think I agree with you on the topic, but no, I would not classify you as a terrorist supporter.
Yeah.
He blames Israel for the Israel-Hamas conflict. So how do you not support terrorism?
Yeah, so they've created the crisis, and so essentially, like, it's why Palestinians.
You mean the terrorists in Gaza have no responsibility for creating the crisis?
No.
Why are you still calling them Palestinians? I don't understand that. Like, why are you still calling them so-called Palestinians?
Just for conversational.
What do you call the people who drill prisons that they cut off criminals people because they're not Israeli, would you say? They're not Israeli, right? Because Israelis, have rights to not be to not have their homeland.
You have rights too. Sorry,
You're right.
Israel doesn't regard, any human rights for Palestine.
Well, Necro, sorry, I called you Nero. Necro, don't forget, we're sending you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank, September 15th. Pack your bags, you lucky guy.
Like I said, if they want to, on my trip, knowing that I'm going to get food to people, then have at it.
When I asked you where do we go with your girl,
The West Bank is starving?
or boyfriend, whichever, I don't care.
Yeah,
You
picked Israel. Right, you picked Israel.
Wait, there's people are starving in the West Bank, Necro?
Hold it. Are you saying the Muslim countries discriminate against white guys? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that Israel is more welcoming to white men than they are to Palestinians.
You're white, Necro?
What is he talking about?
You're white, Necro?
Do I sound white?
I thought you were transparent. And I thought you were just a patriotic American.
I'm sorry. I need for. Can you please repeat that information that you just shared with us, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
He's exhausted.
White supremacists to tell them, or to people who say that I'm not white, is to compare their skin to mine, tell me that they're whiter.
Necro, I'm being facetious, and I'm just trying to point out that I think you will go all night long, and you don't find that your position is tentative, that you might not be absolutely right in your diagnosis or your analysis.
So, I don't claim to be the arbiter of anything. I can be wrong. But just because I can doesn't mean that I am wrong, right?
Well, you might be wrong. I mean, I went to Israel I went to Israel over 20 years ago, and guess what I discovered when I was there, Necro?
So, were you in Iran?
No, guess what I discovered? Guess what the Palestinians have been doing for over 25 years? They've been putting out murder death tapes. Horrible programming, terrorism to kill Jews all the time. They're obsessed with it. They put it out in their movies, their media, their radio. All they do is talk about war, death, destruction of Israel. It's nonstop propaganda against their own people. And look what they did on October 7th. They actually carried out what they said they were going to do.
Elizabeth, I made you a moderator, by the way, because
And maybe they wouldn't
I saw that, sweetheart. Thank you.
if Israel was not committing more crimes against them.
Let Elizabeth speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick question.
You're in crazy land now, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
I know. Like, simple question. Again, not wearing my glasses. Have you been to Israel? Quick question.
No, he's only studied the genocide from the internet.
Let him talk. Let him talk. It's much more fun when he speaks.
Anytime I answer your question, you asked me to answer it, that I didn't answer it, so I don't see why I should.
Sorry, I can't. Well, if you don't want to answer me, just say that. Don't, whatever. I've got a lot of bullshit going on in the background. With all of us, I'm sorry. I'm still talking, Hello.
I was talking.
No, actually, I was speaking. I was asked a question also, and I was responding. And I do have like a very clear question. Whoa. Do you want to hear my question, or do you want to?
Are you going to listen to my answer and not repeat it as if, repeat the question?
Very good question.
Poor Necro.
Very good question. And I could ask you also, because I'm still speaking, hello, and you don't let me finish. So, you know what? Forget my question. I'm a woman. I'm also
I think that's a good idea.
brown. Ooh, wow, saucy. Okay, what the fuck is your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Good riddance. So anyways, I actually gotta go, but it was fun talking to you. I actually enjoyed it,
Necro.
believe it or not. And Kitover, I was just like, that's interesting. I don't know if I've had you Kitover. No, I haven't, so I will do that. Anyways.
Yeah, Necro, your valuable input will be utilized in my political campaign, but for what, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. It's like, we're talking about like clubhouse movies, the people who would play each other. Abby said the person I look like is River Phoenix. So, and I guess that's pretty fair to say.
Necro, what are you majoring in college?
Sequential art.
What?
Sequential art major.
Okay, that's gonna get you far.
So let me ask you, Necro, what do you consider the word art means? What do you think the word art means?
Expression. The art is expression.
So everything is art because everything expresses itself.
Yeah, in a way, it's like everything's considered art.
Are you just LARPing? Like, is Necro an expression of your art?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer the question, but yeah, it's interesting. I just want to say on the Clubhouse movie, like one person I suggested should play voiceover guy. I think that Tom DeLonge from Blink-182 that he should play. He would play voiceover guy, because that's who he looks like, without a doubt. And the guy who played Steve Appel would be ventriloquist Terry Fader.
Necro, I'm not taping you, but I really need a copy of your voice and your speaking if I have trouble going to sleep. I mean, you would put me out in 2 seconds, Necro.
He's trying to say that he finds you very entertaining and so uplifting that,
It's something like that, yeah, something like that.
So,
Are you just an ASMR chatbot, Necro? Are you technically ChatGPT?
Yeah, are you real? Are you real, Necro?
My voice has been commented to be so more broken than Stephen Hawking's speech function. So, I guess, in a way.
I got a call the other day, and I said, listen to this one. This is 2 seconds. I got a call the other day, and it was obviously a robocall. So I said, is this a robocall? So the answer was, I am not a robocall. Necro, are you a robo?
I guess in a way, I am.
All right, there we go. There we go. He's a Freudian.
Robots have feelings too.
Right. They do.
Okay, so my question is, you said he doesn't.
Go there, bro. Let him listen.
I don't know how to answer that.
I don't have to deal with that. So it's nothing that really, under COVID, yeah, I didn't get to get TP all the time. I'd have to find creative ways to wear my bobo.
That's why you need a bidet.
Creative ways.
But, well, no, I mean, but it'd be like I take a shower afterwards.
Oh no.
Do you believe in Good Samaritan laws? Like, do you think because you have a medical license, you should be obligated to help someone in a public place when they have an incident? Because you have that license, do you believe in that obligation?
That's where it kind of morally becomes iffy. I would say in an ideal society, yes. And so I do think that.
You mean the homogeneous? As long as there's no lawsuit, as long as you're shielded, if you give your best efforts,
So you're on an airplane. You mind your own business. Someone has an episode on an airplane, but you have a medical license. What do you think you're supposed to do?
Well, for a fact, I know that in America legally, if that is the case, you do have to render aid. I think it's probably a good thing, and
I don't know that it's I don't know if that is legally a crime. I do know that you can lose your license.
of the United States.
That is incorrect, Pepe.
Is it in all states?
Based on an oath, because it's governed by the FAA. It's federal.
No. I'm talking about, like, for example,
Well,
you're a
Abby
doctor.
mentioned a plane on a plane.
Okay, sure, on the plane, but if you're a nurse or an EMT or a doctor and you fail to render aid, let's just say like a traffic accident, I don't believe it's necessarily a crime here in Arizona, but
It is a crime in the United States, but
in parts of the United States.
No, not parts, because the AMA governs how you act as a first responder.
I don't. No, the AMA is not. They don't make the laws regarding.
Yeah. Any.
Whether or not it. No. They're an accrediting body that basically can decide whether or not you have a license. That they don't charge you
Like
with
the Bar
crimes.
Association, so if you do something wrong.
Yeah, but you can run afoul of the Bar Association and not get criminally prosecuted.
The officer is
Everybody's talking about criminal prosecution. Talking about taking a fingerprint.
Yeah, but a lawyer's license, we have it state by state, so it happens.
Right, and so would be the first responders. It'd be state by state.
Yeah, but you said that it was illegal because the AMA or whatever said that you had to do it. No,
I'm saying in the case of doctors, they take an oath, right? That tells them.
Yeah, but that oath is not. That's not under.
Oath or that.
Yeah, but that's not under. Yeah, that does not mean you'll. For violating your oath does not mean that you'll be criminally prosecuted. If you were a doctor.
Nobody said that. You're saying something about criminally prosecuted. I'm just saying that if
No,
you
you
violate
did say
that
something
oath.
about. You did say
No,
something.
I'm saying that if you violate that oath by not helping somebody, then you are in violation of the oath, hence you lose your accreditation.
No, you were rebutting me, trying to imply that it was criminal, but now you're just backing up like a.
I'm not saying anything about criminal. You're stop. You're ridiculous.
That reinsertion into the womb thing has me fucked up right now. I'm not gonna lie. I have to really think about it.
Well, Abby, can I ask you a question? Why did you ask
tuition in a lot of places in the country.
Because when you're asking about the $1,000 for a water bottle and whether people have moral obligations, and just generally people in society having a moral obligation to take care of someone in need, and whether, and we have laws about profiting disasters, things like that, but it made me think about the Good Samaritan laws, whether there's a moral obligation or an ethical obligation when someone has an emergency, and whether you have to render aid, and there's all kinds of Good Samaritan laws in different states. So it made me think about the doctor. That's why I asked you. My mind was roaming. I apologize.
Well, I will say this, Simon. In Arizona, if you have water available and you refuse to offer water to somebody seeking water, that is a crime.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
How is it ridiculous? You're such a
Because that's forfeiting. Again, I'm simply stating the principle. I mean, morally, I'd probably just give the guy water. I don't care. But I'm simply saying, you don't, basically, that just completely negates your private property rights. That's basically saying someone has a need. To hell with you. To hell with your
This is
property.
like two guys who repeat themselves over and over again, just saying the same things for years.
I get the libertarian, there's part.
This isn't libertarian. This is just property rights.
Bullshit.
This is literally
Okay, no.
Yeah, sorry.
You're
not like a professional altogether, right? You are a professional boxer. You do have an obligation. I think there's a big difference there. Well,
Absolutely not. You might have. No, you don't.
From a moral standpoint,
No.
depends how you.
A moral standpoint, I have no obligations to literally anyone other than maybe my children, depending on if they're.
Yeah, but then should you have your license revoked then?
Well, I don't even believe you should have a license.
Right, but you're somebody who doesn't even.
I'm not sure
Hold on a second.
about that. I mean, I think doctors obviously hold quite a unique position in society, right? I mean,
Well,
Simon.
What is it?
Well,
I can get into that
The
if you
difference
want.
between a plumber and
Because doctors have a certain privilege that comes from something that's more professional and more young.
Being a doctor is not a privilege.
Because it's more serious, dude. If you refuse to provide,
how is being a doctor a privilege?
I'm trying to explain. If you're refusing to provide care when someone is qualified and able to do so, I think it should be treated as criminal negligence, just as it would be if any person with an ability to prevent serious harm chooses to walk away. If a firefighter refuses to put out a fire, for example, or a police officer ignores to help you in a violent crime while off duty, the consequences, I think, should be legal. The same standard should apply to doctors. That's what I believe. I think there are a few. There are a few. Go on.
No, go on.
No, I just wanted to.
Hospitals, by the way, Tobias.
Yeah.
Hospitals have that obligation in the U.S. Like a hospital can't deny, if someone comes in with a medical emergency. There's a federal law. It's the Emergency Medical Something Act that requires hospitals to treat an emergency room. Anyone to stabilize them and treat them.
I think that's.
But I put
How is that stupid, Simon? Like, how is that stupid?
Because you're literally the government is mandating, forcing a person to act. That is ridiculous.
How do you think this country runs? Like, literally, we demand safe roads to transfer, to drive to and from work, to wherever. It doesn't matter where we drive. It's not a non-argument, okay? But even when it comes to our healthcare system, we have fucking. You're a goddamn idiot. Like, we have a bunch of fucking rules and expectations in place for our country to run. Like, I just. No, and as much as you love to not call yourself a libertarian, like, you have the same gay fucking anarcho. Capitalist libertarian arguments. I said, like you said, you were.
I will say that I know somebody who works in the OR, anesthesiologist, speaks Spanish, and was essentially talking to a lot of the individuals that will come travel purely to get a double bypass surgery or very big, like $100,000 cases in the United States. And they'll go into the operating room, get all the services rendered, and then fly back on a plane and leave.
Sure. So it was like, well over 20 years ago when I worked in hospital registration, and especially in the emergency department. Basically, the guy who had you sign in when you saw a triage nurse. Yes, like there was a huge chunk of the people that were coming to the ER that we have access, Arizona healthcare cost containment systems, which the acronym is ACCESS. They didn't get that, but what they got was like a yellow access card. These people didn't have social security numbers. Dead giveaway, they're illegals, but it was federally funded, especially if we saw the yellow access cards, and they would come to the ER for anything. It could be a sinus infection. It doesn't matter, which obviously that needs to be treated. But in terms of like getting double bypass surgery, I'm not familiar with that. Like, at least things could have changed quite a bit. This is well before Obama when I worked there. In that area, they would treat immediate symptoms, but if you had one of the things that like kind of made me somewhat sympathetic for like expanding healthcare to vulnerable people is that there was like this 20-year-old guy. He worked for a security company. He had cancer. He was having a lot of symptoms. He made too much to get Medicaid, yet he would come into the ER all the time to basically cope with the symptoms, but he never got treated for his cancer.
And to me, I was just like, dude, this is beyond fucked up. And I remember asking him, like, have you ever thought it's just like, maybe if you like quit your job, like, at the end of the day, I understand that you know you're kind of able to maybe sustain your current lifestyle, which the security company he worked for, he made next to nothing.
Pepe, what is your point?
My point is this. Shut the fuck up, Congress. My point is that like here we had this American, this young man who was like unfortunate enough to have to deal with cancer, and he was not getting. They were not treating his fucking cancer. They're dealing with the fucking.
What kind of cancer did he have?
I do not know.
Wait, so all this just to say
I'm not a medical professional, but what I do know is that this was something the nurses were talking about. A lot of people were talking about in the ER. They're like, it's a shame. This boy is coming in, and it's just like, oh, you hurt? Oh, this. Okay, we'll give you some pain meds. We'll do this. There was no. He didn't have health insurance, and he was not able to get Medicaid. This is, of course, pre-Obamacare, all of that shit. And
Obamacare, if anything, made it even worse.
Well, Obamacare made everything a lot less affordable for everyday Americans. Like, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like there's obviously a huge part of me that does want to see, like, why does this American boy have to deal with this? Like, this is bullshit.
I want to ask. Government is heavily involved in healthcare.
When that law came into place in the 80s, because these hospitals, people like that were coming in and the hospitals were dumping them. And they actually, the law is like an anti-dumping law of patients, where, you know, they would a private hospital or they come in and they would dump them over to another facility or try to get rid of them so they didn't have to treat them.
Well, in Arizona, it came in the 90s because you know, the straw that broke the camel's back here was that there was a young girl, she was under 10, forget her age, but she was an illegal immigrant, but she had appendicitis. She kept on going. The parents went from emergency room to emergency room. He said, well, you guys don't have an ability to pay. Well, okay, like, no, we can't do anything about it. She ended up dying. And, you know, that...
Did you just make a racist Freudian slip by saying the blacks back?
That was just another thing.
But no, no.
Yes, it was a Freudian slip.
What did I say that was a Freudian slip?
You said break the black's back, and then you fixed it and said break the camel's back. Was that a racist Freudian slip?
That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Black.
You're such a...
Look, I didn't mean to take you away from what you were talking about to make you talk about doctors, but I was trying to make the analogy of the moral obligation.
Look, the principle is that there is no moral obligation. The government should not be mandating you just because you have a particular.
How can you say it's not morally?
I want to ask Simon something about that. Just
because maybe it's something. I have rights.
Simon,
why is
no, but as I've been saying this whole time, your morality is so different.
Pepe, chill, dude, just chill out. I had a question that if I'm missing something, I'd love to hear it, okay, because I'm quite a knowledgeable atheist. You've been in rooms with me, Simon, you know how much I know about the subject, but I feel like I'm missing something here, right? So I just wanted to say my piece, and you tell me if I'm missing something, so I'd love to know more about it. So from a secular perspective, I believe doctors should be legally required to help in emergencies, even off duty, right? Because they chose a profession that exists to save lives. So in the same way that a police officer or a firefighter, doctors aren't, in my opinion, just private citizens when it comes to life or death situations, because they're trained for years. Yes, in some cases they swear an oath and take on a role that literally gives them special privileges and trust in society, and with that comes responsibility. So if a doctor walks away from someone dying just because they're off the clock, that goes against the very purpose of their job. like I said before, it's like a firefighter refusing to save someone from a burning building because their shift ended. People would be outraged, and I think rightly so. The same should apply to doctors in the medical emergencies. The last thing I'm going to say, like I said, there's something I'm missing. I'd love to hear it, because I'm all ears, right? We rely on people like doctors and police and emergency workers to hold societies together, right? If we start saying it's okay for them to turn their backs when we need them, especially in those sort of situations, everything's going to break down. In a world without that duty, people will suffer and die needlessly. So yeah, I think we should definitely expect more from those people to choose those roles, because without that mindset, we're absolutely doomed to a society that's built on trust and mutual care. That's how I feel about it. If I'm missing something, I'd love to hear what I'm missing. So you're missing your lawyers.
So basically, lawyers, we have to, just so you know how it fits for us, because it's a different emergency situation. But we can't keep our license in, I mean, I'm in 3 states, I have this obligation in all 3.
It's still adversarial, there, I mean.
Pardon?
It's adversarial. You're in an adversarial position, so you're not calling on the other person. You're not looking for truth.
No. Whatever. I don't know. In order to keep our license yearly, we have to do a certain amount of pro bono work. You have to do a certain amount of free. We actually.
Serious? You have to do
well, yeah, but like if you work in a firm, so we used to pass the pro bono work on to our associates and make them do it. The partners didn't have the time to do it, but as long as the firm provided the legal assistance. But yes, you have an obligation if you're active practicing. You have to do a certain amount of pro bono. There are ways out of it that you can. There are exceptions to it that you can request. It's like
classes, like
Wait, see, this is the type of organization that I'm talking about.
So hold on. The classes are entirely different. Like I can't keep my license without. I have to take 14 credits a year. I absolutely continuing legal education. That's different. But there's a lot of states have this pro bono requirement that, again, there are ways around it, whether you do something to help legal aid to there's different ways around it, but it still puts that obligation. So it's different. No, we don't have an obligation to give legal help if someone's just got arrested. We have no obligation whatsoever, unless we have an attorney-client relationship with them, which is different. But I hear what you're saying about someone in a medical and they take an oath, and it becomes requirements of their license. And that's why Samaritan because of that obligation that they have, they need to be shielded from liability. Basically the malpractice and liability for acting under the
That's one of the things I think they don't get is that if you're an EMT, a nurse, a doctor that tries to, with the Good Samaritan laws, if you're somebody who tries to revive somebody or render aid and they so happen to succumb to their injuries or whatever happened to them, they're not going to be held liable at all legally. Which I think is a good thing. I do think that you're incentivizing, medical professionals to render aid, and they're not going to be, if it fails, they're not going to, be held liable.
But we're not talking about that. I'm simply saying, do you have a moral obligation? Like Tobias, he's basically putting way, like in my opinion, this is my opinion, he's putting way too much emphasis on the importance. I'm not trying to diminish how important doctors are, but like to say that they have special privileges and like stuff like listen, like the reality is
they don't have special privileges. They lose privileges by becoming a doctor.
He made the point that they have special privileges in society. I'm just quoting back what he said.
Okay, but I would say that when you take your oath,
let me just make the fucking point.
But you paused for a long time. Okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't pause. You interrupted me. let me just make the point. So, I think you're putting way too much importance on this. I'm simply saying a screwdriver provides you with a service, a plumber provides you with a service, a doctor provides you with a service. I'm not putting any more importance on any of those. Now, granted, yes, in a health emergency, I'd want to call a doctor. But if I live in $1 million home and my house is flooding, I'm not gonna call a doctor, but I am gonna call someone in an emergency to save my $1 million home, because $1 million is, $1 million fucking dollars. Now, I'm just saying, all of these are just services. So, the reality is, like, I would want to just pay for that service, and if the person refuses to not accept, refuses to what's the word, to help me, go somewhere else. And then if he keeps doing that, well, nobody's gonna believe you. Want a free market? Yeah, I want a free market.
Okay, yeah, but at the end of the day, what you're asking for is, if you're somebody who swears an oath, okay, for example, the military. Hold on.
Arbitrary. An oath is arbitrary.
Simon.
Providing with a service. That's all a doctor does.
Simon.
He provides a service. The rest is all bullshit.
Okay.
I swear
that's
I'm
bullshit.
not gonna do harm, and I'm not gonna do this. Bro, that's all bullshit.
Okay, Simon, this is retarded.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely retarded. No, let me. So, at the end of the day, when you joined the military in the United States, you have to swear an oath. Whether you're a judge, if you're somebody who's being sworn in because you're a witness, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
For a moral soldier, no, it doesn't.
Amazing.
Fucking doctor,
amazing. And as well as a doctor, and you don't have to necessarily be doctors. Just anybody can render aid. And so, once again, you're trying to make this moral argument where somehow you feel like just because
they shouldn't force me to do something. Yes, exactly. That's the moral argument.
Okay, but when you're given law enforcement powers, the state is giving you powers that they will not give other people. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, the state is the monopoly on retaliatory use of force.
Okay, so when you get your peace officer certification in whatever state, you're given powers that are not given to other people. You can, for example, if you're a peace officer, you can carry a gun throughout the United States. You
should legally be able to do that.
Amazing. That's not my point, though. There are things where we entrust people in certain positions that they will, as part of it, what I call it's a responsibility. For whatever reason.
Talking about the principle, I'm simply
what
saying.
What principle?
The government should not be telling you what you can or cannot do, morally speaking.
What the fuck is the purpose of the government then?
To protect your rights. I mean, it's I
to protect your fucking rights. To protect your fucking rights. Okay.
Why are you yelling?
Okay, but when it comes to being a doctor, for example, okay, but when it comes to being a doctor,
I hate to interrupt and change topics, but could we maybe get to AIPAC and Israel and whether or not Pepe agrees that it's okay for AIPAC to lobby Congress and pass out hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you think about AIPAC and Israel, Dr. Pepe?
Shut the fuck up, you goddamn freak show.
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
I think I know where Pepe's heading, but if Pepe really wants to answer this, then I'll wait until he's finished.
I'm gonna jump out. I'm sorry that I took you guys down this road. I didn't mean to, but.
No, it's interesting. I just think it can be answered.
But
I'm just looking for a principle.
I'm more on your side on this and hypocritical.
Yeah, I heard what you said. Before you go, I just wanted to say that I do think the logic breaks down when it comes to freak market, when it comes to emergency situations, because, you know, if you fuck up a plumbing incident, there's a flood. If you fuck up a doctor incident, someone dies. It's a big difference.
Well, but the difference is in order to have the
In the
dog.
Muff is still going. Apparently, In the Muff is still going, so we're gonna jump back into In the Muff.
I would say 7 minutes after the first time you had sex.
Even the Muff.
Yeah, yeah, because men have to get that first one out of the way. You know, either that or you have to jerk off on the way to her house. You just, in order to get the staying power, you need a round.
Stop telling all the women our secrets. Come on.
I agree with 7 minutes. Jeez, what are you, a machine?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I need 7 days to. It's ridiculous.
Well, we call that the refractory period.
Yeah.
No, you're never supposed to get off first before the that's just not.
Oh shit! I can't wait to see Tommy's answer. This will reveal so much. Tommy, look at the poll. Please answer. And for the record, future Congressman John Kitover, I should screenshot this in case he becomes Congressman. He is.
There he is.
His favorite is now. Hey, Tommy, missionary, huh? All right, you're romantic. Oh my God! Look at that. My boo came in here. I hope she answers the question. Although maybe I can answer it for her. Hi, Monica.
You're not answering that question.
I've never heard your voice do that before, Mojo, when Monica came to the room.
Monica, I'm telling you, she has won me over so hard.
No. Necro's down there. Be careful, guys. I'm getting out of here.
No. Let's bring Necro up here. He can't hurt you. He can't hurt you.
Yeah. He drove me crazy. Oh, please.
Beamer did not get clipped. We understand that she's self-regulated. I think the other day when I told her that the FBI should look into her, I think that scared her. She crashed out pretty hard when I told her that. Necro said her on top. Honestly, I think this is bullshit. I think he only wanted. I think what he did was he picked the one that had her in it, so then we couldn't make jokes like, "Oh, you like it from behind, do you?" That's what I think he was doing.
That was well played by him.
Yeah, well played. Monica, look, you can put other could mean that you don't like any of it.
Yeah, but it comes with a follow-up question. If you click other.
Yeah, it's true. Monica, if you answered this question, I think this would redeem the Mayo Monkey title. I feel like this is the participation that you need to kind of just cancel that out in Clubhouse. So, I can't wait. I'm just staring at her PTR, waiting for the purple to emerge on her PTR.
Do you know her at all?
We will soon.
I have a feeling she is not going to answer this. But I guarantee she's smiling on the other end.
Yeah.
She's laughing. I can't go to sleep until she answers this question. So come on, I'm tired.
Hurry up,
It's late.
Wow, now you're going to deprive him of sleep, Monica? You're not going to let the man sleep.
Come on, for Roger. Do it for Roger. He would do it for you. I like that expression. Do it for Roger. He'll do it for you.
All right. Tony. Tony likes her on top. Her on top is making a comeback.
Yeah,
look at this.
Roaring. It is.
George, you got to respond here. Deb, I'm going to stop putting pressure on Monica. The one thing I've learned in this short-lived relationship that her and I have formed, that's loosely defined as a relationship, mostly by me, you can't put too much pressure on her. That's what I've learned. So, Deb, George, and Jeff is definitely going to answer this question for sure. Jeff is going to answer. I can predict what he's going to answer. He is going to answer. He's going to put it in the purple. That's what I'm guessing. Jeff is purple.
It's an unfortunate name with the picture he has.
Jeff is coming up. He's gonna make a selection and give a speech. This will be great. Jeff, what's up?
Jeffrey.
Hold up, picture just one.
Well, and then other is your option because the others are restrictive.
Okay. Other then, because
Okay, well then if you pick,
I like them all.
perfect, because when you select other, it comes with a follow-up question. What do you mean by other?
I mean, all of the above.
Gotta have a favorite.
You know, Trish comes to these rooms. Trish doesn't come on the stage. Trish doesn't participate in chat. But if Trish was to just simply choose to participate in this particular poll, that would redeem all of her lack of participation in all the other rooms. Trish, go ahead. Select.
Did you just...
How come George hasn't responded? Trish, she typed in chat. This is a starting point. So there's 4 options here, all completely viable options. XG, I think, is going to probably pick purple. That would be my guess. I think XG is purple. The poll?
Are you
I don't know
lefty
who
too,
Katie
XG?
Herman is.
Yeah. Jesus.
I mean, are we talking sexually?
This is crazy.
Because I feel like I can put my hand on a woman's throat either with my left hand or my right hand, and it's equally effective.
Wait, what just happened?
How come George hasn't selected? Trish is still.
Because he hates you.
Trish is still thinking.
Gonna skate by this one?
Trish is definitely still thinking. Let's see. Encourage Trish. Everyone say Trish's name. Offer her some
Yeah,
encouragement.
the suspense is killing us, Trish.
Just pick Trish, pick other. Let me encourage. I'm gonna encourage her. There's no wrong answer. Okay? There's no wrong answer.
He have nothing.
Who's wrong? Oh, back in high school, my God.
Trish, are you not going to answer? That's fine. Trish, you know what? Trish is just shy. You know, we'll have to ease her into this.
Some pretty basic options that you got, Roger.
No, others where all the, adventure stuff lies.
Yeah, that's what the actual good positions are.
And then you have to call it out. If you select others, then you have to talk about it.
Yeah, I got to agree. I mean,
okay,
the variant of missionary, that's pretty good, but missionary itself, not so good.
No, number one's reverse cowgirl. I don't give a fuck.
First cowgirl could be technically from behind.
No, let's not change words to feelings.
On top too.
Let's not change word to feelings.
Denny has not answered the question of the room.
Do you find it tough to be a lefty in life?
You know, Roger, it depends on who the woman is. You know, different women, different positions.
You know, I get it. If you personally are having sex with a woman that has too big of an ass, you're just not going to have enough cock to give it to her from behind. I get it.
Yeah, I think missionary gets a bad rap. We got another other in the audience here, Stenny. So I believe a follow-up question is needed.
Yep, Stenny. Others. So what do you mean by other? You can type it in the chat if you'd like. You can even put it in a foreign language. We'll decipher it.
Actually, I'm a big fan of the helicopter.
Don't be racist.
Not racist.
Spell it.
She was a Dutch voter kind of guy.
Helicopter is actually not racist, it's anti-Catholic.
Amen. Oh, good night, everybody.
Good night, Jules. This was fun.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Kills for Emperor. Good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
You know, the funniest thing is, go to the chat, just read the comment Chloe just put, and Rob, do me a favor. Read her comment completely out loud, and then click on her profile and read her bio out loud.
The missionary position is notably splendid, particularly with sustained eye contact, slow, powerful thrust, while teasing, and the controlled application of light choking. That's definitely Chat GPT. Jesus Christ, the Messiah is risen. Jesus Christ is king.
But the question is, for how long did he rise, and how many times did you?
One could argue that Jesus Christ walking around spreading his ministry is a missionary. So I think he would approve.
Amber Nicole, I'm not even going to ask you to do this, but if you look above, there's a poll. You can decide if you want to participate.
Why is she not being pressured like Trish was?
I'll tell you, because Amber is different. I treat everybody different. I treat everyone differently.
Great answer there.
I will say, Mojo, living where I do in South Florida, I got a great balcony right on the intercoastal. There's something about bending a woman over the balcony. I think it has changed just due to the scenery involved.
Jeff, are you a virgin?
Yes, I'm a virgin right now.
So, Jeff, why didn't you pick purple?
Because I'm also a tremendous fan of her on top. So, I'm also a tremendous fan of a modified missionary position that works really well.
Can we not ask Jeff any more questions?
Alright, you getting horny, Mike?
No, Mike doesn't know me, so he's going to he wants to assert himself in a way that's going to ultimately not work out.
Look, George has finally answered. George picked her on top. Way to go, George. Stinny is got the other, and Nassim is not answered. Trish is not answered, and Amber left, as I knew she would. There's some people that just won't participate in this conversation, like Monica, for example.
Yeah, Monica wanted no part of this.
Actually, I think she liked the attention of being asked to participate in it, but there was no chance she was going to participate in it.
I think Serendipity said that. She's like, there's no way she's answering that. I don't know how she called it.
I mean, Monica's definitely a missionary girl.
Shane K is going to say purple. I can predict.
The bigger women always like missionary. Too much effort otherwise.
I don't know what that means, Shane. Oh, I think that's doggy style. I think that image might be a butthole.
I mean, that tracks if you know Shane.
Shane's kind of one of those partial goo members.
What's a partial goo member?
Partial goo. He's a part-time gooer. Spends his time in the goo. He doesn't like coming up on the stage.
He doesn't often come up, it's true.
Who would you hope would come into this room right now to answer this question? If you had one person that you wish would come in, who would it be? For me, it's Shirley.
That would be a long answer, though.
Trish still not answered, but that's totally okay. Casey has joined the room. Casey will. I'm going to guess Casey's not going to answer this question. Although, that would be delightful if Casey would. But typically, people that TR pictures of their family are above the kind of nonsense that we have in this poll. So I'm going to doubt that he's going to respond.
I don't know, but he wrote the word sup, so he might be down.
Dr. Adams is back.
Boom! Casey, dude, you're not gonna like that.
Oh, what? Casey? You like it from behind, dude? Come on, man.
Bites the dust.
How y'all don't know Roger by now? How y'all don't know how to answer the question?
Shine. That's a weird PTR, buddy.
That is oddly disturbing. No, I just kind of found this out not recently, maybe like a year ago, that the Dalai Lama, did y'all know that like after a Dalai Lama dies, they go find a kid who's supposedly the reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lama? So like every Lama is, they say, is the same person. Like, I'm not joking on this. Like, this is crazy. Like, the last Dalai Lama, they went and got like a 9-year-old kid. They're like, hey,
Did you see the shit a couple years ago where he grabs the child and he's stuck and he's telling the
sucks
kid
his tongue like a fucking Muslim? Yeah.
That was fucking weird. It was very weird. Suck my tongue.
That was a harmless, playful gesture by the great Buddha, and the Buddha is not gay or a pedophile. Don't slander the Buddha.
Hey, were you in the room that we did with Kyle and a bunch of his people, and they were defending it fucking like crazy? There was hundreds of people in here, and that fucking room was nuts. And then they made me agree that, hey, they said, this story will disappear in 30 days. Let's do a follow-up room in 30 days. And when we did, nobody showed up. It was like, it was true. Like, nobody cared. But it was happening. Everybody was like, fucking Dalai Lama's fucking great.
So how do they determine who the reincarnation is, or is it like a group of young boys that they cultivate and then say this one is the best? Like, how does the transfer power work?
The last one they went and found in like some other country. They're like, oh, that's him. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how the? Yeah, I agree.
But isn't that just that movie? You know, that movie that popularized that? Like, is that movie actually accurate? Let me ask Grok.
There's a movie about it? I heard it from this lady else.
Yeah, there's a movie. There's a big Hollywood film. I think Richard Gere is in it.
Mojo, I personally think you should bet 69 as an option.
The only people that chose that is you and Joe B. I think that means that you two should perform it on each other.
I mean, I definitely am into food, Chris, so.
Joe B, you hear that? You and Beck, bro. Bam. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
Pictures are a good habit.
On record, the only oldest woman that I fucked, she was 58. So.
Necra, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And how old were you when you effed this 58-year-old woman?
I was 22.
So as a 22-year-old, you were actually attracted to a 60-year-old woman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Was she a Muslim?
Yeah, she wasn't.
What was it about a 60-year-old woman as a 20-year-old that was so attractive to you?
I mean, just in general, like, you know, there's just something satisfying about the fact that you have, like, a person who can portray kind of like the older dominant woman, you know, who wants the submissive boy, pretty much. So.
That's what was attractive to you? That was her preference? You were her preference? I see. Okay. You were desired. Are you generally not desired by women?
Oh no, I'm irresistible to a lot of people. It's like there's something about, you know, this older woman who wants me to, like, you know, be her
Well, I know you formally disclosed your sexual relationships with multiple trans. I'm just wondering, when you have intercourse with a trans, what are your favorite positions?
It's interesting though. They usually don't reveal to me. They never revealed to me that they were trans, and so yeah, it was.
Is that part of the foreplay before the big surprise?
No, they just said that they said that it was really cute, and I wondered why they said I didn't have to worry about anybody waking up, but they told us we had to have the lights off necessarily.
What advice to your counsel, Necro, I have to inform you to what she's talking about?
Yeah. Well,
Marshall,
yeah, John Kitover asked for it, so
we can just skip over the fact that Marshall has not only answered the question, but he hasn't answered his follow-up.
yeah, Marshall, are you a 69 guy? Will you join our camp? Will you Joe's camp?
No. I don't talk about what I do sexually, so you're never gonna get an answer.
Marshall never kisses and tells. What a gentleman you are, Marshall.
You had to pick the other, dude. You gotta answer. What's the other?
Nah, I don't kiss and tell, ever. It's not my thing.
We have to wait until Marshall's had 17 beers, and then we ask him this question.
And by 17 beers, you mean 4 White Spencer's.
Wow.
Marshall, do you think you're a romantic kind of guy?
Fuck yeah, he's romantic.
I'm not talking about that shit. That's what I think.
Marshall's romantic as fuck, bro. Marshall's
Well, hold on. Here's some things we can't talk about. Do you like holding hands in public?
Certainly, but that's as far as I'm gonna go.
Marshall, would you rather cook dinner for a young lady, or would you rather take her out?
Yeah, no. Holding hands in public is the far I'm gonna get. As far as I'm
I'm
gonna
just
get.
asking you how you like to feed her. Would you rather cook or take her? You'd rather cook. No, he's a fucking romantic. He's a fucking sweetheart.
Hell yeah, you do not want your girlfriend looking in fucking Marshall Rankin's Twitter profile, his Tinder profile. You know that shit's decked out with some really poetic shit. Anyways, we're gonna leave Marshall alone. We know no more questions for Marshall along this line.
Well, I have a different type of question I'd like to ask Marshall, if he's willing to answer, but I have suspicions that he won't. Marshall, if you got your girlfriend pregnant, would you rather that the government give your girlfriend a check for $10,000 to have the baby, or if your girlfriend wanted to go get the abortion, would you support her decision to have, feminine health care and abort the child?
Totally not talking about that either. Can we just recognize that Trish is still not answered, and Monica has also opted not to answer, but that's okay. No pressure. There's no pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
Ladies, don't be afraid to disclose your favorite sexual position. This is just geometry, and consider it geography if you're obese. Where is Dr. Adams up here? We need some analysis on obese sexual positions. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your consideration.
I mean, I do appreciate Joe's openness. I will just say that.
Marshall, have you ever been on a blind date?
No more questions for Marshall about his romantics. Look, he said no. It becomes harassment after that. We can have these conversations, but we have to respect boundaries. So I'm respecting the boundaries of Trish, Monica, and Marshall.
Mojo, your PTR to me looks like a pimp. I'm just wondering, in your life, have you ever had some emotional and romantic setbacks that you just can't let go?
Yes.
Did any of those relationships involve sexual positions that you think of from time to time?
Not anymore.
So you've let it go.
Yes.
So, I guess my final question is, Dr. Mojo, what is the source of love, and how do we all find more love in our life right now?
When did he become a doctor? Your doctor did? That's awesome.
The source of love is
A PhD.
No, I would say the source of love is whatever your conception of the creator of the universe must be the source of this thing that we can't really wrap our minds around fully. We know it exists, but we can't catch it. So it must have been created by the creator. So for some people that might be God. For other people that might be something else. So for those of you that believe in God, I would answer God.
So, Necro, if you're a humanitarian or a humanist, where do you believe the source of love comes from? Is it just chemical, or is it psychological?
endorphins.
Leather outfits.
Yeah, that's a pretty good chemical release.
I do find that shit crazy too. I think about that kind of shit, not all the time. Like my wife.
I've always wondered why good girls need bad guys.
Anyone have any leather ass clothes? Chaps. Come on.
I have a leather jacket, so.
Joby, can you look at your profile and see how this poll shows up there, and we'll stay there for the rest of your time on Clubhouse?
I don't care.
I think it goes to your permanent record.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, Joe, I just want to say I appreciate your openness about what your favorite position is. Just at your age and knowing that you're a conservative Christian. So.
Well, God said to be pleasurable.
Necro's trying to break his record.
Necro, have you ever been with a GILF? See, a 60-year-old is a puma, but a GILF is an 80-year-old granny.
No, I don't think I go that far.
You're Johnny, John.
I mean, I probably would maybe get a replacement for that, I think.
Well, you don't want to make any cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, so I say fuck it. Just go GILF and don't look back on the repercussions.
Yeah, fuck it. It's like, anal sex is like that red button that you want to push. Like, he says you want to push, you should, but fuck it.
Hakima has had more children than I think everybody in this room combined. So Hakima, in terms of your favorite positions, have you found one or the other makes for making more babies?
That's too hard to tell.
Well, if the girl's on top, they can't get pregnant. That's science.
Oh, yeah, because of gravity, right?
Right, duh.
Akiva, when you're performing anal, do you prefer it to be a man or a woman?
Wrong person for that question, brother.
Hakima, I got one more follow-up question I want to ask you. Have you ever thought about doing a paternity test on any of your children, and do you have any suspicions that any of your children might not be yours?
How's that a follow-up?
Well, I asked.
I think the likelihood of him having children that he's unaware of is higher than not knowing that he's the father of the kids that he's claiming.
Yeah, it's like, before they have paternity tests, they have to be dealing with better water and Bible.
I got a great joke I want to share with you all. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Just part we go why?
Because after you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick your bone back in that greasy box.
I thought you were going to say go for the wing.
I thought he was gonna say finger licking good.
Oh shit, Dawn's here. We're waiting for Dawn's response. Dawn, we have a poll up above. Please help us out here.
Don, please say Don, please say 69. Don, please join me and Joe.
Dawn, listen, our evening will not be complete without you responding to this question.
Oh my God, let me see. Oh, my, are you serious? Oh.
Come on, nobody's judging me, Don. He has a heart attack.
Come on, Don, I did it.
If it helps for inspiration, I want you to think about Necro as you go through these choices.
She answered.
Oh, didn't I help at all? Thank you.
Okay, well, if you say no, the one follow-up we have is, what does upper mean?
Like, what position is not on the list that you would prefer to be on the list?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Dawn, I'm sorry, the app was glitching. Did you say anal?
Yeah, I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier. Anal sucks is like that red button that says do not push. You know you shouldn't push pocket.
Yeah, it's the second time you tried with that.
Necro, have you ever had any disasters in a sexual, experience? Like, in terms of making a mess or staining?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is gonna get really interesting. Double agent, get up here. Double agent.
I'll answer yes and
no. Hey, no, hold on. We have a special guest.
I give you your disasters in my experiences, and then you want to call out my name.
No, I want you to look at the poll up above. And choose wisely.
Alright, I chose.
Alright, her on top. Interesting. By her on top, like, were you picturing somebody on Clubhouse as you were answering that?
I wasn't, but I mean, there's only anyone's probably long gone whoever would have been. I did have one.
Who would it have been?
Liaison. I did have one Clubhouse liaison.
Okay, Joy Lawyer?
Wasn't Joy Lawyer, but never actually. He's decent work.
Dude, I would rather fucking jam my fucking cock in a door frame than fuck her. She was awful.
They were really like psychopathics.
Okay, alright, cool. Well, Wayfan hasn't answered, and Mosafir has. Mosafir said other. Mosafir, you can type in the chat or you can come up on the stage and you can tell us what you mean by other. And Wayfan, I don't remember now. Was Wayfan the person that hates Jews?
He was the one, I believe, that justified prophet.
Oh yeah, he would probably have to read the Quran or some pervy hadith to get his answer for this. But
Wayfan was the one that gave his with the magical quote of "There's no such thing as too young."
Oh, that's right. Wayfan, on your tombstone, it's going to read "old enough."
Yeah, he'll probably make a difference that, Muhammad ever heard I check his dick was just...
Why you hear whatever you like? When did I say there is nothing such a thing as too young?
I hope your cock rots off.
Yeah. You said we don't have, there's no such thing as pedophilia in Islam.
When did I say that? When did I say that, man? I was saying that 1400 years ago there was no such a thing. I didn't say right now there was such a thing.
He said there's no such thing. No such thing. Wayfan, can you answer the poll above?
Pretty sure 100 years ago.
I don't see the poll. What's the question? I can't answer it.
No, you you'll have to update the app in order.
I'm on the club deck, and I did most of the job.
You're a club deck?
Yes,
Interesting. Alright, well that gives us a preference.
The Kama Sutra, and who here thinks that chakras are real?
I think I have not read it completely, but I have, and I think the chakras are interesting.
Chakras are definitely.
Well, do you know what chakras actually are?
We're gonna find
I would
out.
love for you to tell me.
They're definitions, duh. They're words.
I hate you.
Please don't say hypnosis.
All communication is hypnosis.
Is sex a form of communication and hypnosis?
No.
Definitely.
You've never seen a peacock flap its feathers in the front of a little Miss Peacock?
We're not talking about birds.
You ever heard somebody being dick dumb or pussy whipped? That's definitely some fucking man control.
Are you guys aware that almost all duck sex is rape?
Yes.
Yes. Are you also aware that the penis of a duck is in the shape of a corkscrew, and the vagina of a female duck is the opposite corkscrew? It's a very painful experience for the female.
I think you just reminded Necro what it was like to have sex with multiple trans.
Necro, are you joking about having sex with trans?
It was one person, and yeah, they didn't tell me they were trans.
Was it a born girl or born boy? Like what? Like what?
It was a trans woman, so.
So it was a dude.
So it had a dick.
Yeah.
Dude, there's just two chicks with
Wait, hold on.
Somebody have to tell you they got a fucking dick. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's no such thing as chicks with dicks. There's dudes with tits.
Hey, Necro, seriously, like, I want to, like, I don't think, if this is too personal, you just tell me and I'll back right off, but, when y'all got naked, you didn't think to look?
Well, that's the thing. We didn't take all the clothes off, you know.
I guess you didn't put it in either. You let him put it in.
Sorry, what? I came up?
I said, you let him put it in. You didn't put it in yourself.
No, yeah.
Who's they? Who are they? Who else is it?
Yeah, there's two of them now.
They as in the singular, they.
Dude, this is getting weird.
Hey, Necro, it's called your dick for a reason. You put it in, okay? Future reference. You put it in.
Yeah, I did.
Necro, did you get his number?
Yeah, I threw it away.
Necro, did you enjoy yourself?
What?
Did you enjoy yourself?
Well, we weren't able to get me to come, so.
They.
Would you have given this person a second date?
No, absolutely not.
What are you, trans though?
Do you regret it? I think that's really the big question here.
Yes, I do.
Necro, how about this? Would you fuck Brad Pitt?
No, don't answer that, Necro.
What if he dressed like a girl?
What if there was a check tied to that sexual intercourse in Brad Pitt's anus for $500,000?
What if it's Steven Colbert?
How about $5 million?
No, the only, you know, I could see myself having sex with would be
Stephen Hawking.
No, Brandon Flowers.
Brandon
Flowers.
Yeah.
The guy's a Mormon. There's no way he's fucking him.
Yeah, he's so cute to me.
Wait a minute. If you think that a guy from a band is cute to you and you think that you'd fuck him, we used to have a word for that.
I think you still have the word. I think it's still a word.
I don't want.
Start with a half.
I mean, the reason why I say I can see that I can possibly see is because of the fact that, you know, if there's any guy I have no sex with, because I can see myself dating, you know, some guys, I just can never sex at all, just, you know, sleeping with other guys.
But you can see yourself sleeping with the Mormon lead singer of the band.
I said I can possibly be like, I can possibly see myself.
Pre-show or post-show?
I guess.
Which killer song would you want in the background while you two are making it?
I'm shot.
So you've thought about this?
Yeah, he's got this. Yeah, he's got something planned out.
That's the song that came to mind. Give me a shot.
You want a shot at something?
You can give me a shot in your fucking eye.
Necro, do you like being the center of attention?
It depends.
How long have you been gay? Did you find out?
He doesn't like to be singled out.
I'm not gay. I'm straight.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what my grandfather told me. My grandfather, he had a 5th grade education, but he was very wise.
I'm straight, but I fuck a band member.
You can be a bricklayer, and you could lay 1,000,000 bricks in your life. But if you stuck just one cock, nobody will ever think of you as a bricklayer again. People will always think of you as a cocksucker.
Yeah, I'll never suck a cock. I'm sorry about it.
I think it's an ancient Chinese proverb.
Did you guys see how fast Steve Appel popped in here and popped out?
Yes.
That was crazy. Ken Frankel did the same thing. I didn't even bother inviting Ken up.
You know, I've heard so many interesting things in, you know, Uncle Steve's room over the years, and I got to tell you, I can't remember one of them.
I will say, Necro, I appreciate your candidness.
Be careful, Necro. You're gonna be up in your DMs.
Yeah, just I'm gonna block you if you do that. So.
Necro, how far are you willing to go to free Palestine?
I mean, am I the person who is like, you know, going out and saying Palestine?
I'm just saying, would you be willing to, like, do the reenactment of Jesus, get crucified, if you could just save Palestine?
I want basically for, you know, both Palestinians and Israelis and Arabs to get along. Isn't that what everybody wants?
Maybe not the Muslim terrorists.
I want to do another stage. Don't anybody ask Abby the question. We're gonna not harass her. So don't anybody do that, please.
What question?
There we go.
I'm just looking at what it is. It's pretty funny. I think it's taking out my credit card. Probably my face.
Damn! Oh shit, you popped in here. Well, we'll have to see. Well, let's just see. There's no way Kelly would ever answer this question. That's crazy. There's no way. There's no way Kelly would ever answer it.
Are there any positions that, you know, are revolutionary or groundbreaking in terms of positioning?
Like, buy the Karma Sutra book and get your answer.
You know what's lame? It always sounds like a good idea, but it ends up bad. Water sex. I don't care if it's in the shower. I don't care if it's a hot tub. Water sex is terrible.
Or the shower, that's going to your kids. Like, oh, the shower's fucking worse.
Even on a fucking water bed, the shit is terrible.
Yeah, water is not your friend.
And the even worse thing is if you're at the beach, dude, you do not want sand going through sand. It's not good.
Sex on the beach.
Hakima, did you conceive any of your kids on a waterbed?
No.
Okay.
I would be a father and not be aware of it at this point.
No shit.
No, listen, there's no way that you and the guy with the dick fucking made a kid.
Yeah, dude. Trans women can't get pregnant, bro.
Yeah, not that person, but
Neither can 58-year-old women.
But the other 87 plus woman who I just had sex with one random night, they just never told me.
That actually happened to a friend of mine, Necro. It's a true story. It's a very prominent, well-known business guy in my city, and did the 23andMe. Very long story short, found himself connected, like, 25% to someone, and it turned out that it was, he had had sex with a woman, or I guess it was 50%, I'm trying to remember the connection. He had sex with a woman when he was at UCLA in the 60s. She had a baby, never told him she got pregnant, she raised the child, and the child then had children, and it was the grandchildren that did 23andMe, found out that he had a child and a whole other family he didn't know about.
See, that's fucked up for his girlfriend, I think.
But
Yeah.
he took them in, like he has a pretty big business. They ended up coming into town and working in this business with them. But the woman he had sex with passed away, so he never got to like ask her why she never told him about it. But he met the daughter and his new grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how likely that is multiply because, I mean, I feel like a lot of them would take the option to get child support for me.
Yeah, this was.
Oh man, they'd really make a killing off of that.
Yeah, but that's why I always destroy the condom.
Necra, I was asked via text message via Rich to ask you if it was Piper or Sasha.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Wait, Necro, what do you do? I heard Drake does this. Like, Drake like puts hot sauce in the comments or something, which is so weird. Like, I don't get why you just don't flush like yours. But you just wear your condoms after you use them because you're worried about someone taking it and making a baby?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you're a rich young lad, always destroy the condom.
What, so you're saying you're rich?
I don't feel comfortable sharing my income right now.
Well, you are in the muff.
Still tell if you're gay.
Yeah.
Can people get pregnant if they spend too much time on Clown House?
Seems like it's happening. There's plenty of stories.
It's like, can't use a condom because you get pregnant.
Hey, if you guys remember the room we did where somebody was claiming that they knew someone got pregnant from semen on a toilet seat? You guys remember that?
Was it after the COVID, after the health benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
It was my semen.
Dr. Jordan, when you think about your long history of sexual activities, what positions did you find to be the most pleasurable?
So, I talked a bit.
A zoologist, just before we answer.
I talk a bit gay.
If you don't say doggy style, there's a missed opportunity.
No, I actually talk a bit gay, but then I really always default into the missionary and I try things, but I realize like when you're with someone kind of new, you don't want to. The more positions you try, the more opportunity there is to fail. So
Do you think the Prophet Muhammad felt that pressure?
Possible. It's a fair point he brings up there, Doctor. So you got to take shots. You know, you got to take risks.
Look, I noticed that I'm not going to pressure you, especially the ladies. If you just want to participate, that's completely on you. I will not ask you to do this. Completely optional. But Devin and Dr. Jordan, it's noticeable that you have not participated in the poll. So if you would like to participate, that would be we'd appreciate it. We also have a John Doe. That's an interesting name, not Trish at all. We'll bring John Doe up to the stage. See what their thoughts are. Still waiting on Devin and Dr. Jordan to respond to the poll.
Wait, what was your question? What's the poll?
Respond to the fucking poll. Look it up.
I'm driving. Hold on.
It's just what is your favorite position?
No, don't read it to him. God damn it, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bro, this question is more important than driving, Doctor.
I don't see the poll.
Dude, I've seen your fucking driving. Don't blame it on that shit.
How does he drive, Mojo?
Badly.
Let me just say, we were at a stop sign. Stop if you've heard this. And we were at a stoplight, and there's a car behind us. We're at the light. Fairly busy intersection in Los Angeles County. And the light turns green. I'm in the passenger seat. All of a sudden, I experienced whiplash as he put the car in reverse, punched onto the gas. The mechanism in his car caused the car to stop before he slammed into the car behind us. And then he looked at me and said, did I hit that car behind me? Which I said, I don't think so. So he couldn't drive. Then when we got some heat, we didn't really talk about it until the end of the meeting, which I told him, you know we're going to talk about it sometimes. So he almost came.
Roger, I would take only 40% if you want to pursue it. Say.
Yeah, look, I don't think I would sue in this situation, but I will say that if given the opportunity to hang out again, which I hope I do, I would probably prefer to drive or get an Uber. I would welcome his company, but I don't think I'd want to take passenger seats.
No, I've never done one of those things. No, but I actually know where Dr. Jordan's assets are, so I come with that expertise in this one.
Where are my assets?
They're mostly sitting with a really nice guy that's in Las Vegas.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I got another question for the room. Why do some people lower their standards instead of just masturbating?
We do.
Yeah, this is a question for Adams. Adams, if you had the choice between a porn or masturbation, what would you do?
Why does he give these questions?
Easy question. Listen, you were the one that volunteered the fact that you were with him. Nobody forced that.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be whether I would try to correlate a little bit or, masturbation.
Necro, do you think there's like an ecstasy or some type of spiritual transcendence that a trans man who dresses up as a woman is trying to perform?
They might be trying to, have the go-go boots, pretty much.
Do you know what they call the Star of David position?
6 points. Is that what the position is called?
I don't know. I saw a picture once of like two people engaged in intercourse, and it resembled the Star of David perfectly.
Monica, my favorite Canadian who wants to make America great again.
She left. Yeah.
She was here earlier. She declined to stay, which was fine. Just like this one.
You know, there's this YouTube or this Instagram channel that Dr. Adams would absolutely go crazy over. It's called something like "We Only Film Fat People Stories" or something, and it's about just people that are obese and documenting their lives and can't get out of the toilet. But it's just so crazy because it's not like fat shame. I don't know even know how Instagram allows it, but it is the craziest. These are like made for TV stories, but it is so sad and so tragic. But also, like, when you're that obese, to start losing weight is so difficult and so challenging. I mean, it makes me think that maybe Ozempic is like a miracle drug and that we should borrow and spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving obese Americans free Ozempic injections.
Is that Kyle?
No.
Dr. Jordan, have you noticed any positioning in the animal kingdom, that you found interesting? Is it, how do animals position? Is it the same as humans or?
Before he says this, we already talked about the ducks in the working group. I used to see neighbor dogs. There was a Doberman and this little white dog. They called it Snowball. They would get stuck together like butt to butt. They'd be like back to back, and like the dick and the balls were literally stuck in the other dog. And then the other dog was just howling. It sounded like they were in pain, like dying. It was crazy.
Why did they get stuck?
That happens every time. Every time dogs make that.
How did they get stuck? I don't understand.
It swells up in there somehow. It takes around about 5-10 minutes before it actually goes down and it comes out.
I've almost seen dogs in space a couple times.
I used to breed dogs.
You used to breed dogs. Pit bulls. You were never involved in any pit bull fighting, were you, Hekima?
I'd like to put the lie detector on you. You ever watch much of it?
I've seen his dog fight.
Did you put on it?
No bets, definitely no bets. I didn't enjoy it. I mean, when you grow up, I did. You're going to see that. Yeah, except you decide keep indulging, and I chose not to.
So, Hakeem, I just might ask you, possibly attended one of Michael Vick's dog fights?
watch film the Michael Vick. He redeemed himself when he became an eagle. I just want to say that.
He will never redeem himself. No, I gotta tell you, I think Michael Vick should have been, buried in a real prison. I think harming dogs is worse than harming humans.
I agree with you. I think if we had a whole city that had to figure out what to do with him when he came on the team, it was a struggle for everyone.
I think when he was running up down that field, you guys forgot all about the dog.
Everything. And it was bring your dog to the stadium day. I mean, it's amazing.
No way.
No, I mean, I'm just saying it was really kind of funny to see how the city, which is a very dog-oriented city, especially where my place is packed with dogs, because I'm by the square and down in the town, and everyone has dogs. So it's a city very, very dog-friendly. And then all of a sudden, we get this guy on the team that it's just the worst thing with respect to dogs. And exactly what Hakima said, once he started playing well.
Isn't it geographic proximity though? Because if you live in China and you go to the dog festival and they kill 10,000 dogs, for the big festival for the dinner, I mean, isn't it all just conditioned on your geographic location?
Hey, Ron, I got an unpopular take right here. If I had to win one football game, I need a quarterback. It's not the greatest ever, but I'm taking Mike Vick if I want to win one football game.
I will say this, depending on the offensive line and talent around him, he's probably the most difficult to game plan around.
100%.
That being said, I would force him to beat you by throwing the ball, because I think if you just drop back and zone cover, you're gonna have
I gotta say that Rich has called me 5 times and sent me 100 text messages with regards to this conversation.
Why is Rich not in this?
I have no idea, but he wants to make sure that Necro knows it's him with all the comments.
Why did you and Rich not get along?
I have no idea. Actually, I just jokingly now, I think, no matter what I say, I've never had an argument with a debate with him, but for some reason I'm a liar. I'm all kind of weird shit that he made up in his mind and he sticks with it. But he got a problem with me.
John, can you text Rich and tell him, send him a message from the room that when he does arrive and shows up, just ask him to limit his shares to 1 point, just maybe 90 seconds tops. If we can get that to him, that'd be great.
So I invited Rich to an X Space that I was on today as a guest speaker, as a candidate congressman, and it was with a couple large X accounts that do political communication in the Chicagoland area, and Rich asked me some great questions, and I complimented him on his Islamic analysis because prior to coming on this app, I had never heard anyone bring up these hadiths and ever criticize Islam lest you be called an Islamophobe. But when you hear people on this app who have the receipts with regards to some of the naughty practices in Islam, it's rather shocking.
Do you mean the stain on Aisha's dress?
I mean, even the story about how Muhammad had sex with a young boy underneath the blankets in the tent.
I want to understand a little bit more about the break between the Quran and the Quran, like the one with the Q and the one with the K. Akima, can you walk us through the differences?
Well, here's the difference. One was written in the 7th century, one was written in the 20th century. One was given to you by the Prophet Muhammad, one was given to you by the Prophet Noble to our leaders. So, different books. Different
So for your people, do they practice pedophilia like the old school Muslims do?
I don't know if pedophilia is right.
That's good.
Not standard in traditional Islam. I'm pretty sure they have pedophiles in every religion, and even atheists.
I wonder what Muhammad's favorite position was.
Tell me how deep in the buffalo wheat today. I think Dr. Jordan and Rowe have not answered the question. I don't pressure the women to answer, but I would love to see the men participate, full participation in this. So
I can't even see the poll. Where is it?
It's above the room.
It's not showing up. I guess they have to update, or you're not very good at this.
Yeah, I can't join the poll either. I'm on Club Tech, so it doesn't show up here. What's the question?
You're not Club Dick.
Do you hear dick every time somebody says dick?
I heard deck.
Yeah.
I heard dick.
I heard
Yeah.
deck.
I heard that.
You came into my debate the newsroom on Chatter the other day, and you were just briefly in there before, they terminated my account. But I'm just wondering, how's your experience been on Chatter?
Well, Congressman, or should I say Congressman? It's been an interesting one. We could talk about that at the time.
Ron, I'm sending you a message.
I feel like I got on Chatter as one of the early people, like really early. Hi. And I think I just lost where it was going, and now I feel like I'm not interested because last time it was Nelson and Grant earlier this week, and Nelson was kicking people off, and it was just all this weird drama of him kicking people off. I don't want to hear about the drama, but has anyone had any more active experience on Chatter? Because it was weird to hear them here complaining about Chatter. What would you say?
Because it's more topical. I'm in the room talking about education. And the issue is the only reason I'm in there.
They talk about education?
You gotta, there's multiple rooms you can pick from. A lot of the times they talk about
Now that I finally got on the poll, that sounds wrong. Now that I've answered the poll, what are the other things people are interested in? I mean, like, what else is possible here?
Well,
Hammer.
serendipity had a long list of interests.
What is your favorite position, Serendipity?
right at the moment. So I think it's well.
Oh,
It's kind of like, what's the Marlon Brando movie, Dr. Jordan, with the Marlon, where he pushes her against the wall? Remember the Last Tango in Paris? Did you see that?
I did, but I didn't remember it.
That was in the
In the kitchen with the butter, right?
The melted butter, right?
Thank God Stevie came in just in time.
I came. Timing is everything.
What do you clip? Thanks, Andy.
It was in the kitchen, right? Was it against the wall? I thought it was against the refrigerator.
I don't remember if it was against appliance or not. By the way, favorite fact, Last Tango in Paris, which got nominated for Best Movie Academy Awards, was rated X. Anybody remember the other movie that was rated X that was nominated for Academy Award Best Movie?
Midnight Cowboy.
Midnight Cowboy, that's right.
Everyone's talking.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
By the way, that is arguably the greatest improvisation of any scene in any movie. That was improv, because that taxi cab came and Dustin Hoffman just stayed right in character.
Steve, you haven't answered the poll question up top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take care of that right now.
Doesn't that movie actually suck, though?
What movie?
Midnight Cowboy. Yeah.
Amazing movie. Amazing movie.
So,
What makes that movie so amazing?
I would like to say.
Acting was great.
Hold on. If we're going to talk about Dustin Hoffman, in my opinion, so there's four actors from the 70s that get thrown about as being the great actor of their generation. He's the most underrated of the four. You got Jack Nicholson, you got De Niro, you got Pacino, and then you got Dustin Hoffman. I would argue, scene for scene, movie for movie, I think Dustin Hoffman's probably the best in the...
You cleared yourself up.
I'm so going to agree with you on that.
His portrayal of Ratso Rizzo was fucking amazing.
Dude, he's just somebody underrated. Straw Dog, for example. If you guys have seen Straw Dogs, did Sam Peckinpah? Best fucking one. Here's a guy who's just a normal fucking dude. Picture like, Dr. Jordan. And then you've got this beautiful wife, and then you get this home invasion, and it really just taps into like your home is your castle, and like it was his home, and it was his family, and he's got to fight, and this isn't fucking Rambo fighting. They did a remake of it, and it was completely missed the entire point of that movie. The entire point of that movie is that if you push somebody so far that even the guy that doesn't look like much, you put him into a corner, he will fucking snap. And so, if you guys haven't seen Straw Dogs, I think it's one of the best movies ever made.
you're saying that it will look like much? Is that what this is amounting to?
No. I'm saying that you don't seem like the kind of guy that's like you look like you're just gonna have normal suburban life. Like you're not like some killer.
I'm going to say Marathon Man. He was amazing, incredible in that.
And you guys
going to say him with Laurence Olivier and Is It Safe is
How about Tootsie? I mean, you got to give him that one too.
Tootsie also.
How about Straight Time? One of the best heist films of all time, where he plays a believable, convincing bad guy. It's amazing. The guy's got range. People don't give him the full respect.
I just wanted to ask about your all's poll. It didn't seem very inclusive because it didn't have him on top for Necro. So I was just wondering.
Hey, this is not going to be the pick on Necro room. That's not going to happen.
I was in John's live the whole time just listening, not being able to say.
Doesn't matter. This is not the pick on Necro room. Matter of fact,
Can I just say that topic for a second? Because I'm going to talk about a movie that, like, do you remember that one that just made an impact? Do you remember him in Little Big Man? Did you ever see that?
Very good. What about Billy Batson?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. But Jack, remember he played this character Jack Crab in Little Big Man? And he was like 100-year-old man, and they did this makeup, and then he remembered, like,
life, like from the beginning.
Yeah, that was
know
a
that
great.
movie
That
at
was
all?
a great film. That was a great movie.
Great film.
The cast of Billy Bathgate, you got Nicole Kidman, a young Nicole Kidman. You've got a prime Bruce Willis. You've got Dustin Hoffman, and then Steve Buscemi was in it when he was young. It's a really, really fucking good movie. It's a gangster film. He plays Dutch Schultz, if you guys are familiar with that character.
You mean the gangster Dutch Schultz?
Yeah.
He was great in All the President's Men, also.
Oh, yeah, and Stanley Tucci's in it. He plays Lucky Luciano in Billy Bathgate.
I'm trying to remember the movie. I know I saw it.
It's very good. It's very, very good.
I totally agree with you. I think he's the best of those four.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate? He had that TV show, horse racing, and it was right around the time where, like, you know, everybody was making that transition to, like, the best stories get told are on the small screen, not on the big screen. And that was going to be, like, the next big good show, and they had some problem on the set. I don't know exactly what it was. I didn't follow up all, but that show got canceled, and it was no fault of its own. And that's pretty much been it. I haven't seen anything from him since then.
Let's not forget Papillon.
Oh, God, yeah. I read the book also.
Or Rain Man.
Yeah, Rain Man.
Or Lenny.
Or The Graduate.
Well, let's talk about classics. I mean, The Graduate was his breakout role, right?
Right.
Like, it's interesting. What was it? Manuel Mendoza was doing a room once. Now, he did it in the film rooms, and they were talking about breakout roles, like just the best who had the best breakout role, and I think that was his. But like, for instance, for Stallone, Rocky was not his breakout role.
Lords of Flatbush.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw De Niro. He said out of all his films, Raging Bull, he thinks it's like his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, if you look at what he did, there was nobody, like, the transformation, the body transformation that he had to do for that role is just incredible. Now, since then, guys like Christian Bale have done even further crazy shit in that regard, but Raging Bull was definitely ahead of its time. It feels like a 70s movie, but it was made in the 80s. 80s films, in my opinion, suck, but that's probably the high water mark, and it started the decade.
Who was the woman in that? I'm trying to remember who played Jake LaMotta's wife. It was like one of the better boxing movies.
But, you know, I kind of hate De Niro, though, after, you know, he says, I wish I could punch Trump in the nose. Like, I don't know. To me, I've had a falling out with all of these, any actor who has come out politically. Like, it's ruined, you know, to me, the allure of them as, you know, all these characters. They personalized themselves, and in the process, they've ruined their career, in my opinion.
I hear what you're saying. I'm going to tell you, I have learned a long time ago to compartmentalize the art from the artist. I can still watch The Cosby Show and just laugh my ass off. Like, I love Bill Cosby's comedy. I love him. I love his TV show. Look, who knew that he was doing all the crazy shit? You know what I mean? Like, you just got to let some of that stuff go. But when people are volunteering their opinions on shit like this, I don't know why they would do it. If they're alienating their audience, and people on the left and the right do it. It's just it makes no fucking sense. And then to do it at the end when you're almost done, like just shut the fuck up already. It's not like he even All right, so let's rank them. Hoffman, I have number 1. I have Nicholson number 2. I have De Niro number 3 and Pacino number 4. Do you guys have them in a different order?
Who's your number 4?
Pacino, 70, those legendary 70s actors. That's like the Mount Rushmore of 70s guys. I've got Hoffman at the top. I put Nicholson second, De Niro third, Pacino fourth.
Well, the thing with Nicholson is, except for the movie with Helen Hunt, he's kind of always playing Nicholson. I love Jack Nicholson, don't get me wrong, but except when he played that character, he's always playing Nicholson.
I would actually say that the character he played in As Good as It Gets, that's the Helen Hunt.
As Good as It Gets, right? Yeah.
I would say that is just picking up the character that he'd played in terms of endearment. Like, it's very similar.
It is, but not The Shining. I mean, that's different.
The Departed.
But what's the one, Five Easy Pieces?
5 Easy Pieces is fucking amazing. Easy Rider, fucking Last Detail was really good.
That was really good.
Isn't the
I'm
blonde?
not putting him second.
Isn't the blonde from Chinatown and Raging Bull the same blonde?
That Faye Dunaway.
Yeah, Faye Dunaway. Yeah, isn't she from Raging Bull?
Was she in Raging Bull? She was definitely.
No, but she was in Chinatown.
I don't feel like I'm putting Nicholson second. And then I'm thinking of Pacino's roles. Scent of a Woman.
Matthew Moriarty was the one from Raging Bull.
So go through Pacino's like great roles.
You gotta go Godfather,
Scent of a Woman.
Dog Day Afternoon, and Justice for All, Serpico, shit, what am I missing?
And the movies have to be straight.
Scarface was his fucking worst movie. Who said Scarface in the chat? Scarface, Mojo's favorite. I fucking hate Scarface. That movie, that's why I rank him number 4. Because, like, if it wasn't for Scarface, I would rank him higher. And then Scent of a Woman was good, but then after he wins his Oscar for Scent of a Woman, which is kind of like a makeup Oscar for him, not winning for other shit, then all of a sudden he stops knowing how to act. He just shows up and he yells. Like Pacino yelling is that's what he turned into as he got older. It's ridiculous. Carlito's Way is actually much better than Scarface.
Later in his career, Devil's Advocate, Any Given Sunday, Heat. I liked him in Heat a lot.
And what actors? What actors are you choose to do?
We're only the 4.
Oh, okay.
So you have De Niro, Pacino, Hoffman, and Nicholson.
I would go with Nicholson. I mean, I can't present the actor with people in the past just because of my old hair light.
To me, Marty Scorsese is like the biggest, legend of all time. His movies compared to other directors' films, I just don't think. I don't know. Who else do you think is comparable to Scorsese?
Is it director? I think Spielberg.
Stanley Kubrick. I think Spielberg is actually the most overrated, to be honest. I think he's his hits are amazing, but Spielberg's has so many duds, things that just he just mails in. Kubrick, in my opinion, far better. I would actually say Brian De Palma's better than Spielberg.
God, I
I love Brian De Palma.
I think Sidney Lumet is as good as Spielberg, if not better. I mean, there's a lot of these fucking guys. Terrence Malick is fucking better than Spielberg, in my opinion. Shit, who else?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm ignorant. I've never even heard of Terrence Malick. What films?
This is fucking crazy. Steve,
I know. I'm surprised.
You are a cultured guy. How does this happen?
I don't know. What films?
You know Mike Nichols?
Of course.
Okay, so how do you where do I start? Like that's as I read down his filmography, I want you to tell me if you've ever heard of any of these films. Okay.
Okay.
How about Badlands?
Yes.
Gates of Heaven.
Barely rings a bell.
Thin Red Line.
It rings a bell. This is probably why I've never heard of it. But what else?
Jesus Christ. You've never seen Thin Red Line? Thin Red Line came out the same year that Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan came out, and it was the superior war movie. I don't know.
Is that the one filmed in Australia? Was Adrian Brody in that one?
They were all in it. It's just an all-star cast, and like the whole thing is like it's probably the most beautifully shot film in terms of like the scenery, but then you've got like the blood like in this crazy just beautiful jungle, and it's just fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. Anyways, I could see that you guys want to stick to the standards. What do you want to go with John Ford? Would that be another one, Steve, that you would be familiar with? John Ford?
I live a sheltered life. I'm not. You're disappointed in me, Roger. I can tell.
What about Michael Cimino? You familiar with Michael?
Sure. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. I've saved a little bit of grace.
Do you like do you like Catherine Bigelow?
I don't know that one either.
I like Houston.
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, shit, dude. There's a lot of Catherine Bigelow's husband, the one that did the Titanic. What's his fucking name? Terminator, Titanic.
Right. Yeah.
What's that fellow's name?
Was married to Linda, what's her face, who starred in Terminator. Shit, I don't remember his name. Also did the Alien movie. This,
Cigarette mirror.
Who's the famous one that did the slow motion? Peckinpah? Did you ever see the film Forest?
Which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Wild Bunch?
Yes, Sam Pennell.
Yeah, that's Peckinpah. Yeah, he's got some good ones. He also did Straw Dogs.
Correct.
Here's an actor. You guys tell me if you guys are fans of John Cazale. Only 5 feature films, and all 5 of the films that he was in, he was best supporting, or he was a supporting actor. All 5 of those films nominated for Best Picture. You have Godfather, The Conversation, Godfather 2, Dog Day Afternoon, and The Deer Hunter. From 72 to 78, they're probably not a better, supporting actor. 5 fucking films, and they're all AFI top 50.
The conversation, having spent so much time recording Clubhouse, there's something really interesting about making secret recordings at scale, and I assume the government, through all their signals and channels intelligence, the global scouring of intelligence on foreign officials. I mean, isn't that what the State Department cables were when Snowden and the trans soldier, what was that whole release that caused that big storm where the Europeans finally knew that we were spying on them extensively? Do you remember all that data that came out and that information, the PDF or the the PowerPoint presentation about all the spying we were doing and how it all got revealed?
You know, we got Snowden to speak at the Libertarian Convention in Reno. He didn't speak live. He was piped in, and it wasn't Zoom. I forget how we got him on there, but he basically just spoke to everybody. I've never been a fan. Like I would have been a much bigger fan if he would have just took his lumps. The fact that you fucking are sitting in Russia, like you're so self-righteous that you want to expose this tyrannical government, but now you're sitting in Russia of all fucking places. There's something about Snowden that doesn't set well with me. I think that he's a traitor. Now, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, I have a much different thought on that. Now, I do think that there's some secrets that probably should be kept, but I think his heart was in the right place. I think Snowden it's just a traitor. That's my take on this.
Well, the State Department.
We both were. I worked for NSA. You know, you guys don't believe that, but I did for 7 years. We both are being protected. But they're lucky to be alive.
Well, when Julian Assange says that the war machine is a way to do money laundering, where he believes that the wealth are essentially taking the taxpayer base and putting it in offshore bank accounts, I mean, isn't there a little truth in that?
Well, I don't mind Julian Assange. Like, if you think about the WikiLeaks cables, that is something where it's like, okay, here's information that that he felt that the public ought to know. What Snowden did was Snowden had a job. Like one guy is a journalist looking for the story. The other guy has a job where he's got national security clearance and he's taken an oath to protect this information. I think there's a big difference between the two people.
Both were enemies of
I disagree about Assange. I agree with you on Snowden, and there's some people that love both of them. There's some people that feel the way you do and hate both of them. I'm split on it. I think Snowden's a piece of shit, and I think Assange has been mistreated. I do think you could maybe make the argument that some of the release of information in those cables was irresponsible. Okay, but I also think that he was doing it as a journalist and not as a provocateur. That's my honest take on it.
My dad was a Navy cryptologist with high security at that time. Those guys had to almost go underground because of what both of the treasonous guys did. I don't know the details. I just know what I saw.
But Julian Assange isn't even an American citizen, correct? He's an Australian?
Correct. And by the way, he was just taking information that people was giving to him the way any other credible reporter would, right? And he would get the source and then he would validate it, talking to other sources. Like if you go talk to Gary Bumgarner about like what it takes for a reporter, to release a story. I think Julian Assange was actually probably one of the best journalists of our lifetime, and if some of that information releasing it was irresponsible and got somebody hurt, okay, I'll accept that. But I think his intentions were really, really good, and you're just not gonna convince me otherwise.
Can you distinguish him
But
from?
let me say something real quick, and I'll be quiet. He put a lot of people at risk, their lives of a lot. My dad was one of them.
Really, the video of the helicopter shooting those innocent people in the streets who were just journalists?
When you get into knowing intelligence that's been classified multiple ways, and you reveal it out of because you're a reporter, I say bullshit.
Didn't he
I'm just
also?
gonna ask to distinguish it from the Pentagon Papers and how we looked at the release where Daniel Ellsberg leaked the documents. And some people saw that as the ultimate treason.
Didn't he release Podesta's emails and it caused a lot of problems for Hillary Clinton?
WikiLeaks you're talking about.
Yeah, WikiLeaks.
Not what I'm talking about the pretty famous Supreme Court case, but it's okay. Go back to WikiLeaks.
Todd, I think I'd love your sources for that talks about Congressman premeditated cycle, and like you say, broke, at least officially.
So I'm looking at this again, and so the critique of it is that some of the stuff was unredacted, and that you could have put the story out with redacted information that would have provided more protection. That being said, it didn't lead to anybody dying. So the claim that it was it potentially could have been dangerous. And I think the critique is that if you're going to release that kind of information, you should redact the names. And I think that's a fair critique. But again, that's just a mistake that's made. I don't think that's. I think good reporters should still report those stories. Just release the same information, redact the names.
Alright, the 1971 Shaw Dogs looks okay. But I don't know, the 2011 trailer looked a lot better, honestly.
No, the new one is horseshit. It misses
the 2011 one, or is there a newer one?
No, the 2011 one is horseshit. It misses the entire point of the fucking film.
I just like I mean, I guess because it's newer, but
you don't like watching 70s film because you're young.
Well, yeah, but it seemed a little slow, and I'm guessing it's probably not. Based on the trailer was.
When you say slow, you don't like deliberate pacing. Like again, it's fine. You like what you like, but just know that there hasn't been a good decade of film since the 1990s. The 30s, the 70s, and the 90s, the best decades of film. Any other decade, like you're hard pressed to put together 10 films that really fucking are great movies.
I'm a big 40s, 50s guy. I was watching a trailer.
Clam Date?
No. I watched a lot of like old westerns and a lot of old Turner classic movies and stuff like that. Always making me watch it, and I kind of grew to like it.
The first movie I ever shed a tear in was Ben-Hur. I don't know why, but that scene where Jesus heals Ben-Hur's family from leprosy, I don't know, that made me cry.
What do you think of Ben-Hur when they're filming the chariot race and just that men are dying and they're just like, leave it in, leave it in?
Oh, Roger, you ever watch or listen to Betty White on AM radio? Back in the day, like the old shows they used to do on AM radio. Really fucking good.
So, my favorite is the 60s movies. Did you ever see It's a Madman, Madman Wrong? They tried to remake it. Actually tried to remake it in Vegas. It just wasn't as funny.
If you want to talk about people dying, what was it, 1980, the first Twilight Zone movie? Who was the star who literally got decapitated by the helicopter? What was his name?
Yeah, that's the old dude that was, he was like the racist guy, this kid, right? Was this fucking...
He was a relatively famous actor. But speaking of Betty White, if you really want to hear something great, I saw an interview, and it was a while ago, Betty White talking about working with a black actor. I want to say I want to say like the 50s or whatever, when everybody was against it, she supported it, and she clearly said, you know, it's a job and they're entitled to do it. I don't remember what she said, but she really stood up for black actors working with white women in like the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, when I was, I had Sirius Satellite Radio or XM, whatever it was when it first came out, and I was just scrolling through the channels and I landed on like AM radio, and I was like, dude, it was fucking amazing. It was like all the old AM radio shows and stuff like that. They would like live action, like Abbott and Costello type. You know, I guess Abbott and Costello started out like on AM radio, and then eventually ended up on television. Same thing with Betty White.
How much were you guys into the Twilight Zone?
Every episode.
Like, right? What was the name of the episode when they went to the other planet and they were going to get eaten? The guy didn't realize that the aliens were taking them, but they were going to eat them. They were fattening them up. Do you know that episode?
Yep.
Just trying to remember the name of it. I love watching those over and over. The pig faces, the people with the pig faces.
Yeah, my dad was into westerns, and then my mom was into like the Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that. And, you know, those more type of themed, like, you know, still western, like themed, but more like the love stories and stuff like that, romantic stuff. I kind of grew up on that.
My favorite movie of all time is Night of the Hunter. Charles Lawton has directed only one movie of all time. One movie. He just mic drops, directs Night of the Hunter, and then says he's done with directing. It's amazing. Robert Mitchum, most underrated actor of all time.
See, I was a big John Wayne fan until I like learned more about John Wayne, and I was like, fuck.
Oh,
My dad.
Don't be a fag.
He was a total piece of shit, man.
Who cares? Who cares? So is Bill Cosby. The shit's funny as fuck.
You know, I agree. My dad's always a big Eastwood fan, and I was always a big John Wayne fan. And my dad's like, oh yeah, did I ever tell you how John Wayne molested me when I was 11 years old? And I was like, shut the fuck up, dude. And he's like, no, he's like, I'm serious. He's like, I met him when I was 11, and he like touched my pecker and stuff, and I was like, you're a fucking asshole, man.
So are you more of a Rio Bravo fan or a Man That Shot Liberty Valance fan?
I'm bad with like names of movies and shows and shit like that. If I watch a trailer, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've fucking seen this.
Quiet Man. I stayed at that castle in Ireland where they filmed it.
I have the worst memory for movies and songs and all that kind of shit.
What about The Shootist with little young Ron Howard? I think that might be his last one. I'll have to double check.
Little Ron Howard, like from the time of.
Yeah, Little Ron Howard.
Like when he was.
Yeah, let me find out what year that was.
What was the one where John Wayne picks up a little kid, he throws him in the water, and then he finds out that the mom doesn't know how to swim either, and he throws her in the water? And they were like fishing by a pond, and he found out the little kid's like 8 years old, and he doesn't know how to fit swim.
You know what blows my mind is when you total the total number of movies and all the hours recorded and all the labor that went into those movies and all the people who went to the theaters for the past 100 years. If you look at all that data and information, or really how people have stored their greatest thoughts and intelligence through films, or podcasts. Like, I'm a big fan of Alan Watts. And when I think about what all the spoken word, lectures that Alan Watts gave, in a way, they used film in the same way that we do computer science database storage.
John, what's the name of that guy that you listen to all the time? The mind is a powerful thing, blah, blah, blah. That guy.
Yeah, that's Alan Watts, yeah.
That guy's fucking.
Abby, The Shootist was John Wayne's final movie.
Oh,
Came out in '76.
Hondo was that go.
It was at the end, but it was at, the Shootist was his last one, 76.
Yeah, Hondo's the one where he throws the woman in the lake.
Rio Bravo's cool, but they ended up remaking it. I don't know why, but like I forget. I think it's like El Dorado or something like that, or I think that's the name of it. The first one that they did, Rio Bravo, was with Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson. That's a very easy film to watch. It's not going to win any fucking awards. This certainly didn't. But as far as just seeing the star power of John Wayne and Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking up the scenes on Google Images. I haven't seen that one. Rio Bravo one.
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is probably the deepest film that he's ever done.
I had his entire collection on DVD at one point. It had like every fucking John Wayne movie ever.
I think they gave him the Oscar for True Grit because it was time to give him an Oscar, but I don't know if I thought it was like Oscar level really get that. You know,
Right.
I think they deserved it.
Would you guys say that Eastwood is a better actor or director? Or both?
I don't think Eastwood is a great actor at all. I think that he's had some great films. Some Sergio Leone films were very well directed.
Well, when I say actor, I mean like good films. I feel that's our better actor in the sense of like, you know, really good movies that he's acted in and stuff. I'm not saying he's like fucking what's his name in Batman, you know.
He's certainly fucking iconic, but like even if you go and you watch Good, Bad, and Ugly, which is that's the finest film that he's ever done.
Oh yeah.
He's the star of the show, but he's not the best thing. It's
That's acting cast really good.
Eli Wallach was fucking really good at it.
I have always loved Clint Eastwood as an actor, but there's no comparison to him as a director. As a director, he is arguably the greatest director of all time for a variety of reasons. One, business. He always turns his films in on time, if not early, and at or under budget. Two, all actors want to work with him because of the way that he directs and the films just themselves. If he doesn't get the Best Director award, his films have gotten Best Picture awards, and he gets the best out of his actors. I think he's the greatest director of all time.
Well, I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, but I do think that listening to interviews with people that have worked with him, it's fascinating how some directors like they want to take like 1,000 cuts at something, all the different angles, you know, improvising on something. Apparently, he's all about like let's get the shot and let's get it fucking done. And oftentimes it'll just be one fucking take. Maybe if there's something that if the cameraman fucks up, they'll take a second take. But if he has if they have a bad take, it's in the fucking film. It's very interesting. He's not a perfectionist. He's all about like let's just fucking shoot.
Was talking about he was in one of his movies, and he just walks up and he goes, "All right, now, come on, let's do it." And he's like, "Yeah, come on, let's get it, let's do it." And he just like fucking tells him like that. He's like, and then he's like, "All right, let's do that one more time." And I think it's Shia LaBeouf or something.
Actually, he never ever says action. Never.
Yeah, he said he was talking about one of the westerns like he did that was directed by one of those like loud and like obnoxious Italian like directors or whatever. He used to be like, ready. Yeah, he'd be like, ready on set, action. You know, and he said, and every time they would scream action and stuff, he said the horses would all get fucking startled, like try to take off. And
That's
shit.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf when they were doing that, and also the other guy that played the Punisher. I'm so fucking bad with actors' names. The guy, the Punisher guy, yeah. He was talking about that. He was describing like how he fucking worked, and he said it was phenomenal.
You guys ever see Play Misty for me?
Absolutely.
What's it called?
Play Misty for me?
Play Misty. Let me look at it.
Roger, you know how he got the job directing that film?
Tell me.
What he was scheduled to star in it, and he wanted to direct, but they didn't want to, pay him or whatever, and he volunteered to direct the movie for free. He got paid his actor's wage, but he volunteered to direct the movie for free. That's how they say, and that's what he said many times. He got to direct the movie.
I've never seen that one.
A lot of people like Fatal Attraction, and for me, Play Misty, for me, is it's the same concept of an obsessed woman.
Absolutely, no question about it.
But the subtlety of it is so much better. Like Fatal Attraction, like they have to go over the top because they just don't have the subtlety in it. Play Misty for me is super underrated movie.
So do you think?
What was the movie he did just Beguiled? I saw that for the first time last year. I had never even heard of it. That is the great Clint Eastwood movie. It takes place during the Civil War. He plays a medic, and he gets hurt, shrapnel or whatever, and so he's taken in by this woman's house. And I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but if you ever get a chance and you see it on cable, The Beguiled, it's amazing.
I don't want to see the ending either, but that was an amazing thing. All that came out. Oh my god.
Oh, Dirty Harry.
I like Play Misty for me.
You know, it was one movie that I was forced to watch, and it was actually a really good movie. Was the Last of the Mohicans. Actually, I watched Brokeback Mountain because one of my fucking exes like wanted to watch it. So I sat down and I was like, I can't believe we're fucking watching Brokeback Mountain. And we sit down and I was like, it wasn't that bad of a movie. Like, past all the gay shit and stuff.
It's not a bad movie. The weird part is that there's plenty of movies where people are cheating on their wives while they're at work, but because the stars of the show are gay, everyone's like, oh, it's such a romantic fucking love story. If they were guys cheating on their wives with other women, they would just be any other movie and nobody would give a shit. Like the fact that people call that romantic, it was just weird. It was a fucking the response to that movie was weird. The acting was great actually.
Oh yeah. I was really surprised as I got to the very end, and I was like, well, actually, it wasn't that bad. I'm like, I didn't like all the gay shit, I'm not into that, but other than that, it was a good movie. And I would say another movie that she got me into, which I fucking railed against and actually really liked, was Twilight, the whole Twilight series. I got to the end of the movie and I was like, when the fuck's the second one of this come out? She's like, there's books. And I was like, oh, where's those books you got?
Those books suck. But I will say,
no, come on.
No, they suck. But Kristen Stewart, I think she's underappreciated. I do think that there's something really cool about her. And those films don't capture it. I would
have you seen it?
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend made me fucking watch it. It was fucking awful. It was punishment. We'd have to go at like midnight, but it's fucking getting released.
Well, I think what made it really good, Roger, was like all the little things that you could like do with your girlfriend and shit like that. You could just look at her and like you'd like get her like turned on and be like, damn, I'm tired. Like it was all that kind of shit and stuff that like made it a good.
John, did you ever read the book that Blade Runner's based on?
No.
You should check it out. Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. It's very interesting.
So was Harrison Ford an android in that film, or was He
No, I don't think so. I think that's revisionist history. Like people like wanting to see something that's not there.
I mean, isn't the signal that unicorn? He's having that dream of the unicorn, so that's like an implant.
Yeah, I don't think they. I don't think they're that fucking creative. I mean, come on, like it's fucking Ridley Scott for fuck's sake. Like Ridley Scott's no fucking Stanley Kubrick.
Did you see his HBO special or two seasons of Raised by Wolves? It was really good.
Yeah, did anybody ever watch it, or not the movie, but did anybody do the audiobook or the paperback version of Ready for One? Really fucking good if you like 80s shit.
This is like a video game, right?
It's what do you call it? Like the metaverse type shit, but like more advanced and it's set in like a parallel universe where this dude made like a perfect metaverse and like everybody lives in it, and then whoever like finishes and completes the quest ends up winning the entire company. But it just goes. It's got so much fucking like fandom, like what's the word? Like nostalgia into it, like where they just name off all the different fucking. You know, they go through all the different like original arcade systems and video games and TV shows and series, and you're just, oh fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that show from the 80s and shit. It's really good.
I like Tron.
It's narrated by, what's his name from Star Trek? Wesley. No, Wesley, you know, the Next Generation, the kid.
Will Wheaton.
Yeah, Will Wheaton. Yeah, Will Wheaton's the one that narrates it.
In hindsight, do you think there's just too much media?
Oh, dude, we were talking about this the other day, John. We were saying if you were to sit down and like figure out how many movies and TV shows and shit that you've watched multiple times and like just added up all the fucking hours of like movies and TV shows that we've wasted on our life. But I mean, Roger's gonna say it's entertainment and it's part of, you know, artistic, blah blah. And I agree, but it is kind of wild if we were to sit down and like be like, holy shit, we've spent like thousands of fucking hours just watching movies and TV shows, and how many movies and TV shows we've watched over and over and over again.
Hours that we spent on doing this dog shit.
No, I agree. That's why John said this is a hypnosis.
I was just having dinner with some people in entertainment talking about producing or publicizing films rather, and we came kind of to this consensus that you know, the news media is so outrageous with such sensationalized stories, some true, some not actually, and it's hard to compete. It's hard to compete with like a feel-good story. It's hard to put out a feel-good story when there's so much else captivating, catching people's attention. And it's kind of an interesting problem.
Why is it a problem?
Well, I mean, they see it as a problem. I'm not the one trying to promote their films, but they see it as a problem because they can't get traction to promote some of the stuff they're doing. And I'm saying it's hard to compete in this news media culture because there's far more interesting things going on in real life than on film, in my opinion.
What about the movie The Holy Mountain, La Montana Sagrada? Have you ever seen that crazy film?
Holy Mountain? When did it come out?
Maybe the 60s or 70s, but it's one of the most shocking and most visually shocking and topic shocking. It's one of the craziest movies I've ever seen, but that the director has other crazy films. They're like cult classics. I can Google it for you, but they are incredibly shocking films.
You guys all seen Stardust, the fucking weird ass movie with Sean Connery before he was doing the Bond stuff. You guys seen it? Where he's wearing the fucking little sling onesie thing. I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'm posting the link in the chat. Look at this film if you've never seen it. You may puke on yourself, or you may be absolutely mesmerized. Here's another one, which is even more disgusting, but this one is a good one.
I've seen El Topo.
What movie would you say you've watched over and over?
I watch Roadhouse every time it's on. I think it's amazing, but it's just easy to watch.
What time of the year?
It doesn't matter. Turner used to play it all the time. It was it was either Roadhouse or Wall Street, and like it would just be on. And so I make dinner or whatever, and it's just on in the background. I probably will, but intentionally watching something, probably like Reservoir Dogs or Goodfellas, something like that. Is probably the two films I've watched the most.
Well, what I was gonna ask Abby was what time of year, because if it's Christmas time, then it's like Uncle Buck, or it's what's the Christmas Story? Where he's like the Red Ryder. Yeah, the Red Ryder BB gun, where he licks the
That was I love that movie. That's a Bob Clark movie who directed Porky's. Until Turner started playing it 24 hours. Once they gave you 24 hours of Christmas Story, fucking ruined it. Absolutely.
Uncle Buck's one of my favorite movies.
Godfather.
So I rewatch Harry Met Sally a lot.
Let's go back to Steve saying The Godfather. So I like The Godfather too. I like it, but it's one of those films that's so good that you can watch it and see different shit. Like I know that movie so fucking well that like there's now like I only want to watch it like 10 minutes at a time because like I just kind of like absorb like new information in the same scenes.
Oranges.
I love the scene with Luca Brasi. The actor was so fucking nervous that he was just saying this. He was just rehearsing his lines, and they recorded him doing that, and then threw that in the movie as if like he was rehearsing because he was nervous to see the Brando character. So that was so good, so well done.
Yeah, he apparently was a real gangster, no acting experience, and he was nervous and rehearsing his lines, and they put it in there.
That whole opening scene of the wedding and going to eat with the Godfather, like all of that shit is such perfection. That like if that was a short film and the wedding ended and it was over, it would be the greatest short film ever made.
Brokeback Mountain was mentioned a few minutes ago, and I prepared a little something. It's like less than 60 seconds. It has to do with Heath Ledger changing his voice. Roger, can I do just a little something? It'll be like 45 seconds.
Sure.
This is from The Knight's Tale. This is actually, I believe, his real voice.
9 1/2. I wonder if you remember a man that may have died before you were born. He was a knight. His name was John Thatcher.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the next clip, which is Brokeback Mountain. Listen to the voice change.
Mexico characterized. It's not here. They got Mexico boys like you.
Here he is. And then, last but not least, of course, from Batman, the Joker.
Let's wind the clocks back a year. These cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross the line of you. What happened? Did balls drop off?
I don't know any other actor that
has changed his voice for the roles as creatively and successfully as he would. Just wanted to say that.
So I can say something that's going to get me moved off stage. I enjoy Goodfellas better than I do The Godfather.
That's fine. I mean, look, Goodfellas, Godfather 1, Godfather 2, I think that's like the top three. There's nothing even close. I don't want to hear about Once Upon a Time in America. I don't want to hear about Godfather 3. Certainly don't want to hear about Casino. I don't want to hear about none of it. Those are the three, and you can rank them in whatever order you want. If you want Goodfellas at the top, that's fine. If you want Godfather 2 at the top, that's fine. I would order slightly different, but like if anybody puts a gangster film in their top three that's not one of those top three, I just don't even want to talk to them about it.
See, I watched like the extra thing where the new character guy in Goodfellas, I can't remember that guy's name, but he was talking about Pacino, and he said he's such a good fucking like meth actor. He's like a little off upstairs. He said that his character like would scare the shit out of him. He said especially like the ice pick scene and like the one where he's like, you know, what now? I think I'm a fucking clown. If I think he's a half motherfucker, you know, he start crashing out and shit. He said it like scared him a little.
That scene that with Pesci, he was telling that story to Scorsese, and he laughed so much that they put that scene in the film, and they didn't tell Ray Liotta that was coming. They just started recording, and then he just told him to just react. So he didn't have the script. So that reaction that you're getting from Ray Liotta is he doesn't know how to react. So go back and watch that, knowing that Ray Liotta has no idea the lines that Pesci's going to say.
Well, Pesci, one of the things that, yeah, and then Pesci, not Pacino, sorry guys, but Joe Pesci, he was saying that when they wanted to use like blanks or they wanted to use like these like stage prop guns and shit, and he's like, fuck that. He's like, I want a real fucking gun with blanks. And I guess another scene was like Ray Liotta didn't realize that Pesci was shooting the gun and shit. He didn't realize that they were using like actual blanks, and he said like 5 blanks and shit in the scene because he said he didn't like the way the sound of like the prop gun made it sound. So they just used like actual blanks.
So here's an interesting story about Christopher Walken. So Christopher Walken is like paranoid about guns, and when he's on the set of movies, he's like always looking at it. He's asking the armor that's on the set to like make sure it's safe and whatnot. And when they were filming At Close Range, if you guys haven't seen At Close Range, you should watch that. And the young Sean Penn, there's a scene where Christopher Walken's his dad, and Sean Penn goes, he points a gun at Christopher Walken, but in the fucking scene, there's 2 guns on the set, and they were about to cut, and Sean Penn told the director what he was going to do, and he grabs, the gun's safe, but he grabs the gun that Christopher Walken hadn't inspected. So he was like legit nervous. And if you watch this scene where Sean Penn's pointing the gun at him, and he's like, like the fear, like that's like real, like legitimately, like, hey, don't point this thing at me. And they captured that fear. And then when he went and did Biloxi Blues, there's a scene where Walken has to pull a gun on Matthew Broderick, and he remembered what Sean Penn did. He did the same thing so he can get a similar reaction out of Matthew Broderick. The things that people do on set to try to capture something to make it look good on film is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I understand. I guess especially like in real life, actually like has a lot of connections. Like it's like a problem.
I see him at dinner in Vegas. I'm going to say probably every 2 months. The restaurant that was in the movie Casino is an Italian restaurant, a very famous old restaurant in Vegas, very iconic, and he goes there. And he
same like booth where they filmed it, and I mean, if we have a mob, they eat at that restaurant. Um, you know, it's a restaurant full of all kinds of characters, but he's there. I mean, you definitely see him there every few months. He's gotten old, but he's very friendly. Take pictures with them and everything.
Have you ever bought any of his albums?
No, his albums?
He sings music.
Who? Yeah, I really like him as that Nicky Santoro. You know, there's something about he looks like a hawk or something in those suits, and when they murder his brother and they hold his face and he's screaming. I mean, there's nobody that does Joe Pesci like Joe Pesci.
Well, so, do you know that that whole film in Casino is all true? Like, it's all real people, real characters, real stories. I mean, there are people that played themselves in that movie. The lawyer representing him went on to become the mayor of the city, but he was the mob's lawyer and he played himself in it.
I just think it's a letdown after watching Goodfellas. Like, it's just, to me, it just doesn't hold up. It's like colorful suits. It feels like the pacing of it, like they didn't pack enough violence. And maybe you got the eyeballs popping out, the fucking vice, and that sort of thing. But like at the end of the movie, the last 30 minutes, they're just like, hey, maybe we should put some more violence in this, and then they ramp it up. I think it's one of Scorsese's worst films. I know you guys probably hate me for that.
No, it's a very rich film, you know, with Sharon Stone, the casinos and the glitz, and I don't know. To me that movie is one of those films that you can watch over and over again.
I've seen it go up a couple of times, but I've definitely seen Goodfellas probably 50 times.
I hate looking at Ray Liotta all stressed out and like drugged out. It's just he looks so disgusting.
When they get to the 80s and he's getting all fucking like coke, I'll turn the movie off. I don't even want to watch it at that point.
What was that Matt Damon film where he's playing the poker hustler?
Fucking hate it. Rounders.
Rounders. So there is a moment in that film where I absolutely turn it off, and it's when that hot chick wants to sleep with him and he denies her. That's when I'm like, you know what? Fuck this stupid movie, and I turn it off every time.
Famke Janssen.
Come on, how can you hate on Rounders?
Rounders is terrible, and fucking John Malkovich, it's easily his worst performance in his entire career.
I'm John Malkovich. Love performances, and he was crazy with that. And where's Edward Norton?
Here's the thing, I play poker, and anybody that fucking shoves their chips into a fucking pot, I want to just reach across the table. That would never happen. It would never happen. And you're gonna make a poker. This is like if a military guy's watching like a military movie and they're like, hey, the guy's got the fucking eye cap on his fucking sniper fucking there's just certain things that if you're watching it with a certain critical eye, you just can't watch it. I can't watch a poker film, and that's the worst. The only believable character in the entire movie is Trump Turturro.
Oh, yeah. Can you think of a single good poker movie though?
No.
Right now, by Hitler standards.
No, and that's why until they can do it well, I don't want to see it.
Well, I wouldn't call it a poker movie, but one of the greatest poker sequences of all time is The Sting.
Yeah, I would actually say that the most enjoyable poker movie for me is Maverick.
I was thinking that. I was thinking, come on, are you really gonna go with Maverick with Mel Gibson's eye glit and the ace of spades throwing onto the stack of cash? That was insane. Like, you can't appreciate that as like a poker movie.
But that's probably
probably why I enjoy it more than the other ones, because it's so silly. The only thing worse than Rounders is the fucking poker scene in the Bond movie. I'm sitting in the theater and I'm calling everybody's hand, and the fucking people next to me are just like, what the fuck? It was the most predictable poker scene ever.
No, it was so bad, and he what was it? They acted, I think, like it was a crazy hand, and he had an unbeatable hand. Like the way the play was obvious. Good, gambling wins in a game of poker happen in the head. I'm skeptical that you should make it cinematic.
I think the way that you would have to do it would be, because I've thought about this, because I go back.
Rounders close, man.
No, I don't think it's not good at all. What I would do is because I think you're right, it's a lot about thought. I think what I would do is set a good poker scene to some music, and then but I'm not a fan of music playing just randomly. I think it has to be part of the scene, and so the music has to be the headphones that a poker player and then when he goes back to thinking, then he puts the headphones back on, you kick the music back in. I think that's the way that you would be able to do it. You'd want to make somebody feeling the stress of making a tough call. That's the way that you film a good fucking poker scene.
You're saying control it with the sound control. It's just maybe you can't get a big movie because it won't translate, right? The level of understanding of the stress of a bet, it's all dependent upon your understanding of the game. That's why they're always spoon-feeding the rules to everyone every damn time they show it.
So we had.
The other thing that makes it tough is that you don't know the circumstances that would cause somebody, how was their day going, and what is their relationship to money, and if they win or lose, is that a make it or break it? What would be really nice is if a real craftsman put together a poker movie where you do a fractured timeline where you go back and maybe you pick 3 or 4 different people that are in a big game, and you go and you get their backstory, and then you kind of just zoom in and out of their backstory to the game itself, and maybe just have maybe call the movie Final Table, right? And it's like a tournament, super high stakes, and then you can have.
I'm very skeptical. I don't think poker can really be captured cinematically, but gambling can be done very well. And my favorite is when it goes totally off the whole bonkers and cartoonish, and how much it's just leaning in is Let It Ride. Have you ever seen that with Richard Dreyfuss?
Yes. But you know what my favorite gambling scenes of all time on any movie is actually in Vegas Vacation. I think Chevy Chase.
Rusty?
No, with Chevy Chase when he's losing and he keeps replying, that is the realest shit. Nothing is going right, and then you're looking at the fucking asshole dealer. That's the as comical as it is, that's the most realistic gambling scenes I've ever seen.
Right. Yeah, and Chevy Chase is perfect to do that too, because he is unflappably confident in the face of absolute disaster.
I asked Big Zed many years ago what his favorite film is, and he told me Dinner with Andre. And I hate to bring this up, but this is full circle Clubhouse experience now.
Have a favorite film.
So I got Dinner with Andre, and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, because you have no sense of calm and peace in your mind. Dinner with Andre is an excellent movie, and you should rewatch it. You specifically.
No, I wouldn't waste 3 hours of my life ever watching that fucking film again.
It's not 3 hours, it just feels like 7.
Alright, hold on. Let's do this. If we were to all get together in a little small theater and we could pick our favorite movies to watch,
what movie would you feel like, okay, it can't be something that everybody's seen. It's got to be something that's personal to you, that you want to show to people, and that in the right setting, you think that people are going to walk away and go, wow, that was a good movie. What do you think?
It's interesting that you put it that way because when you said getting together in a theater, I didn't think about anything personal. I thought about something big, splashy, because I think that's like the proper cinematic experience. Like, I have this sort of summation of cinema that I think the perfection of cinema is choreographed, justified action, and that's best exemplified in fighting movies and musicals. Because it's choreographed, it's to the rhythm, it's to the music, and it's a full cinematic experience. But that's not like most moving movies. Those are just the biggest crowd pleasers because that's the perfection of the form, right? That's John Wick or Baby Driver when they match the bullets to the music. That's when cinema is popping. When people just break into song, that is the essence. So yeah, I would think kind of like Mel Brooks. I'd go for a big song and dance number, Blazing Saddles, you know.
Oh my God, makes sense. That's exactly what I was about to bring up. My favorite movie of all time, Blazing fucking Saddles.
Mel Brooks gets it. He's a song dance man.
The sheriff is there.
What about you, John? You get Clown House in a theater together, and you're putting on the movie that you want to walk away feeling a particular way. What film would you do?
You know, I'm trying to think about it. Give me a few more moments.
Alright, Roger, if you said a series, TV series, then I'd probably say Farscape or Sliders. Sliders is one of the... Yeah, see, a lot of people don't love Sliders. Sliders was fucking amazing.
It got off the rails down the line.
Oh my God.
Like the evil Sliders and like the twins and his lost brother.
Oh, Professor in that fucking show made it, dude.
Oh yes, look, they got rid of him, didn't he? He like left.
Did he pass away?
Have you
The show, he passed away.
have you seen Les Miserables, like this King George theater version, like the best of Les Miserables?
Les Mis is good. Les Mis is exhausting to watch because it's singing from start to finish and it's loud, big singing. It's just an exhausting experience.
Ooh, Fievel Goes West.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
It's about Jews, too.
What is it?
I'm just saying, I never knew it growing up, and then I was like, Fievel Goes West is about Russian Jews. Like, what?
I love that, if there are no cats in the ring.
What about The Fly? The Brundle Fly.
Fly was great. Oh, see, that's another one I'm like, if we can get great puppetry. They had amazing special effects with like makeup and puppetry and like 12 guys holding to lift things around, like the Thing, and that's just sort of gone the way of the dodo with CGI. They no respect for puppetry anymore.
Yeah, that Dark Crystal film I thought was really good.
Dark Crystal, the film, I appreciate more as I'm older, and as I got even older, I see like including the accomplishments on it. The series, afterwards, amazing. The puppetry, like I was always dreaming of.
Except the never-ending story.
Never-ending story was good.
I tried to buy the rights to Neverending Story, like the copyright to the book. It's a German fantasy film, because I wanted to turn it into a Broadway. Like I think that Neverending Story would be a great Broadway.
Broadway, Broadway.
It would kill it, right? That dog coming out of the stage, it would be huge.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good like cinematic sequences to grab, like the Southern Oracle, the giant toad in the south, and like the definite horse. Seeming like necessary.
Is there a Jewish esoteric thing in the Neverending Story where she's like, say my name, you just have to say my name? Like, is there like a secret name? In the same way that God has a secret name.
Not like Jewish esoteric. That's just like German. It's very German informed, that movie. I forget the original name.
Wait, make that name Rupert Willow?
Willow was good. Willow was fun. Willow was like a strange, gritty take on like fantasy. That it was grittier than usual with like the Squires and D&D all fitting into their roles. But Willow was like part one. And also, like, how often do you see something really developed for the dwarf community?
The 1980s Excalibur, I think, in my opinion, takes the cake for being like the greatest, one of the best movies ever made. I don't know if you've ever seen Excalibur, but I love that film.
Yeah, they got into it for a bit. 80s, they had some like really good fantasy movies.
That Excalibur film is like a real good example of manliness, you know, knights and magic. Like that film to me is a great message for the generation of that time.
But yeah, so like I wouldn't give like a deeply personal movie. Like for example, this past year, Anora won Best Picture, and you know, I tend to like to see what the finals are. And Anora, in my opinion, was definitely a better movie than like everything else that was there. Everything else there was like Oscar bait, bullshit, highly polished, all through. Anora was like dark and gritty and like very honest in its approach to this very, very specific little slice of life of a crazy little angle, and it was well performed, well written, and it was all just bumbling morons, like, and that's like such a great movie, but like, do I want to show that to everybody? Like, I don't know. I think everyone should see it. I don't really want to like watch it in a big theater with everybody, but
I think that a theater experience, even though people have seen it 100 times, it's hard to beat Rocky. I think I think in a theater setting, Rocky, the music, the underdog story, the love story. I mean, people get so caught up in the emotion of it, they forget that he didn't win the first fucking fight.
Right. But he'll forget that.
It's really crazy.
Little Highlander.
What do you think of Tom Brady?
Is justified choreographed violence.
What's that, Roger?
Exactly. You see Tom Browning's Freaks?
Oh no, you mean like the one from the
32. 1932.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I know the ending line. I've never seen it myself though.
It's one of my favorite movies, and apparently the actual ending was too shocking that they had to change it up, and supposedly they lost it. That's like my dream with cinema experiences, for them to find the original ending that was filmed and re-release that.
That's another great mark for cinema. Cinema, in the end, the pictures, the sound next to it, and what people want to see and hear are things that they don't normally see and hear. I like right now, and I love using places like a catalog. Like, oh well, I'm gonna go to Rome. I'm gonna watch Roman Holiday. Venice. Oh, remember House of Mr. Ripley? That features Venice, you know.
What I think of the possibilities of film, if you have a director that you trust, actors that you enjoy watching, they should be able to take the things that make you feel uncomfortable and take you right to the fucking edge without crossing it. Like this is why violent films work really well. This is why fucking like love stories, betrayal, all that kind of stuff works really well. They should take you to the fucking edge of what you're comfortable with, and then right when they get you to the fucking edge, then fucking walk it back. Now, like that's the line that you're supposed to walk.
But the fun of cinema is that you don't have to walk it back. You know, they push the envelope. Like when you fully embrace it, that's when you go into horror. And then you get some of the craziest special effects. Like, did you see that one with last year with Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley with the I forget the name of it. Oh gosh, what was the name? It was about an old actress taking the substance. She takes the substance, and it turns her into a younger, beautiful person. And then, like, obviously, you know, it's confronting self-hatred, women's body issues, and their concern for self-worth, and all these things. But because it's a horror movie, at the end, they knock it down to 11.
Yeah, to me, horror got to be more subtle than that. I think Hereditary, it's so subtle, and then when the explosions come, it's impactful. I think Hereditary is probably the best horror movie made in this century.
Okay, listen. Horror is not like just a genre. Horror is its very own library. Like, there are whole schools about simply horror. There are whole aficionados, whole sciences, and they're the easiest types of movies to make, strangely enough. So,
And they're the cheapest.
yeah, that's why they always they sell well. They always have a special place. So like, I never say best horror because horror is too broad. Like it needs to like what gritty cabin in the woods slasher flick. Like endless the genres when it comes to horror, and I like it because it's so diverse and varied. It has crazy innovations, not just in music, which it was excellent with controlling a lot of those emotional beats through sound, but special effects because you wanted the gore and the gruesomeness, and you have to do it. You have to skillfully pepper it in. So you see like all these different techniques of people that just go straight horror, go like just straight gore. Let's see what happens. And people that like skillfully do it or hide it till the end. Well, just
so what's interesting is like think about the slasher film, which we think of like the 80s as the great slashers. But before that, in the 70s, Mario Bava was making these great slasher films, and nobody in the U.S. was watching, right? Except for film students that were like, I'll bet you I can make that. And all
when Tarantino brought his Japanese cinema when everyone was just like forgetting that they invented the spaghetti westerns came from Americans copying the Japanese Yojimbo, and then the Italians trying to interpret that, creating who knows, and then it all fell out of fashion. And now we're back to superheroes.
What about comedy horrors?
Dead Alive.
That's weird. No.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. That's not comedy.
It's fucking terrible. No, there was a bunch of funny scenes in it. Like it was the characters and shit.
You can laugh at it because you got over to humor, but that wasn't intended.
The clown was fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
Now what was intended to be satirical and funny was let's say Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which Toby Hooper says that he intended that the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was supposed to be funny, which nobody got because the violence was so over the top. But if you hear him talk about it, he makes it sound like yeah, we love this this old decrepit guy that can't hold the hammer up and he's flat, and like he thinks that was funny, but because nobody got it, that's when they went super over the top with the sequel. And if you look at the movie poster.
You do understand I plan to use this for my business, right?
The Page Master? Yeah, the Page Master. Yeah, he turns into a cartoon. He's got cartoon books, and like I think was it Christopher Lloyd the Wizard? I think so. Christopher Lloyd's still acting. I saw his head is in Wednesday. Dear God, that man just doesn't quit.
Do you think it's time to remake Crawl?
Crawl? What was that?
Crawl, the fantasy adventure movie with the Cyclops and the fucking guy that's got the the little boomerang with blades on it. You've had to see Crawl.
No, I don't think I ever heard of it. No, don't remake the Goonies. I don't know what's going on with this.
Bringing up classic movies.
Apparently they're making a sequel to the Goonies.
Yeah, I feel like the sequel, they're really like making a pitch for it. They're like, oh, it's so nice. Look at these actors. They keep reusing characters. They're like making full pitches. And I'm like, no, dude, all right, stop saying.
I'll tell you another one that
he actually plays in the fucking kid from Vietnam or wherever he's from. Cambodia, Vietnam, whatever. I don't remember where he's from. But Mr. Jones, that kid.
Yeah, Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty, and he played the Goonies and all that shit and stuff, and then
Yeah, he just came back.
He came back and he won like an Oscar for like 2 movies.
I know.
so fucking. My wife fucking hates that movie. The Between Everything or whatever the fuck it is with the Chinese lady. My fucking wife hates that movie. She's like, this movie's so fucking stupid. I'm like, you don't understand what's going on. Yeah. I fucking love that movie, dude. But you have to like understand what's going on. And then once you understand it, then you're like, oh, okay.
Like all the craziness.
So it's like the comic book series TV show called Legion. The first time I fucking watched it was like when it first came out, like 15 years ago or some shit, stupid shit like that. And I watched it the first time I got through a couple episodes, and I was like, this is fucking stupid. Why the fuck is this story about a dude that's schizophrenic? And it's like, you'd have to be on acid to fucking understand it. But then I started getting more into comics and like watching like these guys that like break down comic book characters and how it all tied together. And he broke down Legion and his powers, how he's schizophrenic, but he has the ability to like bring parallel universes or create universes with his own universe. But because he's schizophrenic and shit, he's got multiple personality disorder. He can't fucking control it completely. And once you understand that, you're like, oh, when he's sitting in the psych ward and the fucking horse rides by, that's a horse from a parallel fucking universe that's actually walking through a fucking field in a parallel universe. And then you're like, okay, now this fucking makes sense. And then you start thinking about like, wow, how fucking cool would that be to like have his powers and abilities?
There's a reason they threw Legion onto the TV and not in a movie. Like, you need a lot of space to develop the weird discomfort and sense of reality.
What did you guys like better, the Watchmen movie or the Watchmen series?
Okay. First of all, Watchmen movie, absolute dog shit garbage, not worth a fucking time. Absolutely terrible.
Go ahead.
The movie was garbage. The series, pretty good. I mean, like, as a follow-up, I was enjoying that it was a yes and, it was no longer trying to, like, rehash. And the reason I'm gonna say the movie is absolute dog shit garbage is that it's, like, just trying to, just, like, adapt however many main points from the story. It doesn't follow through on it, it doesn't understand it or catch any of the tone, whereas the show did. The show did have that weird, uneasy sense of, should we even be trusting these people? And the reason, again, I'm going to bash the movie, because everyone should go back to the comic. That comic was amazing.
The graphic novel is probably the best work of fiction, like, in maybe 50 years. It's amazing. And Alan Moore agrees with you about the film, but not because he thought the film sucked. It was, he believed that story can only be told in the pages of a graphic novel. He doesn't believe
That's a backhanded way of saying the movie sucks.
No, because he said it before he saw the movie. He was
okay. He's right.
He was mad. He was like, you can't do it. And then
he's never liked the adaptations of his work. And From Hell was okay. What were the other ones from his stuff?
V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta was okay. Frankly, I think V for Vendetta, the movie was better than the little comic book, because I didn't really like that comic book that much.
But I do think that's one of the few must reads in terms of comics. It is literally the show.
Oh my god, 1 second, Roger, I gotta say, so as a hobby, I like to travel around to different libraries and purchase books that they have for sale. Watchmen is one of my best library purchases. The same day, I got for 50 cents a copy of The Sapiens, and for 50 cents a copy of Watchmen on the same day. That was my best haul.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I have a copy that I've read multiple times, and then I have another copy that I paid more for that is sealed up and like collector items.
I hear you. To me, it's just like if I find that book for sale for 50 cents, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna reread it.
There's a place here in Lubbock where I can't remember if it's like Wednesdays or some shit like that, but they do other Wednesday or every other Thursday at this comic book store, and they're like, if you're a real comic book person and shit, you just say the fucking treasure ass. But I guess so, like the reprints, it's like a lot of '90s and early 2000 comic books. They're like reprints. Yeah, they're reprints, and I mostly got them for my kids, and to like get them into comic books and stuff, because I never like fully got into comic books until I was an adult. And
Oh yeah, I just go to the library.
yeah, so I would go to this place, and I walked in there, and I was like, I'm just gonna get a couple comic books for my kids, and maybe I'll find a Spider for my son, and maybe like a Harley Quinn for my daughter, because she loves Harley Quinn, even though I'm not a huge fan of her Harley Quinn's character.
Occasionally go into a comic book shop like Midtown Comics.
Well, check this out. They go there, and you buy one, and you get fucking 4 free for $1. So I'm just picking through, and I'm like getting 5 comic books for $1, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna spend like fucking $50 here, and I did it for Christmas, and I got like 250 comic books for like $50, and then I just like wrapped them all up and shit. The kids, I mean, only 2 of them can read and shit, but yeah, the one can read okay, and the other one's good. But yeah, just look at the pictures and learn the characters and stuff like that, and I'll sit down and read it to them. And I'll tell them all the time, like, hey, just go grab one out of the closet. And I don't care if you trash it up.
Here's a piece of advice if you want to tap into the collecting aspect of comics, is go and find any villain that was introduced in a comic book that has not yet been put on film. Just any villain that has not yet been in a film. Doesn't matter if he's a small villain, because eventually they're running out of ideas and they're going to tap into things. And when they do, people are then going to go back and say, oh, I want to see the issue where this person was introduced in the comics. So go buy those now.
Your claim that they're running it. That's one of the things that I love so much about James Gunn and the way he plays the universe is because he knows that there is actually encyclopedias of content that we are just not seeing with the cinema. Like, we get the same 12 characters, and he'll throw in a dozen. He'll kill them all. Be like, I got more, sucker.
Well, you know what they do with the comic books is, I got the guy who was working there, the comic book guy, who was just chilling out, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get like 250 of them. I'm like, it's probably gonna take me a while. And I was like, and then I started asking questions. I was like, hey, can you give me like some kid-friendly ones? Like, tell me which ones you think you can recommend that are like kid-friendly for like a 7 and a 5 and a 3-year-old and stuff, that aren't like too gory and gruesome and stuff like that are like good characters and stuff. I don't necessarily like want to do Marvel and DC. So the guy ended up like helping, and he ended up like 3/4 of them for me and shit. He was just going through, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to get any duplicates. So he made sure not to get any duplicates, and we just went through them. I went back and got probably like another 150, so we're at like 400.
Yeah, the comic book guy survived what the video store guy did. Right, this curating librarian of like.
Oh yeah, the store is awesome, man. That they have.
Yeah, but the video store is kind of gone. Like, I want the libraries to kind of step up and like create a role for like the I don't know, legacy Tarantino video store guy for each community, because they should have one. Like, there's an art form to curating.
Well, you know what else we have here is we have a figurine or like action figure type store where it's like collectibles and shit. But instead of just being one of those like douchey fucking dudes that's like, oh, everything in here is like $250 and up, Right. All those are $12,000 for that limited run piece, Like, he has like a lot of cheap shit, so they'll have like old Ninja Turtles from like the 90s and 80s and stuff. They're not like the best condition. Like, maybe it's just like the art's topped off or something. But it'll have like a couple bucks and like a little cellophane bag just hanging up. So I go in there and get like kids like Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and all that shit. So it's pretty cool.
You guys familiar with the Rippaverse? Rippa?
Kelly Ripa?
No, the Rippaverse. Eric July. He's a famous rapper / libertarian. Decided to start publishing his own comic books. They're very good. But he was a fan of comic books, and he doesn't like the multiverse. He doesn't like that death doesn't have consequences in comic books anymore. And so he's
provided a new, a new take on it where, where things matter. The storyline matters. There's not going to be a snap of the finger and then oh, just kidding. We're going to bring him back to life. And so it's old school storytelling. I don't know if people would love the artwork as much as some of the other stuff. It's no Jack Kirby, but it's definitely it's got its place and it's new enough. It's only been out for like maybe 3 years or so, so you can like go back and like get every fucking issue if you wanted to.
Yeah, they try this. I've seen what was it? In a literature class, my teacher in high school was pointing out that Don Quixote was a satire. That Cervantes hated the epic. He hated this story style of this gallant hero with these damsels in distress, and he thought it was all formulaic and stupid, and he wanted to throw it on his head by adding a touch of reality, right? So Don Quixote is the crazy idiot that acts like a knight errant, and all of reality just smacks him in the face in every episode. Now what's interesting is it actually came out in like a few different parts, and at some point people started, since Don Quixote became so famous, they started epicizing Don Quixote.
Yeah, they did the fan fiction, and one of the cool things was he ended up writing a book where his character runs into the character claiming to be him in the fan fiction. Yeah, it's so fucking good. Like this is bold storytelling before like you've even had permission to be a bold storyteller. Like shit's so far ahead of time.
He's criticizing the trend of literature. The trend of literature is too mighty for him to stop, so it reacts, and he engages in conversation with modern literature by writing another story. It's great, I love it. But he was highlighting that Cervantes, he was saying Cervantes was successful. This did destroy the genre. There were no longer epics. And I raised my hand, I said, that is a crock of shit. What are you talking about? Your description of epics is identical to comic books. It's literally the same, especially with the fact that the people die and come back over and over again, bigger and bolder stories that all crunch. And part of like what I've noticed of like being a fan of comics and watching it, there's a cycle. It's a regular cycle of people liking the story, wanting to see different iterations of that story. And then, because they like the alternate iterations of that very same notion, they want to see interactions, just like, again, Don Quixote and the Mirror Knight. So, yeah, I want to see what the Flash looks like if he was in the 1800s, but then I also want to see that Flash with modern-day Batman, because who knows, right? And then, as you do that, you then inadvertently create a multiverse. The multiverse becomes unwieldy because there are too many artists creating two stories, and they contradict each other, and the fan base gets disillusioned and confused. So what happens? There's a big crunch. It gets reduced down to one or multiple universes that are then controllable until the process starts again because people still want to broaden. And it goes multiverse collapse over and over again.
Yeah, it's like Monty Python. What's the one with the coconuts?
Holy Grail. And then the first one.
Oh my god.
Actually invested in that one.
The fucking stuff. What is it? The swallows or whatever they're talking about.
Yeah, African swallow.
English swallow carry coconut. It's like maybe you have two of them tied together with a string. It's like, what an African swallow can do it.
They're like an argument and shit.
Said, I think there's a lot of influence from Don Quixote in pro wrestling. I think some of the characters and their relationship with reality, to me, it seems very related. I don't think the average wrestling fan would pull that out, but I would imagine that the story writers absolutely are thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you know who Eleni Riefenstahl is. She's Adolf Hitler's video woman of the Third Reich or whatever it was, and she like innovated things in theatrical production because she has this movie which is considered by the Criterion Collection, one being the top whatever films or whatever, but I think it's called Triumph of the Will. I can't remember what it was called, but I did like an analysis of it in a film class in high school.
Yeah, that was a German propaganda movie, right?
Yeah.
Triumph
Is it called Triumph of the
or
Will?
something like that.
I mean, it's kind of a beautiful film in the sense of like she has these like Greek, athletes performing at the Olympics and things. It's like it's beautiful. It's beautiful in a way, but it is a propaganda film created on the behalf of the Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, cinema is a new technology, and the main innovation of the Nazis was their use of science for propaganda purposes. Right, the microphone alone, the loudspeaker for Hitler to reach that many people as he was speaking live, that itself was a technical innovation.
So, did they essentially create spam?
They didn't.
Meaning that propaganda at the state level, in retrospect, like they were the first to fully maximize it. So I'm just saying, like to me, they're like, political spammers.
A bit. Early development of cinema, it really is worth its own investigation, and it's very, very young. Like, theater is old. Theater goes back to the ancient Greeks, and they've had science of acting, and play performances, different things. But cinema, oh man. Like, first of all, one of the stories of, like, one of the early inventors was that he might have been murdered and the camera stolen from him on a train. Like, insane.
I don't know if you know what alpha. There's this thing called theater brainwave state, where your brain goes into a specific brainwave state. When you sit down in the theater, so it puts you into a technical trance state.
Yeah, I mean, that would track.
Did you ever see the Benny Hill documentary?
No.
It's kind of,
The Benny Hill too.
Yakety snacks or something.
Yeah.
Yakety snacks.
Don't talk back.
That little old man he used to slap on the head had to have been 900 years old.
what are your favorite Daniel Day-Lewis films?
I haven't seen his early stuff, like Last Mohicans and My Left Foot. He really, cause I think he had like a break from acting when I was like young and coming up watching movies. So I think like the first one that caught my attention was like, Gangs of New York, and then No Country, not No Country, There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood is the best movie made this century.
Listen, I don't love Little Blood because it is a long, dry, boring movie without much happening. But the scenes, the sequences, the cinematography, like, it is an excellent movie. I begrudgingly respect There Will Be Blood. And that final scene, like, oh man, you can't. They were just killing it.
Let me ask you this. Have you seen the General Buster Keaton?
You mean the dictator? The dictator?
The Buster Keaton, the General. That's the one where you get the that stunt scene where he's on the train,
about the making of that thing, because we have documentary crews and on the making of every film, so you can capture a lot of really cool shit. But back in those days, they didn't, and I'd love to understand, like, how did they know that was gonna work? And like, how did they, like, I mean, they were taking a lot of fucking chances. I mean, like, doing some really dangerous shit. Like,
Not at all.
yeah, just amazingly big.
Gotta keep in mind that they had already had, like, surprising shows for people there, and circus, and rodeo, and vaudeville, and some of these people were expert craftsmen at the very, very dangerous professions. And they were experts because they were the ones that had survived. And, like, in cinema, of course you gotta get that on film. And you don't have the capitalistic marketplace, the rough and tumble anarchy of vaudeville to find those kinds of performances like you did in the past. Too much safety. We don't want as many people dead as they were in the past.
Well,
Those child actors.
that movie.
They were like, twins that would tour the country singing in unison or something.
Isn't The Crow with Bruce Lee's son a shitty film?
It's not that bad. I've seen it.
Emo kids love it.
Yeah, the makeup is awesome. Doesn't love that. He's dead, so he's got
Well, have you seen Christopher Walken in King of New York?
Yeah. He gets like kidnapped, right?
No, Christopher
he's a
Walken.
gangster.
Yeah, he plays the King of New York. He's the kingpin of New
He's a
York.
gangster, and his like whole gang is a bunch of black dudes. It's amazing.
It's so ridiculous, but I was in the army, and this drill sergeant, we're talking movies, he's like, you ever seen The King of New York? I said, no. He said, it's the most gangsta-ass movie ever made. He goes to a cop funeral, and he kills the cops at the cop funeral.
That's pretty gangster.
That movie's good because you get to see a lot of like young actors like before they made it, and it's kind of like a who's who of black actors that are like in his little gang.
Who played Morpheus? What's that actor's name? Yeah, that's when Lawrence Fishburne is very young. He's got a big role in that movie. He's really gross, really nasty.
Remember Wesley Snipes in New Jack City? When he poured champagne on the chick and told her she was canceled. That was the beginning of cancel culture.
Wesley Snipes kind of got canceled. Remember Wesley Snipes in the ad video for Michael Jackson? No. Yes, he played Main Thug #1, who was bullying Michael Jackson. Wesley Snipes was good. He was
What about the Beat It video with pool tables that don't have pockets?
Well, that just, it's like, maybe they're thinking that they're in hell. How do you even get a pool table without pockets? Did they, like, seal them up?
I don't know. It's probably not a pool table. It was probably just a table that they took felt on and just said, we'll make this look like pool tables.
Right? Pool tables were pretty heavy. Oh, and whatever movie you all were talking about with Lawrence Fishburne, I guarantee it was not as bad as his breakout role as Black Rapist #2 in Death Wish. He was the second Black Rapist. Exactly.
What about his accent in Higher Learning? Do you remember that?
Oh, the Hotep accent? I think that's an easy adaptation. He's got a great voice. Perfect for the Matrix.
He was in Apocalypse Now, right? He was on the Swift boat.
Yeah, I think so. He was young and thin, right? Oh, those days are long over. Yeah, he's a big guy now. Houston? for a while in Hollywood. Also, what's his face? Janet Jackson.
Well, what's interesting was that right after What's Love got to do with it, he was offered the role in Pulp Fiction, and his agent told him to turn it down because it wasn't a leading man role, and so Samuel Jackson turned that one out, but yeah, that was who originally Tarantino wanted for that role.
That was a coveted role. I think also the bartender was at some point slated to play that, but Sam Jackson he took it and he crushed it. I think even that wig was wrong, right? I think Tarantino wanted an afro, and they brought in a Jerry curl, and
yeah, he had to sell it to him like, no, hey, this actually works. In LA, they were wearing this hairstyle, and Tarantino wasn't happy about it until he made it work.
Yeah, and he did. You saw Jackson was like playing with it during, like he used it. It was better than a pro, I think.
You know, I didn't realize Samuel L. Jackson had auditioned for Reservoir Dogs. You see that movie and you think, like, how did a black guy fit into that universe?
Yeah,
yeah, like I'm not exactly sure what role it was. And Tarantino originally wanted to cast himself as Mr. Pink, and then when Steve Buscemi was auditioning for it, he was like kind of upset about the fact that, like, fuck, I gotta give this to this guy. Like, he just knew, like,
Buscemi was amazing as Pink.
I've seen that movie twice, which is one time too many. I still don't. All I know is Michael Madsen cut somebody's ear off, and that's pretty much all I remember.
You know who was originally going to play Mr. Blonde?
Who?
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken.
And he ended up turning it down to do The Prophecy. But no home picture.
Oh man, I do not think that Christopher Walken would have. He never would have played it in the same way. I don't think I would have liked it as much because Madsen, he doesn't start looking like a creepy serial killer, and Christopher Walken looks like a creepy serial killer to begin with. He I'd say it was better with Madsen, I think.
And then Madsen lost the opportunity to be in Pulp Fiction to play in Wyatt Earp movies.
Right. But then we got the Travolta revival, which was probably not good for cinema. Like, if you look at what Travolta did after that, nothing notable of interest, like worthy of art. Like, it was really just Tarantino saved it, and then he went to make crap for more money.
Well, I would argue Get Shorty was a good follow-up, but some of the other stuff that he was doing, like Swordfish and Face Off, like, it's spoon-fed garbage that some people, there's an audience for it for sure.
Face Off is good for Nick Cage. I will watch Nick Cage in Face Off every day. That is an unhinged performance.
I thought, Face Off is not one of my favorite movies, but I thought that both of them did an excellent job, like, portraying straight men and psychos. Like, there's a scene that just stayed with me, and it's the one where he was teaching Juliette Lewis about the knife, and then she has to play that out. Like, I don't remember much about that movie, but I remember in the time being just like, ugh.
Yeah, that was like a weird kind of, like, they had these psychosexual horrors. That was like a psychosexual action. It was really creepy, right? It's like, the guy takes his face and he's sleeping with his wife, and like, approaching his daughter in the face of his father. So creepy.
Yeah, another scene I remember where the wife is like, dude, I thought he was you. I mean, dude,
They're like, yep, that up. Nick Cage had Travolta had like the easy scene chewing, I'm a villain and I'm gonna copy Nick Cage's early performance. But Nick Cage had the interesting job of being horrified as the cop watching all this happen from prison. and you see it, like his face, he's just like broken through all, and how he has to engage in crime and defy all of his principles to get back to his family. Oh man, that's like, it's a crazy movie.
If you took Travolta's best performance in his career,
Only Pulp Fiction.
If you take Pulp Fiction, if you take, oh man, I shot one in the face. If you take Saturday Night Fever, there's a handful of the blowout. I mean, there's a handful. You could get 4 or 5 films of Travolta, and you could, and that stuff holds up well. If you were to show that 50 years from now, you'd go, hey, this is one of our great actors. But you imagine if somebody got a copy of like Gotti or like White Man's Burden or some of the like really shitty things, they'd be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Swordfish, Broken Arrow, just like churning out crap. Battlefield Earth Passion Project on behalf of the Scientologists everywhere. I mean, I agree, he was good when he was a kid. He was just like a good fit for like a style. You wanted like this Italian American kid? Okay, Travolta's your man. And he could dance. He still can fucking dance. That's it. It was about dancing. Choreography.
Can I tell you about the one movie that had me in denial almost until the end? I went into Monsters Ball cold. I didn't know that there was going to be this big sex scene. But who do we have? We've got Halle Berry. We've got the kid, Church of Jesus Christ, Heath Ledger, and we've got Billy Bob Thornton. And all I know is there's going to be a sex scene. So I am like, Heath Ledger and Halle Berry are going to get down. I am ready for this. I am 100% invested. And then Heath Ledger, this is how Heath Ledger shoots himself in the fucking heart in this movie. And I am sitting there going, whoa, is he going to come back? No. I'm going, how are they going to bring him back to life to have sex with Halle Berry? When it finally happened, and I mean, don't even get me started on, can you make me feel good? Okay, I was just like, this fucking movie, I hate everybody, I need to go. I didn't get up. I was thoroughly disappointed, and I refuse to watch anything that Billy Bob Thornton has been in, except for Bad Santa. I did see Bad Santa, but fuck Billy Bob Thornton.
So what do you think?
I get it.
When he was an attorney.
Because I still appreciate him. He's good, but like, still kind of pisses me off what he does.
Yeah, but makes sense. What was the TV show about him being an attorney, a lawyer?
Oh, Goliath.
Landman?
Yeah, Goliath. No, yeah, Landman's good, and Goliath is good too.
So what do you think about this new Paramount, leadership? Do you think he's gonna have some breakthrough films, or is it all just gonna be woke garbage and he's gonna fail as the heir of Rupert Murdoch? Or is it Rupert or Larry Ellison, David Ellison? Or, I posted the link, but do you think it's gonna be a failure?
I don't know who the owners are. But all of this is just like stupid conjecture from the fans over like politics. Like I doubt much of this has anything to do with the mergers. It might, but it's just like if it did, I'd expect some like secretary to say like, oh yeah, this is absolutely what happened. It seems more like the show was just genuinely losing money every single year since Colbert got on it. Like, and he even referenced it when he said like, he's like, as you're watching this now on your phones and not on live television, which is the reason we're being canceled, right? Like, sometimes you're just losing. It's not always about some nefarious villain. And like, fucking upstarts.
So much better.
Did anybody see the Trump movie that came out? The story of him and Ray Cohen. Like, I've been watching clips on YouTube. Did anybody watch the whole thing?
I watched some of it. I got bored, didn't finish it.
Did you guys watch the COVID episode where Jon Stewart came back to the Colbert Report, and then he was sitting there? He's talking about the Wuhan laboratory and fucking China.
I mean, it was kind of like we know that.
Oh, I know, but like him crashing out and Colbert just sitting in the back going, "Fuck, he's screwing me right now."
You know, Mike said you hear so much about Jewish conspiracy all the time now. I'm wondering, why don't we hear about Jesuit conspiracy theories?
I don't think there's a tremendous awareness of the Jesuit community in the wider world. But they have straight up conspiracy. Like I mean, it's not so secret. They've like published the nature of those things. But and also like I don't know that they're necessarily bad. Like they're general. Maybe this is like my Jewish sensibilities. But like as I understand it, they are trying to be the most intellectual within the church and to lead the church into a more intellectual position, which is a laudable goal, I think, especially for a society that pretty much one of the main critiques people pose against it is that it stops people from engaging in critical reasoning and forces them to simply accept simple answers and deny any critical conception of an alternative. Whereas, like, you could just be in favor of critical reasoning. You could do that and still hold by a lot of the teachings.
And also, John, it's not as fun to attack the Jesuits as it is the easy target the Jews, you know?
Yeah. How are you even going to pick out a Jesuit in the crowd?
Yeah, they don't wear little fucking hats, do they?
No. Don't even have noses.
Yeah, and with the Jews, even if they're not wearing a kippah, you can just see them with their bald spot, on the back of their head.
Yeah, it's not made the whole thing scientific. You can just like take out those eyeball swatches.
You know the movie Good Shepherd when Matt Damon is talking to Joe Pesci and he's like, what are you guys? Like, we got America. You're just renters, basically.
No, okay, you just like mangled the lie. Because like, we Italians family, Jews, they got their traditions. What do you got? The United States of America. The rest of you just live here.
Well, was Matt Damon supposed to be just regular white?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
The old white guy that was in Harvard, the elites of the elites, and because he's trusted and he keeps his mouth shut, let's put him in charge of the CIA.
Ooh, you know what other movie I like is Wolf of Wall Street. I know I'm going to push back, but that's a good one.
Wow, that's a great movie. I love Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, we have like all these cinematic, what do they call them? Like the audio files are like music.
Cinephile?
Cinephiles, yeah. Like we get all these fucking cinephiles. Oh, it's not a classic, like deep intellectual movie. No, that's fine.
When Wolf of Wall Street came out, it's directed by Scorsese. It came out this. It was like right around Christmas time, and that game.
Like that out.
The one with Bradley Cooper and whoever else was in it. It just felt way more like a Scorsese film, and that was the issue I had. I saw both of those films like the same week, and like I thought the David O. Russell film was better.
Oh, was it Silver Linings Playbook?
No, I love that movie. It was the other one. God damn it.
The Hangover?
No.
That was a good movie. Oh my god, I loved it.
Hold on. Oh, the fuck was the goddamn name of that film?
Yeah, you gotta watch what you see.
American Hustle.
American Hustle, yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that was solid.
Those came out like... Yeah, they both came out around the same time, and that one felt like a Scorsese movie, and I saw it first, and then I saw Wolf of Wall Street, and I don't know, there was something about Wolf of Wall Street that was a little bit of a letdown to me.
I hear that.
I'm gonna say something because wasn't a big artist. My favorite part of that movie was when they were tossing midgets. I had like a conversation beforehand about like the midgets having a union and shit. It was fucking hilarious.
It was funny, the negotiation of what they could and couldn't do with the midgets.
Hey,
I never saw Wolf of Wall Street, but I was in investment banking in the 90s, and dwarf tossing was a thing.
What was the name of this
I can't
company?
watch those
Oakmont Stratton. I met him on the beach at her. I lived in Hermosa Beach. I met Jordan Belfort, and I asked him if I could take a selfie with him, and he got up off of his beach chair. Oh my God, there's a big bug in my apartment. He got off the beach chair and he took a selfie with me, and
Oh, really? I heard he's like a total douche.
yeah. And across town, I heard he owed some people still millions of dollars in Manhattan Beach.
Speaking of midgets, my 40th birthday, we had midget wrestling. Not quite the same as midget tossing, but we had midget wrestling.
Girls?
No. There's just a couple guys from the local promotion came to the party and put on a match.
Was he good?
It was fun.
I own that I come from an asshole background.
I thought he owned midget.
You know, there might have been a time that was a thing.
She's like, I own, and I was like, holy shit, she's about to say she owns a midget.
Not anymore.
Hey Liz, do you have the update for the app?
I think so, because when I'm in the hallway, I hear rooms. Apparently, people see me.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just wondering if you could see the poll up.
Oh, yes, I commented on it as soon as I came in the room. I am a teapot.
You gotta click on one.
Well, I mean, just pick one at random if you like.
Yeah, Roger's gonna keep this room open for the next like 36 hours if he doesn't get 1,000.
No. I want to get 1,000 votes. So I'm gonna keep this room open until I get 1,000 votes.
Yeah, how dare all of you in the audience, especially you all.
Isn't the future of film personal, meaning that now, we can do this personal AI film curation for ourselves? I mean, that we don't need these big studios. It's the major tech platforms that will give us the movies that we desire on demand.
Wait, when it's just taking from behind, that includes face down and stuff, right? I didn't know if I need to put on it.
Every time I read from behind, I just think like a dirty whore. I am a teapot.
We were having fun with the from behind. Every time a man would choose that, we would then say, "Oh, you like it from behind, do you?" So that's the biggest setup.
I said what I said about the face down ass stuff, and then I immediately looked up the screen, and I was like, please don't let Abby be on stage. That was so weird saying like dirty shit in front of Abby. And she's like, I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me. But I'm just like, it's still weird because like I know her age and stuff like that. I'm like saying dirty shit for my grandma.
I tell all the time that I would.
Your thing cut out.
That would smash. Don't worry about age.
Oh no, I'm not saying I wouldn't hit, that age either. I'm just saying it's something weird,
You guys should invite Dismal up. Dismal, I'd like to get her here.
Is she dismal?
Sean, you haven't responded to the poll either.
Yeah, I'm starting a little late in all of this. I will respond to the poll, but I don't see the poll because I don't have the update.
You gotta update the app. What do you guys think of Jason? Jason down in the chat. He's in the goo. Yes, he's got 0 friends, but he's got the update for the app. Oh, he left. Jason, you got 0 friends. What's going on, buddy? Why would you pay for the premiums thing and you don't even have friends?
Maybe just join the app and it popped up and says, would you like to pay attention?
Maybe. Let's bring him up here. Let's school him. Let's hip him to the game.
Supposed to do? Do I have to pay for this? And he's like, alright.
Let's hip him to the game.
Let's get him up.
Anyway.
No, he's back. No, now he's gone.
Jason follows a lot of houses with no friends. That's definitely intentional.
He's a troll.
So I have had people from Patty's politically correct come into my YouTube and leave complaints in the chat and notify me that they're calling the police on me.
Why? For what?
Recording them without their consent.
You know what's fucking terrible about that room is that they really think they're super well informed. They think they're well informed, and like their evidence. Look, I'm gonna play a clip for you. It's like, okay, got it. Like, what's your take? Play something. You ask for they just heard, and they don't even know what the fuck they just heard. They are among business people on this fucking app.
They're like the worst kind of fucking creatures too, in the sense that like anything you say that goes against their fucking echo chamber, they're like, kick this motherfucker, get him out of here, kick this racist piece of shit. And I'm like, I just said that I didn't think that like systemic racism is a real thing. Sorry, like the fuck, you know? Like,
you know what they are? It's like The View, but instead of having like Whoopi and Joy Behar, it's like having like Whoopi and Behar become one person. It's like black Behars. They're just fucking. They're just terrible. There's gonna be a room.
1980s Whoopi was awesome.
Yeah, before she became a raving lunatic leftist freaking.
Well, you know,
I liked
Ghost.
her best when she was with Ted Danson.
Of course she did.
Which movie was that? Oh, when they were
Made in
dating.
America.
Wait, is she a dyke or is she straight or bi or what?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry.
She
She's
shaved
a
her.
heterosexual woman with like adult children.
She changed her
Yeah, she
name.
likes the penis.
She appropriated a Jewish name. She shaved her eyebrows, and you know the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze is a good movie, but you know it's to me it's hard to even believe that Patrick Swayze ever even died.
Well, listen, Liz, if she was more attractive and less insufferable, I don't think I would have resorted to calling her a dyke, but you know, but like, hey, is she a lesbian or carpet luncher, you know, but she deserves the word dyke. I'm sorry.
And so that show's also going off the air. Praise God.
I will say, Elizabeth Hasselbeck was cute. I can watch the reruns with her on.
Was she?
Oh yeah, she was cute.
Are all these woke shows actually failing supposedly because you know USAID has been eliminated and the public broadcasting funding is eliminated? Are these shows failing because these large networks like Viacom were actually getting government funding to produce some of these shows? I mean, the U.S. Ad Council, I don't know, I could check how much the budget is, but I still see U.S. Ad Council ads for the most erroneous, stupid shit ever being advertised nonstop.
Roger, you should invite Rachel up. Her last 3 polls were
Rachel knows how to raise her hand. Like what?
Okay. Well, should America have a third party? Yes. Fresh start. Better places to live. Europe. Is America broken? Yes. It's on the downside.
So Dismal Outlook in the chat, if you want to come up and call me out, you know, mano a mano here on the stage, now's your opportunity.
My favorite day was when Dismal was on the stage, and you were here on the stage with her, and she didn't recognize you, and she was referring to you as the troll in the audience. It was pretty funny. She was talking about you and didn't even know you were on the stage.
Yeah, but then it's not a real third party if they can't fucking do anything or ever win an election. It's a pretend third party. He's an independent third.
I think we should definitely ditch the party system. I mean, all it is an apparatus to raise money, and the more the more that you support the party, the more that they're just going to abuse you. They just do market research. When you register to be a member of the party, if you donate to it, they just collect information, and then they tell you more about what they think you want to hear. If you really want to fuck them up and make them come up with good ideas, everyone should abandon the two major parties, just be independents, and then let them guess. And eventually they're going to have to say, well, fuck, since we can't do market research, maybe we have to come up with good ideas.
But the only good idea is stop borrowing and stop spending other people's money.
Yeah, it's getting out of control. 37 trillion.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen. Wishful thinking, guys.
That poll earlier was hilarious. How many zeros are in 37 trillion? It was a little sad that not everyone was able to get it. Did you guys notice that there was many women that came in here, saw this poll, and were eager to talk about it? Like, very eager to talk about it. And then there were some women that wouldn't.
The greatest one was when John asked the, what was it, 100 times 1,000. Some guy's like, I'm not good at math. It's like, obviously.
Well, I think we spend so much time on this app that you just because you just naturally forget that you're actually talking to stupid people. And so, if you do a quick diagnostic to reconfirm that you're talking to stupid people, it kind of lessens the blow of why we're here wasting our time.
We need to come up with more of those questions. I think that's a good one, and I like the variant that you give, just in case somebody's throwing the answer in the chat for you. The variant of 500 times 1,000. That one seems to mix people up, even if they got the first one right.
Yeah, or 999 times 1,000. But I think somebody said on here, I was in a room the other day, somebody was like, just ask people if 3x equals 24, what does x equal? And if you go into a lot of these flat earth rooms, most of the people in those flat earth rooms can't actually answer that question.
What do you think's another good litmus test question? I mean, I like the basic math. Is there anything else that we could incorporate into our interrogation of people just to figure out how much time we should waste with them?
I mean, they've done it with just the YouTube videos, like, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? That's fucking amazing. And people like, it's all these dumbass fucking young kids that can't answer these fucking questions. They don't teach, they don't teach anything fucking, about history and shit. In fucking school nowadays, they go and ask, like, all the 50-year-olds, and all the 50-year-olds are like, I don't know.
Well, if I read the Constitution today, and if you actually read it, it is actually rather complicated. And this is the first time I ever read the Constitution out loud and recorded it. And it made me realize that if I ever get a chance to debate, the incumbent that I'm running against, Darren LaHood, if you were to ask him specific questions about sections of the Constitution, most people they do not have it memorized. They have no real comprehension or knowledge with regards to our primary founding documents. They just don't. And it's written in kind of this old English vernacular, which makes comprehension even more difficult. So if you can become a subject matter expert on the Constitution, you have politically one-upped your opponent in a way which makes them look, childish, amateurish, not intelligent.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, Roger and I. Like, most people know the first, second, fourth, and fifth, and most people mix up the fourth and fifth and like look backwards most of the time, or they just don't fucking know what they're talking about. And Roger's like, well, what's the Third Amendment? That's like an easy one, but
Yeah, but you gotta reserve that one. You gotta keep in your pocket for when you're getting an argument, typically with a Republican, and they'll tell you, "I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in the Second Amendment," and then you just pause them and you just go, "You're a constitutionalist?" They'll go, "Yes," and then you go, "Okay, cool. What's the Third Amendment?" And then that, especially if you do it face to face, if you do it on this app, they might take some time, fuck Google it or whatever. But if you do that face to face, they will not answer you. I would bet that even if you went to like, I don't know, like a Republican town hall, I would still guess that less than fucking 2% of the people there would know.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying though. It's like, it's not even the fucking 18-year-olds that can't answer these questions. It's the fucking 40, 50, 60-year-olds. You know, because they always like to sit there and preach about how, in my day, they taught shit. They taught history and math, and you just ask them fucking simple questions, and they're just dumbfounded. Like, oh, I don't know.
You know, it's a good one too. Is talk to people about the Social Security. Like, before you tell them that you want to get Social Security, just talk to them about how the Supreme Court, has ruled on it that it's not a contract, that Congress can change, reduce, and eliminate benefits. Paying into Social Security does not guarantee a benefit, and they will argue with you. They will argue with you, and then you just have to be ready to talk to them about cases like Fleming versus Nestor, and then you can read to them, the Justice Harlan position that talks about that it's not a guarantee.
Or you just trying to put batteries in little necros back. Look at me. He's a way right now. He's like just seething.
Well, I mean, anyone that thinks that like you're not supposed to talk about Social Security or you couldn't cut it, you should just start asking them like what they believe it is. If you have like a straight talk, this is why, and I hope everybody will. John, you have to put this on your calendar. On 4 p.m. Pacific time, I don't know what time is it here. You're in Central, right? So it's 7 Eastern on Tuesday. That guy Allen is doing a room in the Brain Trust about taxation. And if we play within his rules and be very polite and deliberate, don't say things that are over the top, just ask some questions, because he's a man of letters. He understands some of this stuff. I think that it'll be very illuminating. It'll probably be very frustrating for other people in the room, because most people in those rooms are not well educated. Alan actually is. Alan's a very highly educated, knowledgeable dude. And then and this is how you know that he's smart, is that when he needs to get his information together, if you do ask him a question that he doesn't know, rather than the way that most people engage on this app, where they'll just start making shit up, he will say, "I'm not prepared to have this conversation." And if you want to grill him and browbeat him over the fact that he doesn't have his facts together, you can do that. But I think he actually does operate in good faith. I think what we need to do is go into there and talk about the points that he's afraid to have brought up. Because the reason he wants to talk about that is he wants to talk about social safety nets. He wants to talk about the social contract, and that's the conversation that he's hoping to have to get lefties to to fold about like capitulating to what like just bowing down to government. He is not ready for the kind of conversation that could come his way. He asked him. This is why I told him you should come. He asked Jules to come, and he goes, "Jules, you work for the IRS. You should come." And I go, "Hey, I know somebody else who worked for the IRS." And then I mentioned my name, and he goes, "Oh no, I've thrown him out of the room." And I go, "Well, that's not wise." I go, "If you're running for Congress, you should definitely let those people have their say, even if you don't like it. In fact, I almost feel like it's our civic duty to listen to this."
He's very delicate, and he's incapable of getting any any scorn thrown his way. I mean, he controls it, like a feminist little Nazi, and he was going on and on and on one day in Politically Correct, maybe a week or two ago, about how he wants to get a sign and he's looking for everybody's support and how we can't let go of Epstein and Trump and how they're both pedophiles and we have to keep that as the main issue no matter what. We can't let it go. And it was so crazy. And he wants to go to Mike Lee and he's got a sign. He's like, I'm willing to do this and I need your support. It's, in my opinion, you don't know what's on the other end of these cell phones and how people are living their lives and what kind of mental health they're actually in. And it's a waste of time. I mean, that guy is a waste of time.
I think it's fun because he takes it
No, I'm still
so
doing meditation.
fucking serious, and I don't think he's ready for that conversation on Tuesday. I've been in his rooms, and the way that he likes to curate it, he's basically like a more authoritarian version of Gary Baumgartner.
I like the Gary Baumgarten show. Talking about poker in that movie, I don't know if you saw that movie. Was it Mississippi Burning? I think it was Mississippi something. I put it in the chat earlier, but it's about Ben Mendelsohn, the actor, not the clown house Ben Mendelsohn, who I have not seen since recording his rooms and getting him very upset. I don't know if they moved to the friends only. I would have to, get a non-anonymous and create a new fake burner to maybe get into the friends of friends, that maybe that's what they're doing. Or he gave up and is no longer doing his Trump derangement, daily download.
Do we know why Bina left the app?
Well, she features prominently on some of my YouTube videos in debates with you as of late, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, you know what? I didn't realize that I captured you and her having pretty extensive debates, and those videos got quite a bit of few views. I mean, maybe. Are you sure she deleted the app and wasn't, somebody mass reported or she got reported or something?
I was told to let the app.
Does that seem likely to you, though?
Agent Jesus says healthy debates got awful when we lost Roger and JD took over. Agent, what's come up here? Tell us what's wrong with healthy debates right now. Let me get you up here.
Well, Agent Jesus is saying that he was at LA Fitness, which is the gym that I go to. So yeah, Agent Jesus, come on up and show us what you got.
Well, but you said JB's the issue. Like, I think there's things that JB does really well. Like, for example, I'm really bad. Like, if somebody enters the room, I'm unless it's somebody that I really want to argue with, or maybe I don't know. If somebody walks in, I don't really notice. Like this Hussein guy down at the bottom, JB would be like, "Hey, welcome Hussein. Hey, if you want to come up, cash in the big ticket." He's got the spiel down, and he makes people feel welcome. Until they say something that he disagrees with, and then it's not that way. But I think he does a really good job of getting everyone a chance to speak. I have a slightly different style. I don't necessarily want to hear from everyone. Yeah.
Wait, have you heard his fuck dudes crash out or no? When he kicked me out of the room, started all the shit.
No, what? Tell me about that.
Oh, dude. So there was a bunch of fucking piece of shit anti-Semites up on stage crashing out about how they fucking hate the Jews and shit. And then Abby just simply came up and she was like, "Hey, JB, is it okay if we change the subject to about Iran, and stuff, and or the situation that's going on over there, or or she just brought up a different subject." And he's like, just fucking went off on her, screaming and yelling at her, kicked her from the room, and went off on Abby and said, "It's bullshit. These fucking motherfuckers come in here and they want to fucking try to run my fucking room, and it's always the fucking Jews up here just fucking complaining, and oh, woe is me, and everything's about them." And he's like, I consider myself a Jew, and
You know, I love the Jewish people, and I stood up for them, and I was the first motherfucker to be there for them on after October 7th, you know, and I consider myself Jewish, and I was like, why are you being such a fucking dickhead? I'm like, she just simply asked if you could, like, change the subject from, like, anti-Semite fucking rant with all these fucking black women up there that were just a bunch of fucking piece of shits. And, you know, and he's like, you know, when I was in fucking prison, you know, I wrote a fucking letter to this fucking rabbi and told him that my, you know, mother was fucking Jewish, you know, because we have a Jewish name and this, that, third, and asked him for fucking help. And he told me, oh, well, you're not technically a Jew and I can't help you. He said, you know who the fuck was there for me? It was the fucking blacks. The fucking blacks were there and they fucking carried me fucking prison. I said, yeah, you got passed around like packed fucking Newports. And he's like, fuck you, Rich, shut the fuck up. And I kicked me in the audience and he's like, you know, you fucking Jews, all you do is fucking come on here and whine and bitch about fucking anti-Semitism, and all you want to do is fucking bitch and gripe. He's like, you know, if you want to fucking act like this, all you fucking Jews, he's like, you could take your shit, you could turn it sideways and shove it up your fucking ass. He's like, I'm washing my fucking hands with the fucking Jews. You know, I'd rather fucking take the side of the fucking blacks because they were there for me in prison and blah, blah. And it just went on the whole fucking rant. Yeah, and then I just went told Abby, and I was like, yo, it's like, the fuck is his deal? And she's like, oh, I don't know. And I was like, yeah. I was like, he kicked you? And she's like, yeah, he fucking kicked me. And I was like, yeah, so he's a fucking fake you know,
yeah,
two-bit piece of shit and all this.
He's not here to defend himself. We don't need to go too deep.
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
What I will tell you, what's funny though, is like I got a message. Like the person's not here right now, but so I don't know if he wants me to mention, but he sends me a back channel message and he goes, hey Roger, are white people allowed in healthy debates anymore?
Oh, dude.
And he's being dead ass serious. Like you guys know who this is, but like I'm not gonna I don't know if he wants me repeating this, but he's like sitting here trying. No, it's not. And I'm not gonna tell. But I'm not gonna tell. But it was funny. It was funny because then I was like, what do you mean? And then like I go into the room and dude, it was like an NAACP meeting. It was fucking hilarious.
There was a terminology that somebody used. They were calling him out. Crypto blacks or something? What the fuck is a crypto black guy? I think that's what they fucking said it was. They're like, yeah, you got all these fucking crypto blacks or something like that. And he's like, you know, I don't know. Some terminology used like that. I might be using the wrong word. But they were saying like these fucking token black women that are just a bunch of racist piece of shits. And it is. I mean, he like invites him up. He's like, oh, I love this woman. You know, she's my black queen, and I love her to death, and blah blah. I'm gonna bring her up and make her a mod. And then she just starts fucking kicking everybody and just one of these fucking racist rants about how bad white people are and Jews and just fucking. There's like 7 of them on stage.
Hold on. I want to talk to Dismal for a second. Dismal's asking. She said Kitman. I think she means Kitover. What do you believe your chances are in the election season? Look, here's the thing that I think Dismal doesn't fucking get. If Kitover gets nothing in terms of votes, but makes a big enough splash to cause the other side to spend money, if he can get a Republican or a Democrat to raise money from their dumb supporters to fucking fund campaigns, whether it's for fucking signs or fucking whatever they need to do. All he needs to do is cause them to spend money, and that is a fucking win. In fact, I think low budget campaigning against fucking candidates that they're gonna go essentially, transfer money from poor people. Because let's be honest, people with big money, they're worried about the big campaigns. It's all these little small donors, and I think robbing those donation dollars at every fucking chance you get, that's how you fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And if he can cause a cut in his race of what people are seeing and how they're donating, who fucking cares? The person that wins that election is going to be a fucking asshole. But if he can embarrass it, if he can get on a debate stage
make one fucking good point that makes people think, it's a fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And I think that's the thing that people don't understand about third-party politics. Like, it's not just winning the election that's important. Sure would be fucking nice, but that's not the only way that you can win. You can diminish somebody by simply just taking a swat at him. And if he was to get on a debate stage, now that he's doing research on the Constitution, I can imagine him being able to ask a question, especially if he says, "Can I ask you a question?" and then asks him something fucking super serious, and then when the person doesn't fucking know the answer, then can recite verbatim what the Constitution says. I don't give a fuck who you are. That shit goes over well because people want to know that you understand the fucking rules, and a lot of people fucking don't.
It's true. Just reading the Constitution on YouTube today, with my American Legion hat on, it made me realize that most Congress people are not even performing the role well. They don't even know their lines. And we are inundated in clown world with the Jasmine Crockett's, the Ilhan Omars, etc., where an average guy like me, is 10 times better than these horrible communist, socialist, Marxist, racist, insane people who are already in power and spending and bleeding us to death. So, when I was on this debate stage today, I said the fact that there's not 100 people or 1,000 people trying to get these positions just shows you how unpolitically activated everybody is. Everybody's just passive and, not engaged. And I can't, for the life of me, I can't figure out why people don't give a fuck about $37 trillion in debt that doesn't seem to stop. It's going to 50 trillion. This runaway debt train is not going to stop unless average people wake up and start voicing their concern.
Does that help, Dismal?
Yeah, Dismal, why don't you come up and use your voice instead of your little grubby fingers in the chat? Oh, and that's my home address. I would love for a hater to actually come and accost me in the real world, because you know what? I'm not a violent person. I would just ask any hater, hey, you know what? Let's get a beer. Or tell you what, let me make you a cup of coffee. And you're not going to hate me in the real world. You might hate me here on a social audio chat app because I game it. But in the real world, I'm just like you. Just a guy who's got to take a dump in the morning, go to the gym, take a shower, pay his bills. There's nothing special about me. I like to read books. That's about it. Maybe that makes me special.
Come up, Dismal.
Probably because they're dismal, that's why they can't come.
I know who one is. I don't do the doxing thing, but I know who Dismal is.
Oh, who's dismal?
So I look clownish and I break the terms and conditions of this app.
I know, I'm trying to get you to slip and be like, oh, it's such and such. And you're like, oh, you doctor. What's that, John?
I just, people throw really silly insults and stupid insults like, this guy is ugly. It's like, oh, okay, I'm ugly, but I'm one man yelling about the debt. Can you not have any, appreciation for any of my ideas or thoughts? Am I that terrible of a man?
Well, we narrowed Dismal down to not being John Kitover. Or is he?
I mean, Necro, I hate to break the bad news to young people, but your government sold you out, beginning, in my opinion, on 9/11, and our massive military response and nation building in Afghanistan. I don't know who these clown people are or where they came from or why they thought any of these things were good ideas, but I can assure you there's a lot of well-educated people that do not agree with what your government has been doing for the past 25 years. It's incomprehensible how much money they have not only borrowed and spent, but how much they have raised in taxes and spent. Does anyone know what 5 trillion times 25 years is?
John, so, 125. What the guy's gonna say, you remember Samir? The
No.
one with the cat and the wizard costume?
Maybe a long time ago.
He's the one who would say Muhammad is a pedophile, Muhammad is a piece of shit. He's the one that started all that. He had like the black and white cat with the fucking wizard costume. He's an atheist.
No, don't remember. I know Shooky singing that song.
Yeah, he got it from Samir. And you're talking about it like intelligent people that disagree with Necro because he assumes that like everybody's fucking dumb. The reason Samir and I used to be friends and shit, the reason we had a falling out, I was like, we were talking about difference in intellect in different countries and stuff like that. And he's like, I have like a 112 IQ. And I was like, oh yeah, cool. And he's like, what's yours? And I was like, 141. And he's like, oh, that's cool, man. He's like, it's really high. And then we were sitting there talking, and then we got onto the religion, and I was like, yeah, I'm a Trinitarian Christian. And he's like, oh, what the fuck, man? How can somebody fucking have an IQ like that, but still fucking believe in God? And he just fucking crashed out. And every time I would see him, he would just fucking lose his shit, start screaming. I mean, he fucking lost his mind. But, you know, people like him and Necro, they're just fucking arrogant pricks that assume that everybody that supports Donald Trump is a bunch of pumpkins.
Well, I think one of the reasons why atheists struggle in a way is because God is like art. It is such a vast, abstract concept that it's really hard to gain a solid understanding about the infinite because it's so vast and eternal and expansive that it's very difficult to even have a conversation about it. So, you know, if you are a God believer, I mean, you should have compassion and kindness for atheists because they're stupid.
Hey man, long time no see. I just want to say, are you actually running for public office?
Yes.
Yes.
This is amazing.
Yes, and I have to gather about 20 signatures a day on average leading up to March of next year. I don't know when I have to submit the ballots. I can't even find the ballots through the FEC website, or it might be through the state of Illinois Election Commission. But my basic Google searches have not yielded me a PDF ballot.
John, go get fucking local libertarians or fucking, YAL, somebody like that, Young Americans for Liberty. Get somebody that's like on the ground that does this shit for a living. They might fucking like if you went to YAL, what they would do is they would put the people in the street that know how to do it, that would do the work, and then all you need to do is come up with the payment for them. Like you make a donation to YAL, they will pay people to go and do that, and then the donation that you give to them is donations that you get for your campaign. And if you're struggling with those funds, we do a fundraiser on here. You get the fundraising funds, you go to YAL, you get people on the street, you get your signatures without you lifting a fucking finger.
Well, there was that Vietnamese lady on Twitter, on X. Remember, she was offering to help you with a bunch of
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, thanks for coming on there, Rich. You were asking me pretty challenging questions, and sometimes you pull a fast one on me, and I was like, "Oh fuck, Rich is gonna dunk on me right here." But I mean, I think my responses were good enough.
You guys gotta fucking have a back channel and throw some layups.
No, I was trying to put him a little against the fence, so he could a little against the fence in the octagon and try to figure his way out of it. And he figured it out. I have faith in Doc.
I'm telling you, a couple softballs. For most people that are listening, they don't fuck. You just need a softball or two.
I just asked him I was like, hey, if you get elected for District 16, what are the 3 bullet points that you're going to do for the people in your district? And then I went on to say, hey, and if you guys agree with the things, because everybody was giving the 100 and the thumbs up and the heart emojis and all that. I said, for all you people that are giving the like emojis down in the audience, I said, if any of you people are interested, then contact John, through whichever way of communication, and then get, behind him and start helping him. So, and then he gave some bullet points.
My bullet points was I will vote no to every single act that comes across my desk that I will not encourage borrowing or spending. And I don't know, people need to hear that type of attitude. Uh, that it I mentioned earlier that at the IRS, I asked an official, a higher up executive, nice guy that I worked with. I said, are we tailoring the deployment of our budget towards where we think we're going to be able to generate more revenue? No, there is no business approach in any of these agencies in terms of priorities and placement of spend. It's all just, status quo, don't upset the ship, just keep spending like we've always spent. And if we don't spend it, we won't get it next year, is that type of an attitude. So they need to deploy. They can't even spend the amount of money that they're allocated fast enough because most federal employees are too slow at their job to actually do the requisition or the acquisition. So the truth is, we don't need to keep deploying money wastefully. If we're going to be smart and run it like a business, allocation of money has to go to the greatest growth and revenue to opportunities, amongst us. So there's just not that type of attitude. It's not run like a business.
Oh, you took too long. I was gonna ask that piece of shit, you and the great, which congressional seat he was going after, or which campaign he's helped. His little snickering and condescending bullshit. But then he left.
John, you perfectly know where the money's going. Project Stargate, Palantir, Internet of Things, smart cities. You know what the future projects are. Why are you acting surprised?
Not right.
No, I agree with you. Palantir has its tentacles deep in the government.
Wait, hold on. Is this somebody from preservation?
He sounds like it. He's a conspiratorial fucking nutcase. He's got like schizophrenia and shit. He's fucking delusional.
I am.
Rick, do you hang out? Do you hang out in preservation?
No, I used to.
I'm asking Rick.
Troll, and then
Rick.
Yeah, but I'm not I'm not a reptilian type of guy. I'm not that type of person. I'm not a Frank engineer, and I see where money is moving or where money is allocated, and what are the latest technologies. So
I have a quick question for you.
prominent.
Is there any conspiracy theory that you don't believe in?
So conspiracies, there are theories on conspiracies, and some of the theories might be true.
Some of them are
garbage.
Hold on.
Yeah, so some of them.
No, hold on.
Some of them are
Hold
garbage.
on. This is what happens when people identify as a conspiracy theorist or start sharing them. And I'm glad that Rich shared that you dabble in this stuff. While it's definitely perfectly reasonable to believe that some conspiracy theories turn out to have been true. We do know that. The issue is that like Michael Malice says, it's okay to take a red pill. You just don't want to take the whole bottle. And far too often, I see that the conspiracy theorists, they do this weird thing where they've completely checked out of reality, and anytime there's a conspiracy theory, they go balls deep into it. So again, give me a specific conspiracy theory that you don't believe in.
So I absolutely agree with you what you said right now, and characterizing people that the flat Earth, of course, is not true. God damn it, obviously.
Oh shit! Kima, are you awake?
ask him about aliens and Illuminati.
Have you ever?
And or dimension. Because a 17-year-old lesbian, black lesbian.
I'm not. It's too late for that. What's funny is that they think that's entertaining. Like that's like the kid that calls into a radio show and they got on the air and then they freaked out because they heard their own voice. Like, dude, if you just raised your hand, came up with some clever things to say, you could stay on the stage. You
You wouldn't have to just do this little hit and run thing. It's weird. All right, I'll bring them back up. You guys want to play with them for a little bit?
Yes, please.
All right. Let's see. We'll get the rapper and then the giggling Gertie, and then we got another one. They come in bunches.
Nigga, don't put thumbs down on me.
What's cool with Dyke Gillespie?
Yo, go ahead. That's me, that guy's little boy.
I'm just gonna let him
I think they're 12 years old. 12.
No, I would say they're between 16 and 18.
Hold on. I'm gonna move your stupid ass to the audience. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so check this out. You guys had an opportunity with an audience, something that you'll never fucking have in your life for any fucking reason. Maybe you'll have a jury trial at some point because you guys are all headed to prison with your fucking ignorant fucking asses. But I'm gonna bring you guys back up one more time, but I just want to set some ground rules, some basic ground rules. You cannot speak over each other. You cannot speak over anybody else. I'll call upon you, and then you'll get a chance to speak. You can say whatever you fucking want, whatever's on your fucking mind. You can say whatever you want. You can curse me out. You can say all kinds of raunchy things, make each other laugh, do all those things. You just can't speak over people. And here's the problem. If I fucking move you down another time, you won't be able to come back up. So I'm going to bring you back up. Try to do better this time. Try to do better.
Can we ask that they refrain from using ebonics?
Wouldn't do that part of it. I'm going to bring them back up. But listen, if they talk over each other, here's what's going to happen. Not only am I going to block you, I will have you removed from the app. I have that kind of sway. I've been on this app for a long time. So I'm going to bring you little knuckleheads up. Try to behave yourself. I will call on you when it's your turn to speak. All right. Let's see.
2 seconds.
Let's see. Hold on. I may have to mod somebody.
Let me say something. I don't know why somebody in the comments talk about African Americans. It's not you. Who in the comments talk about African Americans? I ain't gonna everybody in this. Ooh, I ain't gonna everybody in this ugly ass motherfucking thing. Bitch, y'all ugly as fuck. Bitch, look like
Hello, room. I just wanna. This is my first time in this room, and the thing is, I grew up in Kansas, right? Like I grew up in.
You were in here the other day.
Yeah.
It's not your first time.
Listen, you didn't listen. God, why can't we bring the fuck? If that person could just, oh, there we go. China. Just slowly explain to us what it is. Who are you and what are you about?
Okay, so first of all, who been? Okay, so my name is China, and I'm from, y'all don't know where I'm from?
Are you black?
No, I'm light skinned.
Oh, that's cool. My favorite.
Mojo's
Yeah,
black too.
I'm white.
Sounds good.
No, y'all said somebody else said.
China.
No, I said Mojo is black. That's what I said.
China, can I ask you a quick question here, China?
Okay.
What is 100 times 1,000?
Sir, what does my math have to do with you?
It's just a simple question.
No, I know a lot.
I'm asking you a simple math question.
Hold on. I think that she actually had a very good rebuttal. John, what do you have to say? What does her math have to do with you?
Because, China, I believe that the truth of the earth requires excellent math skills.
You don't know nothing about me. Sir, let me stop you right there. You don't know anything about me. Nobody in this group chat know nothing about me. So don't act like y'all know nothing about me. What is that?
I said we know that you don't understand math.
Oh my God.
China, let me ask you a different question. If we were to make you queen of America,
Hey, I don't want you to ask me questions. Everybody
It's the
gets to
whole
ask me
point of the
questions.
stage.
No, I don't want to ask you questions.
Okay, John, ask me the question and I'll ask.
No, you don't ask me nothing either if it's coming from him. Because I'm going to get on him too. So he better sit this one out.
I'm kind of liking this one, Mojo.
Rich, I think you're gonna have to stay out of this and let John handle this. John, you and China have a polite dialogue. This will be fun. China, I just wanted to let you know. Well, no, listen. He's running for Congress. You better like him.
No, I don't have to if I don't want to.
He has the control to give you reparations.
No, I don't want to talk to him. I'm gonna avoid him. He's a hater. I don't. See, he's too grown to be like that. He's too grown for all that. He can sit down somewhere. You too grown. You need to act your age a little bit because you too grown.
you know,
I'm sorry to be respectful. Sir,
what about me?
Sir, I'm sorry to everybody in here. He's just.
China, can I ask you how old are you? Can I ask you how old are you?
I'm 82.
You what?
I'm old enough to talk, sir.
86?
Yes. Yes, I am.
China, what do you think about Mojo's
Please bring
PTR?
up the other people. Can you guys bring up the other people?
I'm so sorry. They're gonna be respectful. How y'all should be respectful to us.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Princess, can you please introduce yourself?
No, I'm not gonna respect. Oh no, not him. But that's let's forget him. He like to be slick. So let's not talk to him. Let's say Congressman. What that mean?
Because he's a congressman in Chirac.
Oh, we didn't ask you what he was. No, don't be. So therefore,
I was explaining what a congressman.
No, I don't care what you said. Okay. My name is Boo Boo. My name is Boo Boo.
That makes sense.
All right, hold on. No, hold on. Listen. This is not going to work. I know you guys spent all this time to get back up on the stage. You got all this attention. Listen, we're going to go one by one. Seven Pocket. It sounds like you're a skilled rapper. Can you spit some bars for us?
I don't rap at all. My name is Boo Boo.
She's telling that.
Funny with the money, oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisha? I'm out like the papers.
You're not to this man at his age. Why should I ask his age?
Can't do.
Girl, you keep going on mute. Be quiet. You trying to be so funny. Act like you trying to be rest.
But y'all are hilarious.
You too old for all that. My name is My name is Apple. Shit in my throat.
This is a promising future for our.
Yeah.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. I just want to speak directly to Seven Pocket. Seven Pocket.
He's not on here no more.
No, I removed him from the stage. I did that. I just wanted to say this. You're so stupid that when you had an opportunity to say something entertaining, you came up with the dumbest shit to say. Why don't you get some class like my friend Dana here? China, go ahead and talk to us. Make some sense.
Right. But I don't like how some of y'all friends. See, I have respect for all of y'all, but some of y'all friends just try to be too funny. It wasn't. It's not. We're gonna stop that right here.
Speak on it, Queen.
Yep. See, I call respect, but what y'all not gonna do is disrespect me. And who is that call up? I don't open the door. When we get slapped. Right. My fault. That's what we do down here. Anyway.
Down where?
We'll spread over. But don't mute me like I said.
They sound like they're from South Florida.
No, you sound like you keep going on mute.
Well, y'all from
So
Duval.
just I'm from the 3. Don't worry about where I'm from. Worry about where I'm from the 3.
She from the 904.
That joke was not funny. I don't understand.
Hey, speak on it, Queen.
Right. Anyways, so like I said, y'all have my dog back up here. He's gonna come with respect this time.
No.
He's a keep moving.
No, I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to tell you why. He is so stupid that even though we're this fucking bored, we will not entertain that. We will let you dumb bitches talk, but we're not letting that in.
They from Newtown, I bet.
We not from Newtown. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You from Newtown, don't lie.
I'm not from Newtown. Shut your mouth. Shut the fuck up, pussy. I'm from the 30, not Newtown.
Hey, that ain't even your real hair.
What bitch, shut the fuck up. Yes, that's not her real face in that profile. Catfish ass nigga.
Hey, that's my middle name is Catfish.
We know, because you look like one.
I think Princess, you from Hogan Creek.
Stop talking to me.
You from Hogan's Creek. Online.
Sir, you can shut your mouth. You trying to be racist. Sir, you not funny. When I ask my slap you, I'm be dead wrong. We don't even...
Wait, is that Hogan's Creek or Newtown talking?
Stop talking about Hogan's Creek or Newtown. I'm from the 3, like I said. Well,
You're from the 3? Hey, hold on. Do either of you know your fathers?
Yeah, my father in my life. I got a picture of my dad. You got a picture of your dad? My father's in the room?
That is a picture of his granddaddy and his PTR.
No, that's AI. Don't lie. That's AI.
That's his granddaddy.
I don't know. Fuck your granddaddy.
Wait, hold on. China, can you tell me something? What does AI stand for?
What do you think it stands for?
I'm asking you.
Add 7 pockets full. Why y'all arguing with us? Y'all need to add 7 pockets full.
Just say artificial intelligence, please, man.
Please, Prince.
Wait, hey, Prince, I'm moving you down. You're too stupid.
Yeah, that's
my bad.
No, you're down. Listen.
I'm like how y'all.
Alright, hold on. This is not gonna work.
That's why I told little people y'all is so scary.
No, well, yeah, we're very afraid for our future. I don't know. Listen, can you speak to the Democrats in the room? Okay, hold on. If you talk over me, I'm gonna move you down.
Talk over you because we...
Okay, well then I'll move you down.
No, okay, then remove.
I'll move your little dumbass down. Now there's only one.
Bitch cracker.
Alright, hold on. Oh, she left. Okay. So, the question, Princess is back. Princess, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, here's the question.
No, I don't answer your questions. I don't, no questions.
Well, that's fine. You don't answer the question, I will just move you down. That's fine. I do run the show. This is the thing that you don't understand. This is something you're going to understand when you get a job. Neither of you are going to get good jobs, but you might go to prison, and the warden will also have rules. The prison guards will have rules. You're going to have to follow rules. We live in a rules-based society. You're going to have to learn to follow rules. These rules are something you just talk when I instruct you to speak. I don't know why you can't get this shit, but I'm going to bring China back on, see if she can be polite.
Roger.
I have one question for China. No, don't interrupt me. I want to ask China a question.
Roger, what color are you?
I'm the blackest person on the app. I was just called a fake racist. I think that is a compliment, because real racists are jerks. I'm a fake racist.
You know, can I say something? My father went to a police call one time, and he was asking this young African-American woman whether or not she was raped. And the young woman said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And my dad's partner looked at him and says, "You don't ask her if she got raped. This is how you say it. Or my dad was asking, did he penetrate your vagina?" And I guess my dad's partner said, "You don't ask her if her vagina got penetrated. Did he fuck you in the pussy?"
Oh, man. Can we bring these people back up one at a time, please? Let's see. Friends of the city, you're not racist at all, but you know how to trigger the... okay, cool. Hey, Seven Pocket, here's a question for you, okay? Okay, so the question is, I want you to answer this for the Democrats that are in this room. Tell the people in the background to shut the fuck up. Tell them to shut their little whore mouths. So I want to ask you a question. And I want you gotta mute yourself while I'm speaking, because there's an echo. I'm gonna mute you. You can unmute yourself once I'm finished speaking. So I want you to address the Democrats that are in this room, the adults that believe in social safety nets, and they are waiting, they're hoping that they can get their social security checks. Can you give them some assurance that you and your colleagues here are going to have jobs to pay into social security so they can collect it? Can you just explain to the room why they should believe that you're going to have a good job in your lifetime? Go ahead, Pocket, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to have a good job, I don't really know what to say.
He's asking how you gonna get that bag.
Hey man, can you shut the fuck up, please? Thank you. I'm not playing with your deal.
What's up with that echo?
It's the echo was bad. He's even saying out loud, I don't know what to say. Get some fucking bars together. Like, why don't you guys go to another room and say, okay, we're gonna say this. Let's come up with some new names. We'll come up with a couple of lines. We'll talk some shit. Maybe, the white hat and the cigar. We'll say some fucking clever shit to talk shit to him. Just come up with some shit. Why are you guys so corny? You guys are like the stupid kids.
I think it's because Seven Pocket is it sounds like she's probably from College Gardens.
I don't think Seven Pocket was a girl. I thought that was a boy. But
it's a dyke.
I think they're medicated, Can we bring China? Let's bring China. I think China.
I got a real answer, okay?
Yeah. Can you tell us the kind of career that you're gonna pursue?
Okay, so actually, I'm getting my money to all y'all because I'm smart, actually. Y'all think I'm dumb. Y'all think people down here dumb. No, I'm actually smart to let y'all know that. Second of all, I get told right now, so I'm getting told when I go up, like that feet. Second of all, hey man, let me ask y'all a question. What makes y'all think y'all grown men gonna get somewhere asking me questions like this? Where's that gonna get you? Where's that gonna get you?
This is an illicit recording for YouTube channel.
Oh no, sir, don't talk to me, sir.
China, hold on. Ewan is new here. He's got the party hat. He would like to ask you a question. Would you allow him to ask you one?
Who's that? The congratulations. See, sir, I will ask Uncle.
It's this congressman.
Congratulations.
Ewan, go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question to China.
Sir, I can tell you.
Okay, China.
Okay.
Do you think you're going to make more than $15,000 a year speaking like this?
Yes, I am. I know when to be respectful, not. I'm not gonna be respectful to y'all because y'all not respectful to me.
But China, do you like money? Do you like making money?
I sure do.
Okay. Do you think that you're going to actually make money speaking to people like how you speak to them?
I give you what you know. First of all, y'all came here not being respectful to me, so what makes y'all think I'm gonna be respectful to y'all? Don't be disrespectful to me and think you gonna get what you know. You be disrespectful to me, I'm be disrespectful to you. That's just you be respectful, I'm be respectful for you.
China, I've been going through your PTR images. What's up with the second photo in your belly button there?
Sir, why are you going through my photo?
It's just a question. I'm just asking, because what is that section called on your belly button? What's the cord called that connects to the mother? Oh, the placenta. I'm just wondering where you got your placenta cut.
How has that been a little disrespectful to you?
A little bit further.
Let me give a question. Can I just do one quick question? China, how have we been disrespectful to you, China? Can you articulate on that? Can you say something about it?
Not true, but that means that congratulations with that big ugly. I'm sorry.
Congressman.
For that
Congratulations.
He works in the government. He's a congressman.
Okay, so he just needs to stop. Anyway.
You know, like congressmen, senators.
China, I have a question. So, your name is China. How do you think that you're going to be prepared to compete with the country China if you don't even know how to speak your own English language?
Hey, dude, hey, don't worry about that because you keep asking all these questions like this. Hold on. Okay, so you can't tell y'all. Let me tell y'all something. Me and my group got this thing jumping. So before we would join, y'all was in here talking about nothing.
No, I'm true.
Yeah,
I might have to agree with you there, China.
I know.
China, do you think people actually talk about anything interesting, important, or intellectual on this app?
Well, me and my crew do. I don't know about y'all, but me and my crew do. So I don't know about
What
y'all.
are some of your favorite topics to talk about?
I like to talk about money. I like to talk about my hair. I like to talk about everything. But I don't know about y'all. Y'all like to talk about stuff. I don't know, but I know what I like to talk about.
Okay, so my question for you though is, how do you plan on making lots of money to help feed the economy?
Sir,
What is your
do
plan?
you feed the economy? Do you feed the country?
Yeah, I do. I make quite a bit. So I want to know what you are going to do to break more than
China, he left America. He moved to England.
Well, I don't know nothing about y'all. So y'all know nothing about y'all.
Ewan guy, he moved to England because he's a communist piece of shit. No. I'm moving out of England soon. But with that being said, I still feed the economy.
Sir,
I'm paying taxes, make money. So my question for you though is, don't you want to make lots of money?
I already do.
How much money do you make a year?
Well, hold on, time out. I just want to say this. Hold on, China, hold on. I just want to say that as of right now, I think China is winning this debate. But let's continue. You and China, go ahead.
Okay, so actually, I'm gonna tell y'all something y'all don't know about me. Don't know what it is. So basically, I work for a bail bondsman, so y'all talk about me. I still get money, so I don't know. But y'all think I'm broke or something?
Ewan, why don't you ask her to, rap a little or give some lyrics and you could put it in a song?
Oh, how about you rap a little bit and you can make some lyrics?
No, I mean, China. Okay, so I'm like one of the actual few people on this app that successfully produce music. So I'm trying to gauge where you're coming from with this. So my question for you though is, do you think that you could actually break the 15 grand bracket a year by talking to people like this?
Sir, I talk to people how they talk to me, so you don't really step, I'm not gonna do this. So you be the step, I'm
China, how many hours do you work per week?
I work from 8 to 5.
How many days a week?
Mondays, Fridays.
5 days a week. Okay.
Yeah.
And how much do you make per hour?
Huh?
How much do you get paid per hour?
I make like 500 to 600.
Per hour?
I'm sorry. Bail is when you go around getting people out of jail. So you.
How much money do you make per hour?
Like 2.
You make $2 per hour?
Yeah, I don't think I'm losing this program. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You make $200 per hour? No, how much do you get paid per hour?
$200.
You get paid $200 per hour.
You got to stop asking stuff.
Well, hold on. Well, that would mean.
Yeah,
hold on. That would be 16.
How much you make an hour? How much you make an hour on this app?
Hold on. Let's do the math real quick. So you said $200 an hour, 40 hours a week. Is this correct?
Sir.
Is this correct? I'm just trying to understand.
I work for a bail bondsman. What makes you think I'm a real bail bondsman? I work for one. That don't mean I am a bail bondsman.
So how much money does the bail bondsman pay you?
You don't get what I'm telling you, sir.
You don't make much money, do you?
Sir, how old do you think I am?
I think you're probably. If that, how old?
You said you think I'm 50?
Based on where, based on where
Wait,
the,
hold on. No, this is important to qualify. How old are you?
Huh? I'm 30.
No, you're not.
25.
No.
No.
Okay.
Based
we can't,
on,
no, we can't allow children on this fucking app. This is crazy. I think the math part was the funniest for me. So she said she works, Monday through Friday, full-time job, $200 an hour. She said, that'd be a lot of bread for a kid. I don't buy it, but yeah. Anyways, I'm glad.
My favorite part was when she said 2. She makes 2. That was great.
I'll make 2. At first she was like,
How can you even, how can you even consider to think that you can't consider what you're saying, was saying?
We're not.
How?
I just wanted to state that I feel really conflicted and sad. The fact that the more time I spend on Clubhouse, the more I believe Margaret Sanger was telling the truth.
That's not even funny.
Hey, it includes the poor whites too. The Pepes of the world.
It's not even funny. Rick, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electronic engineer.
Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
It depends. Example, today I'm not at work, but usually it is, let's say, 5 days a week. And it's sometimes between 8 to 10 hours a day. And I'm paid around 30 euros per hour.
30 euros per hour? Translate that for dollars, somebody. What does that mean?
About
$40 an hour.
Or $40, yeah. That's about $200 an hour.
Rick, what's up with your PTR that claims that this Jewish rabbi believes, that he said that the Messiah will only appear once Europe and Christianity is totally destroyed? Do you actually believe that, Rick?
I can objectively see that somebody believes this. I'm not believing that. And that's a problem.
Wait, hold on. Where is this accent from?
He's like Dutch.
My accent? From you? I'm Italian. We spoke before. I'm Italian.
This doesn't sound like any kind of Italian that I've ever heard. You don't sound like any of the people from our favorite gangster movies.
You want me to speak like this? I can speak like this if you want. But this Italian accent I don't use.
That doesn't sound Italian either.
Yeah, Rick, are you like an immigrant Italian, like your parents are from another country?
I'm Italian. I've never. Okay,
I'm not asking where you've lived. I'm aware that you're saying you were born and raised in Italy. I'm saying where your parents from. Are they Italian as well?
Italy, yeah.
Oh, so you're not like some Syrian refugee?
David, I got another follow-up question for you. What do you think about Palantir, the software company? Why is Palantir a Trojan horse?
No, why? No. I would ask this question. That's the wrong question to ask. The correct question is, why are the servers of Palantir in Tel Aviv? That's the correct question to ask, I think.
Wait, where do you live now?
Italy.
Oh, you do live in Italy?
North. God damn, I'm Italian. I live in Italy. I've been living in Italy all my life.
It's not fucking Italian.
Rick, if we were to make you king...
I don't know what you...
Rick, if we were to make you king of the world, what would your priorities be for your people?
My priorities for my people, teach them to be independent regarding energy and supplies and, let's say, to be self-sustainable, let's say, technologically wise. That's the only thing that can liberate people. That's the only thing that can set people free. We need to vote. We need to do all this crazy shit today because we don't know what to do regarding sustain ourselves. We're interdependent. When the moment you cut that interdependency, there's no need for this bullshit politics.
So you don't want to revert anybody to your cause or anything like that?
No, because there is no need for it. Who is mature enough to understand this will follow this path. It's following this path already. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, let's say.
So you
I have a question for you, Rick. You asked why Palantir might have servers in Tel Aviv. You realize that they do have an office there, correct?
Of course, but Roger, I would like to ask you a question. Why you ask me how much I make per hour? Sorry, what I do for a living, and maybe ask me also how much I make per hour. I don't remember. Why does it matter?
I was trying to understand if you were as broke as the last people we were speaking to. But I want to talk about Palantir. So why are you concerned that Palantir has an office in Tel Aviv?
No. I'm absolutely not concerned, and I actually can say.
You said, and I quote, we should be asking why Palantir has servers in Tel Aviv. And I'm just trying to understand why you think that that's even interesting.
It's interesting because all the data that is flowing through Palantir regarding all American citizens and European citizens, basically the whole West, is flowing through Israel.
Wait, hold on.
It's not America, and it's not Europe.
Hold on, couple questions. So have you ever been to their Tel Aviv office?
No, I got two friends that were in university with me in Paris, in Italy. They're in Tel Aviv now. Yeah.
So my question is, why are you concerned about servers being there? First of all, you're not doing any type of deep packet inspection, so I don't think you would know what data goes anywhere. So, why would you claim these things when you don't know what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Roger, but I got to say that I perfectly know, unfortunately, what I'm talking about. I'd like to not to know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, I know. Yes,
Hey, Rick, can I ask you a simple question? What?
But I didn't finish the previous question.
This is how Rich does it.
I just want to
interrupt conversations. Go ahead, Rich.
Are you Christian, Catholic?
No, I'm not. Well, I was born a Catholic, but I really don't, let's say, consider myself a Catholic person.
But you believe in?
I don't.
You believe in Jesus' death and resurrection for the atonement for your sins, or no?
No.
Why are we going down this road?
He's got a bunch of Muslim rooms in his houses, so that's all I'm asking.
What?
Rick, are you a Muslim?
God damn, no. I was in Roger's rooms. I was in Roger's rooms multiple times explaining how Muslims are a problem in fucking Europe today.
You just have a bunch of Quran-centric rooms, that's all. Your house is sorry.
Yeah, because you know. No. Yeah, you know why? Because I tried to study the enemy. People. Okay.
I didn't know if you just oh well, yeah.
Right.
I have one question for you. So I was just looking at your profile. Sorry, my baby's talking in the background. So why on your profile when it says hot takes, which one you answered breast milk?
No, there was a stupid room, God. No, there was a stupid room. I don't remember what we were talking about breast milk or not. They were talking. They were talking about what's best. If it is better cow milk or breast milk, and I was explaining that at least humans today got a type of some sort of filtration systems. Today, they modify animals. They genetically modify animals and inject them with steroids and whatnot, and so. That was the argument, let's say.
Okay, so just letting you know, the very first thing that pops up on your profile is a question that says which one, and then you answer breast milk. That is literally the first thing I see on your profile.
All right, let me go cancel that.
Rick, you said that you said you want your people to become self-sufficient in technology. So, what technologies do you think people need to be well versed in to become self-sufficient?
How many hours do I have to answer to this question?
You got like maybe 10 sentences.
Impossible.
Okay, never mind then. I mean, you can't just come up with a 3-sentence response to that question? Like, is it really impossible?
Okay, filtration systems, water recollection, water filtration, water recollection, electricity through different means, hydrogen and solar particularly, and for the technology that we can have today. And let's say a filtration of vegetable oil through biodiesel, basically. And that's what I'm doing, by the way, in the spare time that I don't have, but I'm trying to do my best. Yeah.
Okay, got one final diagnostic question for you. What is 575 times 1,000?
575,000.
Wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Congratulations, Rick.
What did I win?
You don't know how many people he's asked.
You won some credibility. You won credibility.
Out of the 575,000?
That's what you want.
What? No.
You won a congratulations trophy.
I asked that question to a lot of people on this app, and 9 out of 10 people get that question wrong.
Well, they don't even answer. They just don't even answer. They go, oh, I don't know.
That's true. Most people can't even follow the question.
There's one of my best friends, he's bipolar, and he's constantly asking questions like that to everybody, even to the police. He goes inside the police and he asks, how much is it? How much is 7 times 5? Stuff like this. And he gets arrested often. And he's always drunk too. And that's true. I swear to God, that's true. That's your best friend.
John's drunk on Taoism.
One of my best friends, yes.
Well, I've seen a lot of awesome videos lately on Instagram of very disgruntled and angry people in conversation with the police, and I find it amazing how much patience police are now exerting in their interactions with very disgruntled citizens. I think it's most likely because they don't want to do additional paperwork, and I feel like the body cams in a way give them like the justice that they're looking for, because they're filming that these people be absolute monsters.
Hey Rick, I got a question. Roger might like this question. So Rick, how do you feel about the state of Israel? Do you think the Jews have a right to have a state of Israel?
Everybody has the right to have a state, but the state of Israel is extremely divided between two factions, I'd say, Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardi Jews, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, big gigantic problem. That's what I think.
You mean to tell me that the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic in Israel are at a logger, like they are in conflict? Where's your evidence to suggest that, and what is the breakdown between the demographic?
I don't exactly know, since there are newcomers, new people coming in into family every day.
Why is everyone obsessed with Jews and obsessed with Israel?
Yeah,
I'm not.
It's projection.
You supposedly know like stats and statistics about Israel that every Jew on this stage and every Jew in this audience is looking at you like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, we're just trying to get like your insight, like what's going on with Ashkenazim and the Sephardim. Can you break it down?
There are two completely different actions. All the Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews per se. Yeah, they might have some genetic traits that
Wait. I knew you'd love this. Wait. Rick. What are you talking about?
Alex Jones.
No, it's not Alex Jones. It's not.
What's the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews in Israel are at odds with each other? Because I think they are not. I think that they're pretty on point with each other, which is like literally just letting that country survive.
Yeah, what's the source of contention?
There is no source of contention. Why there is a source of contention? I never said that.
Yeah, you said there's conflict.
You said that, conflict. You said they're at odds. You're not making any.
No, sorry, in between them. In between them. Well, yeah, for sure. Okay, it's just they have different life views. Let's say. You can find Ashkenazis in many positions of power. Let's say like Zelensky, like Benjamin Netanyahu, like many different ones. Sephardi usually they're more. They don't behave like that usually. They've never behaved like that through history, and especially in this period of time.
Behave like what?
And
no, hold on. Slow down, right? I know that English is a good word. Just slow down. Let's try to take one point at a time. When you say they don't act the same, what exactly are you referring to? Use words that human beings might understand.
So, I agree. English is not my first language. I'm trying to do my best. Let's say they look for position of power constantly, and you can say this. You can say this objectively, watching at the position of power that they have today. You almost never see a Sephardi Jew in a position of power like the Ashkenazi Jews. Okay. It's through observation that I say what I say. And I'm not discriminating, I'm not anti-Israel, I'm not anti-Semite, okay?
No, hold on. I'm not going to accuse you of anything other than being stupid. That's the only observation that I can make clearly. Whether you are an anti-Semite, that'll reveal itself at some point if you are. But why are you so obsessed with Jews?
I would like to ask you a question. Why are you upset with characterizing people, telling them they're stupid, when actually maybe sometimes you can ask yourself the question, do I really know what is this motherfucker saying? And the motherfucker is me, okay?
Oh,
do you really ever know what he's saying?
You're the Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hold on. There's people listening down below. I just want to.
Or should I call him stupid?
Hold on. For the visually impaired, for the duration of this conversation, the guy with the Italian accent, quote unquote, is going to be referred to as motherfucker. He calls himself motherfucker. So if you hear motherfucker, that's who we're talking about. Thank you. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. Because sarcasm is a trait of intelligent people. You know.
There's visually impaired people in here. Don't be ableist.
I know. Yeah. I'm not hating on you. I'm saying what you're saying. I'm commenting on what you're saying. And usually your comments are characterizing people as stupid. Why?
Well, I talk to a lot of people on this app, and I've got a pretty good radar on who's intelligent and who's not. And right now I'm getting vibes that you're a dum-dum.
No, you don't have a radar. You're labeling people because labeling people makes you feel secure.
Yes, yes.
That's
I'm,
what you're
I'm
doing.
so guilty. Oh, okay, so I accept your critique. Let's move on.
Fantastic.
Okay, let's get back to the Jews.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I don't know. You had some point to make about how they were at odds with each other.
Yeah, they are, but you can see this in society. I mean, you can see where they are in the positions that they have, and usually most of these people in Hollywood, in a position of power, like presidents and whatnot, you know. Wait, hold on. Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood? Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood? I said many of them do influence let's say internal political decisions, because politics is not only for Congress or whatnot, it is also into companies, and Hollywood is a big, gigantic, if you want to consider it a company, and they do influence things. That's for sure. I mean, it's nothing new. No. Let's make the counter argument. Do you think they do not influence Hollywood? I think you'd have to understand the history of Hollywood. There was an industry that, so first of all, because there's anti-Semites around the globe, Jews were limited in what jobs they could get. And so when they gravitated towards the entertainment industry, music and television, and this is something that, because they were not allowed to participate in other areas, and so this is the craftiness of and the resilience of a group of people that say they won't be denied. You can tell them that they can't do things, and they will just find a way. They will make a way. And so yes, in the early days in Hollywood, they were very influential. But you wouldn't say that that in modern day that the Jews control the news or the Jews control film. You wouldn't make that argument, would you? No, I would say they're instrumental at controlling things. Of course, it's not them. It's not. Okay. So, what do you think of AIPAC? I don't know the subject fully, so if you want to describe it to me, I'd be glad to listen to you. Right. I don't speak about what I don't know. It's a lobbying group of Jews here in America that are interested in making sure that that Jews are represented in policy. So my guess is I feel where this is headed, and it sounds to me like you have a distrust towards the Jewish community. That's what I'm picking up.
Well, Ashkenazi Jews.
No.
Rick, real quick question, Rick. How do you feel about this call of Ashkenazi Jews that were destroyed all political events?
That's a sarcastic question.
Oh no, it's a serious question.
So, that's a confirmation that it's a sarcastic question.
How about Larry Fink, BlackRock Vanguard, State Street?
That's fantastic. Again, people who manage money, money is an instrument to influence actions. Money per se don't have value, but money can move things. So who is really making people move? It's not directly, it's indirectly money and directly people who hold technologies. So I would not consider Larry Fink, the guy who directly influences things. I would consider him the guy who, let's say, takes orders from people that really hold the power, and people that really hold the power.
So they have, Larry Fink holds $25 trillion in holdings between BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, and all their subsidiaries like Blackstone, all these different companies. Vanguard,
I know.
Vanguard, all the other different Vanguards.
Sure.
it's a shitload of money, but you know, money is nothing if you don't have a backup, a technological backup. Those are just numbers.
Yeah, but they have the Aladdin system, which is one of the greatest artificial intelligence systems that helps them structure their company and tell them what to buy, when to sell, and what to do with their companies. So they do have the technology.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about. I agree with you, but I'm talking about resources and managing the resources. The ultimate control grid is made by people that do control resources. And even though AI is a great resource, it has nothing material nothing tangible to manage.
For the people.
No, you don't see them on television, that's for sure.
Yeah, but like what ethnic group would you say that?
Nah, I'm not considering any ethnic group. I think all the people that you see on television, it's not the people that really hold the strings.
Well, no,
that's an assumption. The ones who do hold the strings, I don't consider them. I don't consider their ethnic group. I consider people that are very advanced, but I don't think. If you're asking me, are these Zionists the people that really hold the strings? I would not say that. I'd say they're instrumental to the people that really hold the strings. I'm thinking about people like in Lockheed Martin and Martin Raytheon and you know, Boeing, all these places, you know, all these companies. I'm thinking more about them. You know, managing money is cool and all, but when you really have the technology to blackmail people through violence, directly or indirectly, that's real power, you know? It's not. Because you have 23 gazillion dollars, so you can do some stuff with that too.
But talk about Lockheed Martin. Do you know who the largest institutional investors are within what companies?
Companies that do invest in Lockheed Martin?
Yeah, the companies. So the largest institutional investors. Do you know which companies they are?
Well, for sure, it's BlackRock, Vanguard, all of that. But for sure,
State Street, yeah.
Who? State Street. Okay. Who holds the technology? Who knows? Who is in the let's say room where there are all the switches? It's not the people with money. It's people who know the technology and invent and produce technology. You know, it's not BlackRock that holds the patents to, you know, CRISPR-Cas9 technology, hybridizing man with the machine, merging the man with the machine, you know, all that Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies. It's not BlackRock. It's people, it's scientists, it's engineers, and electronic engineers and genetic engineers that know the shit. They really have the power. Not also people with money.
So real quick question, like, do you think that the Jews in Israel, the Ashkenazi Jews that control the country, Netanyahu and all that, but do you believe that justified in their actions and what they're doing in Gaza?
No action like that is justified. I mean, it's justified. It depends on the goal. If I have the goal to completely exterminate the place and take over, and of course, it's justified for me. But not for them.
Quick question. So you think the goal is to exterminate people?
The goal is to take over, and if the extermination is needed, I would do it. If I want to take over the place,
so
militarily.
If you believe that over and clearly the military might do so, why haven't they done that?
Because Roger, you know, in war and when you have to test certain things, certain technologies,
really, and you have war. It's not a genocide. It's a war. Really?
No. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about in general. In a war, even in Vietnam War example, but in Gaza particularly right now, we're talking about Gaza.
No, let's stay focused. Hold on. Let's stay focused. So you think they want to take over? So they have the military might to do it. Why didn't they do it, like, I don't know,
years ago, 10 years ago? Why did they wait till now? What's your theory on that?
I'm sorry, Roger. I received the call. Can you?
I'll be happy to repeat it. If clearly we would agree that Israel has the military might to take Gaza at any time if they wanted to. My question is, if you think that that's their goal, why did they wait till now? Like, why not 5 years ago? Why not 10 years ago? Why would they wait till now to take Gaza if that was their goal?
That is the greatest question that somebody could ask me. Because, and I'm telling you why. Because when you have a certain amount of technology that you have to test, you need. I don't know why the guy is laughing. Okay, when you have a certain amount of technology that you need to test, you have to wait the correct time to test it. And so they are doing it now because all sorts of weapons, facial recognition weapons, genetic recognition weapons, and all those things are ready now, not before. They're ready now. So as I said before, it's not just a question. People are laughing. That's okay. It's not just a question.
Don't let them distract you. Don't let them distract you. This is a one-on-one conversation. It's just you and I. Let's go.
Okay, it's okay. I was saying because I think the technology is ready now to be tested, and so the moment is now to do the thing that they're doing. What should I say? Facial recognition technology, genetic recognition technology.
So you don't think what's happening with Israel battling Hamas and Gaza, you don't think it has anything to do with October the 7th?
Of course it has everything to do with October the 7th, but that's just the the catalyst of when things are ready. You use a catalyst, and the catalyst will spark all the consequential actions that will further escalate the situation to allow you to do certain tests on the population. Obviously, it has everything to do with 7th of October. But it's not the main reason. Really? Roger, are we having a proper intellectual conversation here, or are we speculating on which phrase in the mainstream news is correct or not? Really? I don't think we're doing this. No.
What it sounds like to me is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like to me you're trying to blame Israel for the conflict that they're having with a terrorist group called Hamas.
I'm not blaming nobody. I'm saying if I have to listen, Roger. Let's say I've collected genetic material about you, and I want to try to test a genetic weapon that targets you and only you through facial recognition and genetic characterization of the enemy. I don't have it ready yet, but I know where you reside. I know where the coordinates of your house are and everything, but it's not ready. So I need somebody in the streets to spark, let's say, a little bit of, a fight between you and the group that I control, yeah? So I send somebody to the street and slap you in the face so you can answer back, and you shoot this somebody, and now I have the excuse to enter into your house and test what I want to test. See?
So it sounds like you're suggesting that Israel wanted October 7th to happen.
Oh, come on. Do you really believe in those conspiracies, really? Don't you know what counterterrorism, who controls counterterrorism and what counterterrorism is?
What do you think happened on October 7th? What do you think happened on October 7th?
I think you allow a certain things to happen so you have an excuse to act upon your enemy. I mean, quote unquote enemy, they're not really the enemy, they're just the people to experiment on. But that's what I think. Call me crazy. It's okay.
You seem to think that these Zionists are scientists conducting research and testing. Rick, I mean, do you believe, you stated earlier that you think Israel has the right to have its own security. I'm just so confused as to, your position or maybe your interior feelings and emotions towards Israel or Jews. You think there's this conflict between the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi. Rick, do you think you know everything?
I absolutely don't know everything, and that's exactly why I try to not to react to things emotionally, because I know emotions are deceiving. Huh? I try to look at things objectively and objectively see what's the state of the art regarding technology and what they're using right now and what are the possible excuses to be able to operate what they have. You see people that directly go to emotions. Do you think people that test technology, they do act on emotions?
Wait,
Really?
Rick, I assume
sorry,
you've been to Israel, right?
No, friends
Oh, you've never been
come
there.
from there, but I've never been there. Yep.
Got it. Never been there. Do you think if you've gone there, if you've been on the ground in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, etc., do you think maybe your perspective of Israel and the Jews might change?
My personal experience can be characterized in a certain way, that's for sure. But what I read and white papers regarding the state of the art that Tel Aviv has, and that America puts money in, it doesn't change. My personal experience would not change what I read. you know.
So your hypothetical lived
say.
you think your hypothetical lived experience wouldn't change your opinion of, Israel and the Jews and the Zionists?
But you see, I'm sorry. You see, that's the thing that I don't understand about people. Why do you think I have an idea about Zionists? I don't have an idea about Zionists. I just objectively see where they are, in which positions of power they hold, and I just can take that as an information. There's no emotional characterization in what I say.
Well,
Why should
let me ask,
why?
let me ask you a follow-up question here. So, what do you think the end goal is of Israel?
The end goal is the same goal that everybody have. It's testing certain technologies and see
You keep
where they
saying
can
about
apply
testing.
those.
You keep saying about testing. But what's the end goal? What's the end goal? What do they want to accomplish?
The end goal is the utilization of those technologies on major population centers, starting from Gaza.
No, but for what? No, hold on. Let me tell you what an end goal is, because it sounds like you don't know what an end goal is. Okay, so you have the current state, and then you have this desired future state, and then you have all the stuff that you do in between the current state and the desired future state. Walk me through what you think the desired future state of Israel is. What is it that you think that they want to accomplish?
They want to accomplish, as always, like every state will do this, would like to have this. They want to accomplish technological superiority over other states and be able to collect data from all the other states and have the full control of the information coming from all the other states, all the other quote-unquote allies. And
hold on. Are you under the impression that it would be difficult to be technologically more advanced than the people in Gaza? I mean, I feel like that wouldn't be very difficult. I mean, no question, Israel is technologically massively advanced. That already exists. They already have that superiority. And the reason they have that superiority is because they believe in markets, and they believe in technology, and they believe in innovation, and they believe on building up their skills and building a civilization where the people that they're fighting against don't believe in any of those things.
I think you're making the greatest, you're making a big mistake. Because the war is not, the conflict, let's call it like this, because people characterize it as genocide, whatever. Okay. The conflict is not with people in Gaza. the ultimate goal is not about the people in Gaza. The ultimate goal is to test those things so they can be used later on. Hold on, let me finish. They can be used later on other populations. okay, on other states. So through that, they can rule even those nations. Of course, they will never say,
Okay, got it. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
No, listen.
Okay.
You're not very good at conversation. Let me just say that first and foremost.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm asking you what their end goal is, and you keep saying, "Oh, the technology and superiority." Okay,
No, Roger, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Your
You don't
fucking
understand.
Italian mutt mouth. Listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, I need you to quit using vague language. You say that they want to dominate other people later on down the road. Who? Who do they want to dominate?
Okay, let me rephrase that. Roger, I'm sorry you don't understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but you're afraid to say the quiet part out loud. This is, let me
not.
No, hold on. No, you are. This is what you're saying. You're saying that you don't like or trust Zionists. You're saying that you think that that they've got ulterior motives to dominate the people in Gaza, and they have plans to go beyond that because they're just testing this technology because they want to subjugate other nations as well. And my question is, who's this list of nations that they want to subjugate? Because since 1948, we're talking about the most peaceful fucking country on planet fucking Earth, because the only time they get in a battle is when somebody picks a fight with them, and then they end up losing. But it sounds to me like in your head, you somehow think that the Zionists are the bad guys.
Okay, can I respond?
You can, but if you're going to use vague language, I'll just be honest with you, I'll be done with this conversation. If you can't commit to your own thoughts, like I can say what's on my mind. I could say, this guy sounds like an uneducated fool. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm asking him simple questions. I'm asking him what the end goal is. He doesn't understand what end goal means. And so at this point, I'm just going to ask, can you have an honest conversation without saying stupid things?
I reject the characterization about that I said stupid things. If you give me the time to be able to respond to you in details, I will do. Okay? And I'm sorry, you constantly have to characterize people with the word stupid, even though you don't know, maybe because it's not your job.
Okay, I'll clarify it. You're a faggot retard.
Is this the level? Is this the level?
Rick,
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Rick, yeah, but listen.
I'm not surprised. He's not understanding. I'm not surprised.
It's not your turn. Listen, I just want to say this, and then I'm done with you, Rick. If Samir wants to come up, I'd love for Samir to come up. Samir sounds like somebody that doesn't know what's going on in the world either. We'll invite Samir up. Let's see.
Okay, I'd like to respond. Can I respond, Roger? Can I respond?
Well, that's fine. I've invited your friend. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. Samir said, Mojo seems more desperately loud than a black divorced crackhead. Well, there we go. The racist always rears its ugly head, doesn't it?
Okay, I'd like
Rick, I just want to quickly say, you were saying things that we have all heard probably about 1 million times at this point, but you're like not alluding to what it actually is. We're all aware of what you're saying. You're not that smart, and you're not coming across as that intelligent. I'm just saying this, Rick. Before you
it's okay.
Mojo, that's all I'm saying.
It's okay. I'm not here to sound intelligent or nothing. We're just having supposedly an honest intellectual conversation.
It's a good thing that's not your goal, because you would have failed miserably.
Okay, thank you. Until somebody comes in and characterizes me as a stupid faggot, which is not very intellectual.
No, that's not what I said. I called you a faggot retard. Get it right.
Okay, it's the same. So, what I wanted to say is
it's not the same. When they stupid faggot and faggot retard are not the same thing. I reject your phrase.
It's okay. So, it characterizes you, not me, talking like that. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this: if we're talking about which countries are going to be affected by what Israel can do, it's all the Western countries, obviously. Since the counterpart on the other side seems, because I'm not sure, but seems to be China. Yeah. So, Roger, if you're asking me which country specifically, exactly, are going to be influenced by all of this technological advancements that Israel is striving for, I'd say the U.S. for sure, the whole U.S., and the whole fucking continent of Europe. Yeah? Yeah. So, that's why, actually, the Palantir servers are in Tel Aviv. Yeah? Because, and that's a confirmation of what I was saying before, because all of the data, all of the things that do matter to really control dynamics in other countries has to go through there. Yeah. So it's not that difficult to understand that if you hold geographically in your country the processing and the managing of data close to you in your country, it's easier. Yeah. To manage the whole situation because the future supposedly is digitalized, and everything's going to be tokenized under the consumption of CO2. Yeah? You might, maybe you're not familiar with this.
No tall building had ever collapsed.
Roger,
according to
maybe
we really have a new kind of progressive collapse that we're discovering.
My job is electronic engineer, so I know.
Hold on. Listen.
Okay, so decided.
No.
Defy reduced progressive collapse.
In fact, you got it wrong. Let me say it slowly. Faggot retard.
Faggot retard, yeah. Maybe that's your job. My job is to study white papers, and actually, I'm good at my job, honestly. And that's why I'm paid what I said to you before that I'm paid, and it's a pretty good, decent pay, at least in Italy, not for America, but in Italy is good. Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not here to sound smart. I don't give a fuck about all of you guys. But honestly, this morning I'm doing the dishes and doing things at home, so I thought maybe I will spend some time with them. Yeah, but as you can see, there is no possibility in this world to unite and actually characterize who the enemy is, because the people are so divided. There is a motherfucker here with this, which is me, who's been studying those fucking stupid topics, because I think it's stupid to control people through digital means. This is not what digital technology was born for. But I'm trying to do my best, and people come at me saying I'm a stupid fucking retard or whatever. They say it slowly, Roger. And they think there's no hope for humanity. Because you're missing the point of who is the enemy. It's not me. I can say to you, stupid motherfucker, it's not me.
I think the point of this is that
fucking idiot. Yeah.
Rick, who hurt you?
No, nobody. Tell me, Roger. I'm glad to hear from you.
Who hurt you? Was it a woman?
Now we're going down that path? So first you talk to me like I'm I don't know what, and now you say to me that somebody hurt me?
Or you said hurt, you sound wounded. Who hurt you?
No, that's her name. The passive aggressiveness.
What's
the passive aggressiveness that you have.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
What was her name? Aisha?
It's so bad. Come on, please go on. Let's stay on the conversation. Let's stay on the topic. Are you saying that you don't have any argument? Oh no, maybe yes.
I'm concerned for your mental health. Are you okay?
Maybe it's the Jews. Rick, maybe the Jews are using technology to gather data on you, Rick. Have you thought that maybe you're a target of Palantir and other Jewish organizations trying to gather data to do experiments to control you?
Everybody is, my boy.
My boy?
Rick, let me ask you this. Sometimes people drag, their trauma along with them for a long time. This could be an opportunity for a breakthrough. Do you want to share with us who hurt you?
Was it the Ashkenazi or the Sephardic?
I think Clubhouse is such a wrong place to have an intellectual conversation. You know, unfortunately, I don't know, Roger. Maybe you do this as a job. Maybe it's your job to, I don't know, because I see you're constantly on Clubhouse. Maybe you're lucky enough to
well. I will say this: it doesn't pay well.
Hey, also, let's stick to the previous conversation, maybe, or you wanna revert to trauma, narcissism, cluster B personality disorder. Do you want to talk about that? We can talk about that too if you want.
We absolutely can. Rick, do you want to share with the room, like, you know, like, just let us know, like, was it like early childhood trauma, or was it something that happened later, maybe like a high school sweetheart? Like, what went wrong?
Let's make some hypotheses here.
How was your relationship with your father and your mother?
Was it circumcision, Rick? Is that it?
Rich, how's your relation with Clubhouse? And Roger too. How's your relation with Clubhouse?
Did you know
Do
that
use Clubhouse as a
Rick? Did you know that Clubhouse servers are based in Israel?
within your couple? Is that the how you use Clubhouse? Maybe you can't talk to your woman, so you come on Clubhouse and you talk people, you say people that they're just stupid faggots. Because this is how she makes you feel.
All right, hold on. We all have trauma of different levels. I'll retract my insult about you being a faggot retard. I'll pull that back. I'll walk that back. I'll do that. I'll do that for you. I'll take a step here in the right direction. Are you willing to meet me in the middle and tell me, like, where your trauma comes from?
That was big emoji.
I will always meet you in the middle. There's no problem for me in discussing whatever you want to discuss, as long as you're respectful, Roger.
Perfect.
You know,
Okay.
that's my rule.
Yeah, no, maybe I was a little cranky, you know, but perhaps this whole thing is my fault. So now that we've moved past the disagreement, can you share with us, like, where you think, you know, the trauma really impacted you and made you blue?
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm receiving fucking calls from work. I'm not gonna go to work today. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Rick.
Is there a reason why you're not going to work today?
Yeah, because my boss said I'm on vacation, but he's constantly calling me. What the fuck? Anyway, so
are you depressed?
No. Why should I be depressed? I'm perfectly fine.
Calling off work if you're not physically ill. I'm just wondering if you're mentally well. This is a wellness check.
So I'm not calling off work. He said to me from tomorrow till the end of August. He said to me, but he's calling me from work. Okay. So anyway, I don't have any particular traumatic events to recall in my childhood. What about you, Roger? I'm glad you asked me. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think now we're having a real connection here. I appreciate you, Rick.
Rick, I just want to quote something back to that you said that this was, where did I put it in the chat? That this was all in the works and that October 7th was just the catalyst. What do you mean this was all in the works?
Because all of this technologies and all the patents are dated before 7th of October, and so I think no, it's not something that I think. I see that all the technologies that are testing today, they've been working on these since 2012, 2010, I think that was. Don't remember exactly. If you're working on something and you want to test it, you got to find the correct proper situation to then be able to test this shit. You know, because you can't test it. You can't find people who will say, "Yeah, please test this shit on me."
So you think October 7th was manufactured by Netanyahu and the Zionists?
All wars are manufactured. All wars.
So Hamas has no personal responsibility, no leadership, no command and control. This was all done by the Zionists, and it was manufactured by the people who suffered the horrific terrorist event. Understood. Thank you very little, Rick. It is now my hard time to leave. I have to go to sleep. I can no longer continue being on here for 24 hours a day. Thank you all, and Mojo, God bless, and everyone in here, God bless, and have a great night.
Good night, Congressman.
Oh, Rick, one final question, Rick. Does your manager at work share the same ideas as you?
Yeah, I have multiple bosses. Two of them share my same ideas that I have. The other guy, I don't know what he thinks about certain things. I'm not going to ask him. I don't care.
Well, thank you very little.
Alright. We got Jonas up here with the pink ticket and the sunglasses. What's going on, Jonas?
Hi, how are you? I'm in my car, so I might have plans.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I was actually thinking whether we go into ad hominem, but I think that's kind of the best way to answer.
Yeah, I already walked it back. I already walked it back. I'm not gonna apologize again. I think I've done enough here.
No, but I also think that you're not. I have a hard problem with people choosing sides and go 100% with one side because it's never black and white. And that's kind of.
Well, you do realize it's not the Palestinian people or the people in Gaza who are necessarily the terrorists. It's their leadership that committed the terrorist act. Those are the dastardly bastards.
Yeah, it's a failed. Gaza is a failed experiment. It's totally messed up. I agree. But also the settlers in the West Bank. That's also problematic. They shouldn't be there.
So what is your proposed? Rick, I got this. Jonas, what's your proposed solution here? What do you think Israel should do after October 7th?
I think they should have attacked Gaza before themselves because they were shot at for 20 years. If I was Israeli and my people were shot at for 20 years, I would be very disappointed in my defense if we didn't do anything. And they didn't do anything for 20 years. 18 years or something. Like I live in Sweden. Just picture if Norway was shooting rocket at us for 20 years